That off in a few minutes. So many great stories, so much information. Stay tuned to the mic, and I'll tell you all about the new records that we saw yesterday at Drag Week. eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors. Man, we got a lot going on here. Yesterday we were at US 131 in Martin, Michigan, and every one of the race cars you see here today has driven 250 miles here to Summit Motorsports Park, Norwalk, Ohio. We are going immediately live with the action this morning. But after we've got some cars down, once we have a little bit of a break, I will have a whole lot of information for you about brand new records set yesterday. Apparently we got a little audio trouble here with the microphone, but now we are hot. Once again, eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week 2021 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We've already got action on the track here, but once we get going and have a little bit of a pause, I have all sorts of information to share about new records that were set yesterday, the drive that we made, 250 miles from US 131 to here in Norwalk, Ohio at Summit Motorsports Park. Those of you watching on the live feed, we very much appreciate it if you'd share it with your friends and let them know that we are hot and we are directly into the action. Craig Ridenour is here in the left lane in the black Chevy 2. Right-hand side, Dan Nissen in the all-wheel drive Trackhawk Grand Cherokee. So you saw on the right-hand side was a red light. That does not matter at Drag Week. These are time trials. He's looking for low ET in the Grand Cherokee. Goes 12:03 at 116 miles an hour on the left-hand side. 960 at 139.36 for Ridenour. This time we're looking at Darren Pape on the left-hand side in that 67 Chevy Nova. And Ryan Conker is on the right-hand side in this radical Model A Roadster. It's a 28 Ford Model A with a small block Chevy in it, running in our hot rod class. And it's just one of the coolest things we've seen in that class. It looks so 1963. Pape in the Nova goes 1079 at 126.60. And the little Roadster, 1173 at 111. Matt Halbcat is in the left-hand side in that 07 Chevy Impala SS. Nicholas Wiegand on the right-hand side in the 76 Pontiac Trans Am. It's a Super Street Big Block Power Adder car, and for some reason, Halbcat decided to take off about a quarter second early. Here comes Wiegand in the Pontiac powered Trans Am, and watch this, 8500 at 159.76 miles an hour. And on the left-hand side, 1539 at 93.77. Oh, you're in for a treat here. Couple cars coming up. This hot rod on the right-hand side is Joel Nystrom. This is a 31 Plymouth Coupe powered by a stroked-out 392 Chrysler Hemi. I think it's about 480 cubic inches, and it's got a T56 in it, 6-speed manual trans, and this thing should run in the low 10s. Steve Felker is in the left-hand side in that maroon 65 El Camino. Look at the hot rod go. He's got a 1:44 short time on this thing. He gets to the 8th mile at 6:44 at 106. The quarter mile for the hot rod is 10:35 at 115. And by the way, that thing has 8 two-pot carburetors on it. Steve Felker in the El Camino, I missed his time. Tony McDonald in the left-hand side. Christine Wiegand with another full Pontiac-powered Pontiac, the 71 Trans Am in Lucerne Blue on the right-hand side. It's a naturally aspirated 455 Pontiac in that thing. Tony McDonald on the left-hand side is a 37 Dodge truck, and he's running in our hot rod class. Hot rod being for the retro-looking cars, pre-1948. Christine on the right-hand side in the Trans Am is going to go 1195 with a 7 at 114, and the hot rod is 1212 at 113. David Burke in the left-hand side was in our real Street Machine Eliminator class, and I'm thinking he changed classes yesterday, which is something that these racers can do. They can bump in and out of the real street class to sort of choose where the easiest win will come from. Wayne Sheely in the right-hand lane's got that silver 62 Corvette with a 468 cubic inch LS in it. Burke in the Le Mans goes 10:02 134. The 62 Corvette 10:42 at 140.77. Another hot rod class car. David Stewart in the right-hand side with that 49 Chevy truck. And it's a 2000 GMC truck on the left-hand side, Jonathan Hannes. The newer truck goes 1454 at 100.02. The old truck, 1545 at 87 miles an hour. The session that you're watching right now is for what we call our class cars. We have 3 sessions, one for the faster cars, another one for what we call Street Machine Eliminator, and then a third one which is all run. So these should be the quicker cars you're seeing this morning, although some of these cars have jumped into the faster classes with slower cars just in order to be able to run in this first session. Marty Coster on the right-hand side has got that 87 Monte Carlo that just went 881 at 160.52 miles an hour. The Barracuda with a small block in it, 1244 at 107.89. That thing has a stroke 340 small block and that little fastback Cuda. Randy Giuliani in the left-hand side has got the 66 Dodge Coronet. He's running in street race, big block, naturally aspirated. And yeah, that is the prison bus on the right-hand side. It's so ridiculous. We've got a couple of really fun vehicles coming up that are not fast at all, but quite entertaining, and that's one of them. Giuliani on the left-hand side, 1180 at 113.86 miles an hour. And the prison bus, wait for it, boom, 2273 at 61.51. Nobody's in a big hurry to get to prison. Nicholas Delano on the left-hand side, 79 Dodge D150. And on the right-hand side, another 79 Dodge, this one a D100 Scoot Dressler, probably Scott Dressler. Scott on the right-hand side goes 1413 at 96.52 miles an hour. We got no time on the left-hand side. Greg Weigart is in the left-hand side in the 68 Firebird. He's running naturally aspirated with that thing, as is Clark on the right-hand side with the small block Telegram EFI Barracuda. The Cuda is running second in his class right now, which is street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Pontiac in the left-hand lane goes 10:12 at 133.8, and Clark in the NA small block Cuda 10:53 at 126.85. The guys here at Norwalk are just cranking these cars through this morning. I'm almost looking for stories from Drag Week. That left-hand side is Corey Pant, a 74 Plymouth Duster, another naturally aspirated car running 10:24 at 132. Jeff on the right-hand side with that Fairlane is also NA with a small block, and he goes 1372 at 104.16. Jeff Oppenheim is in the left-hand lane in that El Camino, our prior Spirit of Drag Week winner, and he ran his lifetime best ET yesterday. I believe it was a 9.0 something in street race small block Power Adder. Mean Dean Anderson is in the right-hand side in his 78 Cutlass with Chevy Turbo Power. Street race small block Power Adder class on the right-hand side. Actually on both sides. And he carries the little bit out of the hole. It's a 143 134 on the left-hand side for Oppenheim. Oppenheim does it again, 9:08 with a 2, 149.55. And on the right-hand side, 9:35 at 147.99. And here we go with just a little bit of a break, and I'll remind you once again that we started Hot Rod Drag Week yesterday at US 131 in Martin, Michigan. And last night, all of these cars drove about 250 miles to get here. We stopped racing after the worst oil down day in the history of Drag Week yesterday at about 4 o'clock. We still had 30 or 40 cars on property, some of them broken down, some of them just packing up. It was a late night for many people, but unusually, we had a handful of cars get in pretty early yesterday, but there's a lot of good breakage to hear about. We'll tell those stories as the cars approach the line, as Jeff Lingenfelter is in the left-hand side with his 73 Dodge Dart Sport. I know it looks like a Duster, but it is a Dart Sport. Becky Senker is in the right-hand side. She's got a 68 Pontiac Gto. These are two naturally aspirated cars, big block on the left, small block on the right. And the small block gets there first, 11.96 at 113. The Dart Sport goes 12.61 at 108.53. Jason Bergeson here on the left-hand side is going to be hunting for mid-8s in his 84 Chevy Monte Carlo, a small block power adder car. On the right-hand side, you're going to want to pay attention to Ed Enzer. This thing absolutely blew the doors off the track record yesterday. I believe he went 8:39, and to that 7 yesterday with a big block Chevy in the Fox Body Mustang on the right-hand side. Big block Chevy built by J-Lo Racing Engines, who is actually a passenger in the car. Gets out with 127 short time, which is promising for this pass. He goes 550 with a 7 to the 8th, and at the big end, 853.6 at 162 miles an hour, slowing down just a little bit. Meanwhile, the left-hand lane goes 843 with a 6 at 162.18. That 853 you just saw out of the red Mustang is still going to be enough to keep him at the top of his class, but it is a bit of a slowdown based on what he did yesterday. You should also look at that car in the pits. It's incredibly clean. Left-hand side, Steve Winningham has got black and red Mustang. Hines is in the right-hand side, the 84 Camaro. Super Street big block in the left-hand side is going to run 9:53 with a 2 at 150.63 miles an hour. Nate Hines on the right-hand side, 11:44 at 121. Now we got Bill Schwartz on the left-hand side in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. On the right-hand side, Stephen Lemieux in Street Race Big Block, naturally aspirated. And pops the wheels up, sticks to the track, pops them back down. Meanwhile, the red car's driving away hard. And on the left-hand side, he goes 8:53 with a 4 at 160.23 miles an hour. Lemieux in the Pontiac, 12:22 at 118.97. A couple of our later model cars here, if you can call 2009 on that G8 a late model car. On the right-hand side, 10 years newer, a 2019 Challenger. These cars are both in Street Race Small Block, naturally aspirated. Ben Hunter in the left-hand side, Mike Sweeney in the right-hand side. The 365 reaction time that the Challenger cuts, almost the best I've seen so far at Drag Week, as the Challenger goes 11.97, 115. On the left-hand side, 12.15 at 113. I comment on reaction time because I tell you that a lot of these people don't worry about it. This is basically time trials. It's not side-by-side drag racing, so the reaction time doesn't really matter. Paul Vinal in the 67 Camaro is waiting on Dean Bunting, who's in the 29 Challenger 1320. That's a 392 powered car. It's the factory drag racing package that's at a lower level than the Demon. It was available with no passenger seat and no rear seat. Kind of a cool package, and this one's obviously in plum crazy purple. The Camaro gets out first. They both run the same 60-foot time. The Camaro goes to the 8th mile, 7:51 with a 5 at 94 miles an hour. And at the big end, the right-hand lane, Camaro goes 11:70. Meanwhile, the 1320 Challenger goes 12:10, which is roughly what they advertise those cars to do from the factory. James Dressler on the left-hand side, street race small block, naturally aspirated. Shifting his car down the track. It's got a late model 5.0 in it with a centrifugal supercharger, and he goes 9:33 with a 1 at 1:53 banging gears. Dressler on the left-hand side, 12:26, 1:13. So you saw that Capri go down track just a moment ago. Last night, he broke a bolt in his supercharger tensioner, and it was a left-hand thread bolt. He has a little scooter with him that he rode 5 miles to a parts store to try and find that bolt, and he actually found an O'Reilly's that had the bolt. Just kind of stunning. Gary Ippolito on the left-hand side is going off with his hot rod class car. It's a 28 Model A sedan. James England is in the right-hand side with the 68 Mustang, running a naturally aspirated small block in it. Ippolito's hot rod goes 11:68 at 1:19. And England in the Mustang goes 12:71 at 1:06.94. Man, we're cranking through cars here at Norwalk today. I do not even really want to jinx it by telling you how hideous it was yesterday with the oil downs. I'm telling you, our drag week racers did not have a connecting rod that they could not throw onto the track yesterday. It was ridiculous. We're going to be cranking through them better today. I think we have weeded out the engines that were ready to go. Robert Ricci on the left-hand side's got the 88 Camaro, another naturally aspirated small block car. Chris Goodnow's in the right-hand side in that 62 Chevy 2 that's running in the Pro Street category. Left-hand side goes 1089 at 125, and the Pro Street car 1212 at 111.04. Great story about the car on the left-hand side, the silver Chevy 210. They had a crash with this thing just before drag week, or actually I think it was months ago. They actually drove it into the back wall of their garage, into the back wall of the garage. The car wasn't black and white a few years ago at drag week. They painted it silver. They put a blown big block in it, and they show up here to run 1014 at 134.67. Meanwhile, Brian Acton in the right-hand side, small block power outer car goes 887 at 154. The next pair is a good one. Mike Reichen, drag week veteran, and so is Jim Forbes. Both of these guys have done this a lot. Street race small block has trouble. He's going to pull over to the side, which we very much appreciate. Meanwhile, Jim Forbes in that altered wheelbase 62 Chevy 2 drove here from Arizona and runs 1054, 131 with a GMC 671 blower on that car. And by GMC, I mean legitimately removed from a GMC diesel. Everything on that car is vintage. As a reminder to all racers, you want to be like Mike Reichen, and if you're experiencing difficulty, you want to pull over to the wall as safely and soon as you can to prevent parts and lubricants from being on the track. Yesterday, I think we had 5 oil downs, at least 3 of which were nearly full track, or at least a quarter mile from the shutdown, all the way to where they started barfing parts out of the cars. It was bad. I think we were on the live feed 7.5 hours yesterday. It's going to be significantly tighter today. Let's talk about how many cars are actually out. Yesterday we started drag week with 341 entries, so there's a lot of people who did not show up. We were obviously sold out walking in the door with 400 cars and another 800 on the wait list. But always on day one, there's at least 50 or 60 cars that just don't have their act together and don't show up. So those people were gone, but we had 34 wait list cars that were waiting to get in, and they did get in. So 341 cars to start. We had a remarkably low amount of cars drop out yesterday, at least as far as we know from when we were at the track. Now, a bunch more could have fell out during the drive last night, but we lost 14 cars by the time we left the track. So we've got 327 cars-ish here at Norwalk. We'll find out how many more actually did not survive the drive last night as they're pushing Mike Reichen out of the way and hoping that he's got a simple fix and can get back in competition. So you can make as many runs as possible given the time allotted here at Drag Week. Once again, we have a first session for class cars, then we got Street Machine Eliminator, and at the end of the day, it's an all run. We do our best to make sure everybody gets a pass and stays in competition. Let's talk about how fast are we this week. I've got information here of a lot of records that were set yesterday and some just mind-blowing passes that were made. Speaking of which, we got Jason Tapscott coming up next. So in 2019, we had one car in the 60s. We've got 2 here this year. 2019, we had 5 cars in the 7s, we now have 9. 2019, we had 25 cars in the 8s, we now have 31. In 2019, we had 36 cars in the 9s, and we now have 46. So we've got a faster field of top-end cars than we have had before. However, I will say that the bottom half of that, the 10-second slower cars, is probably a greater number than we've had. Tapscott here ran his drag week best time, his first 8-second at Drag Week yesterday, and he does it again. 8.99 to a 151 with a 15-degree 427 small block and 923 in the right-hand side for the Corvette. Tapscott has won street race small block naturally aspirated 4 times in a row, and he's going for a 5th. That thing runs 9,000 RPM, and he said he did maybe bounce a valve or 2 off a piston yesterday, so his running hurt, but still went in the 8th. Ford truck with a big block Chevy in it. Oh, and he improves his time from yesterday, 9:12 with a 3 at 148.36. He's trying desperately to go 8:95 with that car. Paul Fisher on the right-hand side goes 11:83, 1:15. The hot rod class is wide open. It's very liberal in its rules. You basically just have to look like a cool old hot rod, and aside from that, you can throw a lot of displacement up to, I believe, 555 inches. Need to check the rules on that, but there is a cubic inch limit, and you can't run, I'll have to look at the rules before I fill you in on the rest of that. I wrote them, but I can't remember them. It's been a few years. Seth Lidner is here on the left-hand side in the 82 Chevy Camaro. Jesse Harris on the right, running Ultimate Iron, which is a class for full tube chassis cars, and I'm suspecting they've got a diesel in that thing. If not, we got difficulties. The diesel truck gets off with a 141 short time and goes to the 8th mile at 6:26. Quarter-mile time for that Ultimate Iron truck is 9:84 at 136 miles an hour. The Camaro on the left-hand side goes 12:75 at 107. Honk if parts fall off. Rick Steinke on the left-hand side has had an incredible struggle this week. He got his engine together just literally last week after blowing it up at Yellow Bullet the prior weekend. This car is running in street race small block power adder, where a funny car cage is not allowed, so the cars are limited to 850. He's the only guy in the class to ever hand in an 8.5000 time slip. He did not do that yesterday, but he is currently leading this class. He's got a conventional Chevy small block twin turbo deal in that car. And Jason on the right-hand side's got the 64 Chevy 2 that's running street race small block naturally aspirated. So these are both stock suspension concept cars, one NA and another twin turbo. Oh, and look at that, Steinke puts down an 850 with an 862.04 miles an hour. That is the first 850X number that we have seen in this class. And that class is critical to run right there. 1164 on the right-hand side for the 64 Chevy 2. Dalton Major has probably the cleanest 70 Chevelle on property. This thing is sweet. He's running a big block, naturally aspirated. I think he told me it's a 555. Cheryl Kaiser's making laps in her hot rod on the right-hand side with that 29 Ford pickup. I believe it's the 5th time that we've seen that car here at Drag Week. Dalton Major, naturally aspirated big block, 997 with a 5 at 133 miles an hour with the blue Chevelle. The little hot rod goes 1256 at 106.22. Mark Manor, left-hand side. Ed Schwartz, right-hand side in the 72 Nova. We got a big block power to the left, small block power on the right. Once again, reaction time does not matter. Right-hand side, 906 with a 249 miles an hour. And the left-hand side, 1056 at 132. Now, I've got a critical announcement here from Tanya Turk. She says, I'm supposed to announce to the drivers as many times as I can this morning that they will be turning in their time slips into guest services right across from the impound area. If you don't know where the impound area is, Keith Turk, who's walking around the pits, can direct you to it. So once again, get your time slips in to Tanya at guest services, which is right across from the impound area. You want to give us every single day before you leave the track. You hand in that slip, and you're going to go ahead and get the map to the next location. As Jamie Jarvis goes down in his Gasser 55 Chevy at 11:32, and Stephen Mask on the left-hand side with the Roadmaster goes 13:27.104. Bruce Woodward, left-hand side in the 93 Mustang. Brian Smith with the 12 Mustang on the right. The first Mustang to the line is on the right-hand side with 1190 at 125, but the quicker car is Bruce Woodward with an 891 at 153 miles an hour for the white car. Or green car, excuse me. Looks like we have a Gulf-inspired color scheme here on Matt Skelly's 2020 Mustang GT. And on the live feed, we're looking at Jared McGahan in the white 2008 Pontiac G8. You can see that thing has got livery from One Lap of America, which is the event that I use to sort of brainstorm Drag Week itself. One Lap of America is running road courses and autocrosses multiple days, driving from track to track, and that's the idea that I got for Hot Rod Drag Week. The G8, which is nearly stock, runs 1263 at 107 miles an hour, and Matt Skelly's new Mustang goes 1341 at 116. Eric Wagon to the left-hand side with an 86 Firebird. Kevin Parton in the right with an awesome butternut yellow 67 Chevy Nova, running a modified power at it and getting out with a 131 60-foot time. He goes 556 to the 8th, and that gives him an 869 with a 7 at 155 out the back. Eric runs 1122 at 123 in the 3rd gen. You got a basically stock 94 Ford Lightning on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, Daryl Yost, currently in 2nd place in Street Race Big Block Power Adder. Yost goes 6:02 to the 8th mile and 9:34 at 148 to the quarter. The Lightning will mosey down and deliver 1565 at 86.91. Tom Ressler's got the 98 Chevy Powered 70 Barracuda. Dressler in the Corvette 961 at 146. The Cuda with an NA big block, and it goes 1235 at only 94 miles an hour. Strangely low mile an hour, he must have lifted. We have an absolute ton of street race, small block, naturally aspirated cars here, and this is two of them. Alan Robertson, left-hand side with a black 68 Camaro, and Gordon Gerk in the right. 1152 in the left-hand lane, 118 miles an hour. The ET in the right side, 1371 at 102. Once again, racers, return your time slips to guest services across from impound. Robert Williams is going to run his disco. He's still sitting on the line while Dave Williams goes down in his Lexus. The Lexus kind of boogies. 998 at 142.78 miles an hour. Robert Williams with his small block goes 867 at 159.76. On the live feed, we're all looking at Cody Helger's 55 sedan. I call this the most accurate two-lane blacktop looking 55 Chevy that we have yet had in the gasser class here at Drag Week. I know we've got a lot of cars sort of inspired by that, but this one is the most pure in appearance. You could change up the wheels and get it just a little bit further down that road. Tim Baptista is in the other lane in a 67 Chevelle. People in the live feed are commenting that the feed is going so well and so is the audio. We want to thank Drag Racer TV for making this happen. It was their very first Drag Week day yesterday, which is a bit of a stress, but we've been cranking through it. It's working awesome. And thank you very much also to Mother's Polishes for sponsoring this live feed. We literally would not have it without them. Of course, eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Gear Vendors Overdrives, having been here for many years, Rick Johnson on site to help you out with your overdrive needs. He also knows a lot of transmission shops and a lot of transmission tech and can help you out with anything that you might have that's broken. I should also mention that Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, the sponsor that's been with Drag Week 16 years since the very beginning. They do have a racing fuel available at every single track. They will either fill your car or put the gasoline in your container. They have all sorts of racing gasoline, leaded and unleaded. They also have E85, which is Rocket Brand E85. It's more consistent than what you get out of the pump. They also do have a methanol. We've got NOS on site, a longtime Drag Week supporter. They'll top off your nitrous bottle for you. Iski Racing, this is the official camshaft and lifter of Hot Rod Drag Week. Tim Baptiste is going down with his Chevelle. Cody Helger on the right-hand side with the two-lane blacktop looking 55 Chevy that runs 1039 at 131 miles an hour. The Chevelle goes 1087 at 124.65. Randy Bellahar here on the left-hand side is one of my favorite drag racers here because he is going really fast with pure Pontiac power. This is a big inch poncho on a lot of nitrous on the left-hand side. He's running street race, big block power adder. Robert Baptiste is in the right-hand side running modified power adder in a 68 Camaro. If we get a little bit of a break, I'll explain these classes a little bit more to you. And remember, we're not running these cars heads up class. Out with a 1:26 short time. He goes to the 8th mile with a 5:46, which bodes very well for him. And sure enough, 8:56 with an 8 at 157.67 miles an hour at the top end. Baptista in the right-hand side goes 10:48 at 129. Got the 67 Belvedere. He's running naturally aspirated big block in that. Jeremy Heiser Dressler's got the 91 Trans Am, a small block power adder car. 1177 on the right-hand side, 1239 for the Mopar at 110.41 miles an hour. Here comes a wild pair. This left-hand side car is a genuine steel 1932 Ford 5-window coupe powered by a genuine Ford engine, which is a little unusual. But speaking of unusual, look at Pepsi Joe on the right-hand side. He's got a small block Chevy, his awesomely ridiculous 59 Chevy VW Bug gasser. And the nose-high, mile-tall Bug goes 1289 at only 86 miles an hour up at the top. Meanwhile, the 32 Ford goes 1414 at 96 miles an hour. All sorts of freak show to look at here at Drag Week, including Jeff Maul in a 67 Nova 4-door running Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Kevin Douglas on the right-hand side had a 78 Malibu. He's got a big block in this thing. They struggled a little bit yesterday. Sounds like he pedaled just a little bit or had a little bit of wheel spin, but he's going to do much better than they did yesterday. And he goes 911 with a 7 at 150.97 miles an hour. The little 4-door, 985 at 143.02. Little Mustang on Mustang action. The 2013 Boss on the right-hand side is a super low-mile car that is like Plan Z for these guys. They didn't get their race car done. They're like, you know what? I'm going to bring the Boss. And when they do, it goes 1312 at 111. In the left-hand side, Ty Cobb goes 1418 at 99 miles an hour. And now some Mopar on Mopar action. This time a 68 Roadrunner on the left-hand side and an 84 Rampage in the right-hand side. These little trucks are really cool. We just had one recently on our roadkill show that we bought that was such a beater that we ended up getting rid of it. But the car was a riot. Had a 2.2 with a 5-speed in it, naturally aspirated. This Rampage also naturally aspirated. They did make turbo models. This is not one of them. The Roadrunner is going to go 1338 at 106 miles an hour, and the little Rampage 1718 at 80 miles an hour. Chucky Skinner has got the 87 Firebird on the left. Eric Impton's got the 94 Camaro on the right. Both of these cars in street race small block naturally aspirated, so this would have been somewhat of a race had they left the starting line with good reaction times, which they did not. The left-hand side goes 11:12, the right-hand side 12:27. I keep harping on the reaction time thing because it would be nice to see some real side-by-side drag racing happening, especially when we get two cars in the same class. But these are not professional racers. People are out here just doing this for fun. They might not have a lot of experience with it, or they just might not care because they're staging as shallow as they can and as carefully as they can to run the best ET that they can, because this is all about setting your lowest possible ET each day. The LS-powered 71 Vega in Ultimate Iron goes 947 at 142.57. Dustin Trance on the right-hand side goes 860 with a 2 at 159 miles an hour in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. And I believe he is looking to be in the top half of that field. Street Race Small Block Power Adder, sure enough, Dustin Trance, who just went down, is second in that class. Listen to this, these two competitors in that class. Yesterday, Steinke went 851 with a 5, Trance went 851 with a 7. That's how close we have. That is about the closest race that we've got going on at Drag Week this year, with the exception of a bunch of cars at the very top of Street Machine Eliminator, which you'll see later. Both of the cars going down track now are Street Race Small Block naturally aspirated. Stephen Phillips in the left goes 1261. Christopher Poole on the right goes 1391 with an 8 at 98.87 miles an hour. Jeff Oppenheim, who you saw earlier in his 9.0 little El Camino, cracked me up on the social media the other day by showing the spork that he was using to actually retain his parachute cord. And we call the El Camino the spork of vehicles. Spork is just such a great word, I can't stand it. All right, the 72 El Camino on the right-hand side is Jeffrey Pagano. On the left-hand side, the 99 Dakota, the Nooch. Yes, this is the Nooch in the 99 Dakota. He came and corrected his name for me yesterday. The Nooch goes 1278. On the right-hand side, 1171. He told me the name was Nooch, and I just had to add the Nooch. It's so good, isn't it? Like, the Nooch. The Nooch is the new Kingswood. That's right. Kingswood. Thank you. The Nooch. Bruce Fleming's on the left-hand side with the 67 Olds 442. Sleeper-looking big block in this thing. Have a look at the car. It seems nearly stock. Right-hand side, Rick Callahan's Belvedere does not seem nearly stock because it has a Hellcat under the hood. He ran 1260s yesterday. The Hellcat is going to push that B-body to 1042 at 133 miles an hour. Meanwhile, that little Olds goes 1223 at 116. And by little, I actually mean huge. Bill Tuttle's in the left-hand side here with his big block 68 Chevelle. Craig Steinbacher in the right-hand side's got the 70 Nova. Right-hand side, 1021, 132. The left-hand side, 1092 at 124 miles an hour. Here comes one of our more nicely detailed Gasser class cars. Wayne Baker in the right-hand side has got that altered wheelbase Nova. He told me he built it off the blueprint of Steve Mignante's Wilshire Shaker at a Hot Rod magazine back in the early 2000s. He's got a blown big block in that car. Justin Griswold's on the left-hand side with the Sunset Pearl 85 Pontiac Trans Am with a turbo LS motor in it. The Gasser class tends to be where we see the highest level of refinement in cosmetics at Drag Week. Chasing the Firebird down the track. The Firebird Trans Am is going to get there way first. 869 with a 7 at 161.52. Still digging the 956 at a 144 miles an hour from the altered wheelbase Nova. Here comes more greatness. Brian Anders in the 77 Chevette, running an Ultimate Iron because that thing has a full tube chassis under it. He's removed the hood, perhaps for the roadkill cooling technique, or perhaps because it flew off on the highway. We'll have to get those details later. These things do happen. Brian Hansen is in the left-hand side, 66 Chevy 2. He's running a naturally aspirated small block in that thing. Chevette 916 at 145 miles an hour. Brian Hansen in the Chevy 2 goes 999 at 137. Nice pass for a naturally aspirated small block, except at Drag Week where other guys are running like 850s with them. Drag Week has a tendency to make your fantastic car look not quite good enough to win your class, but people are out here beating on them anyway. A car like that doesn't get the attention that it should, because think about what it actually takes to run a 9-second small block car and drive it 1,000 miles. Mike McGardis is in the right-hand side. He has also got a small block Chevy. On the left-hand side, Alani Anzola in the 67 Camaro with a naturally aspirated big block in it. And that Camaro is going to say 1057 at 125.8 miles an hour. And actually, the little AMC improved, I think, from his time yesterday. He went 1309. Think that car was in 1330s yesterday. David Pichal on the left-hand side. He's got the Regal T-Type. Kurt Johnson, 9-time Drag Week class winner, Kurt Johnson, current leader in his field, goes 895 at 152.28. That car was actually his dad's car. His dad recently passed away, and he's doing drag week to try and get his 10th win in his dad's honor. David Paschal goes 12:01 at 111 miles an hour. Matt Forbes has got the wild-looking Pro Street Camaro on the left-hand side. Hunter Corcoran is here with his dad in the 69 Nova in the right-hand side. They're running in modified naturally aspirated that Nova because it's got an alternate rear suspension design that kicks them out of the street race category. On the left-hand side, the Pro Street car means big tires and a non-stock concept rear suspension, as that Camaro goes 988 with a 3,138, and the Nova 1131 at 120.12 miles an hour. These two cars are in the same class, which is street race small block naturally aspirated. One of our most popular and most restricted classes. That means you have to have all stock concept suspension. Basically, it is a bolt-on muscle car. Jeff Sixt is going to get out way ahead of Nelson Santos. Sixt is going to go to the 8th mile in 7.72 seconds in his 74 Chevy Nova. And the big end, 12:19 at 109.52. On the left-hand side, the 99 Camaro goes 11:93, rolling down to only 94.63 miles an hour. Keith Iancore has got the left-hand side silver Chevy Nova. That one is a big block car. And Jackie Steinke is here on the right-hand side. This thing has a small block Chevy in it with a Pro Charger. And if you look at it in the pits, you'll see it looks a lot like a small block Ford. I believe she ran 9.0 yesterday after a lifetime best into the 8s earlier last week. And she's going to coast down to a 12.96 this time. Meanwhile, Keith on the left-hand side goes 9.37 at 142.7 miles an hour. Nick Turner, left-hand side with the small block Power Adder Wagon. John Powell on the right with the 87 S10. Thank you for pulling over to the wall there, Nicholas Turner. He's going to have some difficulty with that Malibu. We'll scrape him off the track and get back to action. So that wagon is racing in this class called Street Race Small Block Power Adder. I explained it a bunch of times yesterday. I'd like to know on the live feed, if you want to get into the chat, is this your first day this year watching Drag Week? Do you need to hear some of the same tech information and stories from yesterday? Or do we have all the same people watching so I can just move on with new stories and explanations? Meanwhile, I will explain Street Race Small Block Power Adder. This is a class where we do not allow a funny car cage, which means a conventional 850 cage is in the car. The cars are NHRA tech limited to 8.50 seconds in the quarter mile. Now in past years, we've had 5, 6, 7 cars that are all battling with ETs of 8.50 something. It has been cutthroat, bloodthirsty. This year, that's not happening. We saw our first 8.50 from Rick Steinke earlier today, but yesterday he was running an 8.51. Let me grab my data really quickly here. So yesterday Steinke went 8.51 with a 5, and he was chased by Dustin Trance 8.51 with a 7. And so nobody is going to get that 8.50 average, probably because of those 8.51s that were run yesterday. So that's going to be an interesting class to follow as it changes up a little bit over what we've seen in drag weeks past. I can't wait for some of these other classes to come up here as well, because we have set a whole bunch of records. For example, just a few moments ago, you saw Kurt Johnson go down the track in that black Fox body Mustang. I mentioned that he was running as a tribute to his dad. So Yesterday, he's running in Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated. And his prior best run in that class was 9.044. And yesterday, he went 8.911. Kurt is a 9-time winner of Hot Rod Drag Week, and he's going for his 10th. Just one of the fastest single passes that we saw yesterday as far as personal best. Now, throughout the week, you'll hear me talking about like, oh, he set a record. So there's 2 records that I've kept track of here. One is a 5-day average ET. The other is the single run best ET. What I just discussed with him was a single run best ET. And the thing is, that record will not count unless he finishes drag week. So I only counted a class record single pass for cars that completed the week, because that's what we care about here at Drag Week as we go back to action on track. Scott Franks on the left-hand side. He's got the rusty 67 Chevelle. We were entertained last year, or 2019 rather. There was no last year at all. Just a race 2020 from history. We were laughing about how this thing had a vinyl top that was flapping in the wind. It has now self-removed. So we're in good shape. Chris Lewis is on the right-hand side with the 68 Dart. He has a low deck stroker big block in that car. I think it's a 512 based on a 400 block. 60-foot time on the Dart, 186, 8 miles, 760, quarter mile, 11.77 at 117 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the small block Chevelle goes 1132 at 122.96. Joe Barstow, left-hand side, the 70 Chevelle. Steve Felker's going to get in front of him. His modified, naturally aspirated El Camino until Barstow sucks the doors off that car as he passes him at the 8th mile. 912 at 150.38 miles an hour for the Chevelle, and the El Camino is going to go 1270 at 105. I've got a racer in need here. So yesterday we needed some metric 12 by 1.5 wheel studs or wheel lugs for the little Spider Monza. And today we're looking for studs, not lug nuts, studs. Typical Chevy S10 rear wheel stud, car number 4Q. Go to guest services at the Time Slip building, and the competitor's phone number will be there. We can help him find the lug studs that he needs, metric 12 by 1.5. I missed Frank Gobright and David Burke going down track. Next up, though, we've got Joseph O'Cone in the 72 Dodge Dart, and Nick Paletto on the right-hand side in the 79 F-150. I think making his second pass of the day. The Dart runs 1029 at 130 miles an hour. I believe that thing is powered by a 426 cubic inch carbureted Gen 3 Hemi. Racers, you'll forgive me if I get these things slightly incorrect. If you want to correct me, go ahead and write a note on your window in shoe polish, and I'll try and get these things right, or I'll see you in the pits or the side of the road later on during the week. Denise Cuniff, and once again, I can get your name pronunciation correct as well. She's running street race big block naturally aspirated in that Pontiac. She's running a solo this time. 767 to the 8th. And 1217 at 108.09 in the end. Yesterday, I think I called like a Honda S2000, a Miata, and a Miata, a Honda, and stuff like that. This one is, in fact, a 92 Mazda Miata. I believe it has got LS power in it, as they do. Josh Smith is on the right-hand side in his 79 Camaro. Mazda goes 558 to the 8th mile, which gives him an 864.3 at 158 miles an hour. The right-hand side went 1109 at 122.58. Jason Nishim on the left-hand side with the 70 Mustang running in our Pro Street category, which is for big tire back half cars. Guy Bertano is in the right-hand side with a street race big block naturally aspirated 68 Chevy Camaro. First time out for the Mustang, definitely not for the Camaro. The Mustang goes 880 at 153.23 miles an hour. The Camaro, 961 out of a naturally aspirated car at 149.66 miles an hour. A moment ago, I was talking about the little Chevy Monza Spider. This is it on the right-hand side. It's a Street Machine Eliminator car. Left-hand side, Corey Pan is going to boogie in a Super Street small block, naturally aspirated Duster that just went 654 to the 8th mile, and he runs 1029 at 130. I mentioned the little Spider was running Street Machine Eliminator. I believe that is one of the cars that changed classes yesterday. On the first day of drag week, they do allow a car to jump to and from Street Machine Eliminator. I'll explain Street Machine Eliminator as they come up here in the next session. Basically, it is our 10-0 class that is lining up for a bracket race on the last day. And a lot of people will look at the other classes where the vehicles are ranked by their suspension and displacement and natural aspirated versus power breaking down so that they can potentially get a top 3 position in their class. As Greg Weigart goes down with his Pontiac-powered Pontiac at 1010 at 133.74 miles an hour. Tony McDonald smoking the tires with his 37 Dodge truck, his second pass of the day in the hot rod class. I haven't caught up with this car yet. I don't know what he's running for power. 90% of the time you can assume it's an LS swap and be right, but I just won't go there. I want to know. Jonathan Hannes gets out with his 2000 GMC Sonoma. Despite 1 second plus reaction times, that was almost a drag race. 1089 on the left-hand side and 1277 on the right-hand side. Christina Wiegand to the left-hand side with a 455 Pontiac in her Trans Am. And I think she left before the tree was activated. So she will get no time. Big Ricky Russell is on the brakes down there, running 1180 at 111 miles an hour in his 96 Blazer. Next up, Rick Russell has got this 79 Dodge Little Red Express. It has a Gen 3 Hemi in it with twin turbos. Probably the quickest 79 Dodge truck we have here by a long shot, and I believe it's one of 3. Sure enough, 950 with a 943.03 miles an hour out of Rick Russell with that Little Red Express truck. Robert Schmidt still hanging around here in his dark cherry 96 Chevy Impala SS. When I worked at Hot Rod Magazine, these guys would get super irritated if we ever called it an SS Impala. They're like, no, it's not a ship. It's not an SS Impala. It's an Impala SS. I remember actually when these cars were brand new, developed by John Moss out of Chevrolet Engineering and Racing Development. Basically, they designed the police car first, and they were like, hey, wait a minute, we can make a cool performance car out of this. And they did, and that one goes 1246 at 109.09 miles an hour. Those things, of course, came with the little LT1 engines in them. You could get them with the regular 5.7 or with a little dinky, 267-inch engine? Who cares? Because Alex Taylor is on the line, one of our most popular Drag Week racers, judging by the comments that we see on the live feed. This is her brand new car. You're used to seeing her in the Bad Marrow, her orange Camaro that she's had since high school. She's been racing Drag Week since she was 16 years old. They're trying to go 6s in this car. Her best yesterday, 769. Will it do better right now? 60-foot time left quite a bit to be desired at 1.31 seconds. She goes 5:17 to the 8th. Out the back, 7:84 with a 7 at 184.25 miles an hour. They struggled a little bit yesterday with a few problems. Still came back with her lifetime best ET and mile an hour. I believe 7:69 at 185. We'll see if they're going to take that 7:84 time slip and move on, hit the road, or if they're going to decide to improve that before we go to Indy tomorrow. Kevin New is in the left-hand side in the 67 Camaro. Ryan Windsor in the right-hand side with the crew cab 72 Chevy Nova. Nice wheel stand. Kevin New carrying the front end out of the hole and still running a 1:21.60 foot time. He goes 5:68 to the 8th and out the back door 8:87 with a 5 at 153.2 miles an hour with his modified Power Adder class car. On the right-hand side, Ryan Windsor's 72 four-door went 12:45 at 1:11. Pontiac-powered Pontiac. Nate Hines is in the left-hand side in that 84 Camaro. The Pontiac goes 11:78, 119.4 miles an hour, and the Camaro 11:38 at 121.89. Stephen Winningham is in Super Street Big Block there in the left-hand side. In the right-hand side, Ben Hunter has got the Pontiac G8, the second G8 that we've got here at Drag Week this year. Winningham on the left-hand side is currently running second place in Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated. He's got a long way to go. He went 9-0 yesterday. He's not going to do that right now. And he's running against Ed Enzer, who went 8:39. So Winningham's got a struggle on his hands, but he's looking very solid for second in class. If he comes back and runs better than 11:03. See, what happened is that he struggled out of the hole. He had a 2.4760 foot time that wasn't going to get him there. 151 miles an hour gives you the potential, though. Ben Hunter in the right-hand side when that G8 runs 12:28. Last night I was talking to Kyle Wimmer in the middle of a rest stop somewhere about a 64 Buick Electra. He's got a 455 in it. He's got a Gearstar 4L80E. And strangely enough, he put a Mosier 12-bolt rear end in the car. He's going to watch Paul Banal go through with his 67 Camaro at 11:67 miles an hour, and he is going to hate himself that he just ran 14:12 with that big Buick. He is dying to get his 13-second time. He told me he will remove the hood and the trunk lid if he has to, which on that car saves roughly 2,800 pounds. And he's going to try and get in the 13s. Michael Sweeney here on the left-hand side is back with his 2019 Dodge Challenger, as is Dean Bunting with his 1320 edition Plum Crazy Challenger. Both these cars ran earlier today. Now they're doing a side-by-side. Sweeney's going to get way out of the hole ahead of the purple car. A 392 versus 603 reaction time, just lightning quick. We've got the ET of 1193 in the left-hand side, 114. And the 1320 Challenger once again goes 12.0. 12.05 with an 8 at 114 miles an hour. Bill Schwartz, left-hand side, 8:52 at 160 miles an hour. We have got more 8-second cars than anywhere on the planet, at least for stuff that drives on the street. The right-hand side, 11:73, coasting to 95 miles an hour. Who does not love Kevin's yellow Tempest there on the left-hand side? High right with 421 Pontiac power. Meanwhile, you've got Garrett's 71 Dodge Dart, who's running Hellcat power. The Hellcat pushes the Dart to 10:45 135. On the left-hand side, 1158, 114. You know, we've been seeing these stock Hellcats, when you swap them into a B-body, they run in the 1060s. You put them in a little A-body Dart, you've got 1045 at 135. But what everybody's staring at right now is the beast. Eric Leatherman's 75 Dodge Coronet. He's got a 489 cubic inch Stroker 383 in that car. And Robert Bartram in the right-hand side. Boogies. He's got a 134 short time and 565 to the 8th. And he goes 879 with a 4, 156 out the back. Clearly he could be improving his 60-foot time, and that car's going to go even quicker. And I think that's an improvement in ET for the Wagon. It went 12:15 at 111. It was just a little bit slower yesterday. Now it's a party. Glenn Hunter here on the left-hand side in Pro Street Power Adder. Glenn is currently leading that class. Yesterday he ran 752 at 188. We know that car is capable of more. Maybe we'll see it right here at Summit Motorsports Park. Mark Kranz is in the right-hand side running Pro Street naturally aspirated in his 67 Chevelle. Hunter's got twin turbo big block in this thing. He has a 119 short time, 478 to the 8th, 733 with a 9 out the back door, 190.83 miles an hour from Glenn Hunter in the car that you have seen in Hot Rod Magazine driving in the streets of downtown New York City. Mark Krantz at the right-hand side goes 1029 at 127 miles an hour. Glenn Hunter clearly dominating that. We have to find out actually if he's technically able to go that quick here at Drag Week. I believe that car has been in the very high 6s in the past. I can't wait to catch up with Glenn later on today. He's a longtime Drag Weeker. Haven't seen him in person yet this year. Alan Mogi is on the left-hand side. He's got the 72 Camaro, another Pro Street Power Adder car. Phil Tobin in the right-hand side, modified, naturally aspirated. Alan Mogi yesterday running a 913. He's still sitting on the starting line now as he watches Phil Tobin go 896 at 150. With a blazing 9.88 second reaction time as he sat around for a while. He improves his time from yesterday. Mogi goes 895 at 152 miles an hour, whereas yesterday he had only gone 913 at 151. Neil Jenks on the left-hand side's got a 360 small block in his car. He's been running bottom 13s and wondering why it won't go 1299. Green Brewer is wondering why her V6 is not catching up with the small block card. Out here having fun in that 2008 Ford Mustang with a stock V6 in it. Of course, the Dart gets there first, still not running 12s. He goes 1312 at 105 miles an hour. The V6, 1536 at 89 miles an hour. Now look at that, 1536 out of a 2008 V6 Mustang. That is going to outrun a number of bone stock muscle cars from the 60s and 70s. Chris Goodnow is on the left-hand side. Pro Street naturally aspirated 62 Chevy 2. Michael Higgins. He's got the Pro Street as well. Higgins goes 1076 at 130.96. Goodnow on the left-hand side, 1204 at 111. Isn't 1204 like anything with an O after the decimal is just frustrating? You want to go 1199 when you've got a 1204. Merrick Howard has got the 68 Nova, the red and black car there. And in the close lane, 72 Monte Carlo, Brandon Miller. Another street race small block power outer car, hoping to run in the 850s. His 146 60-foot time indicates that's probably not happening. 633 at the 8th. And sure enough, he goes 1076 coasting to 93 miles an hour at the big end. He's got troubles that he needs to fix. Alan Mogi on the left-hand side. Whoops. The little home-built S10 with turbos in the bed is experiencing difficulty. We appreciate him pulling over to the left-hand side wall. Meanwhile, Matt Skelly in the 2020 Mustang goes 1025 at 140 miles an hour, significantly quicker than his very first pass in that Gulf-colored car. Just a reminder, you need to hand in your time slip before you hit the road here. You want to go to Guest Services, which is across from Impound. And don't forget that when you show up to hand in your time slip, you've got to show them the photos from the checkpoints of yesterday's drive. Everybody is required to take the route. If you did not do that, you're going to be out. And if you did not get your checkpoint photos, that is going to be highly questionable. You're going to have somebody who's not your buddy, like vouching for you. You'll have to get with Keith Turk and see if he even believes you. So yes, show up, hand in your time slip at Guest Services across from Impound, and bring the photos from your route. For people who are watching at home, if you're either on the live feed or if you want to watch the replay later on, I will tell you what's going on with our day one replay. We were live for about 7.5 hours. YouTube is still ingesting that video. It should be up sometime this morning or early afternoon so that you can watch day one. That is super handy for racers who are here and want to look at their own passes and listen to how I might have criticized them so that you can letter bomb me later on. So watch the replay of day one later on today, and then of course day two will again go on replay sometime tomorrow. eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week presented by gear vendors Overdrive. eBay is proud to be the title sponsor of the 2021 event. eBay helps all types of enthusiasts one part at a time as they realize their dream builds, including these drag racers trying to capture the title of fastest street car in America. With eBay's support, fans can access exclusive live content, including racer profiles, the intricacies of a tech inspection, and of course, exciting drag racing action. While here at the track or after Hot Rod Drag Week, eBay Motors is where you'll find new and used vehicles, as well as parts for fixing, updating, or maintaining your existing car. Visit ebaymotors.com and start shopping. And don't forget to join the eBay Motors community. Visit community.ebay.com to speak with the car community.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
And we are back with an announcement for a racer who is looking for a TIG welder, car 273. If you go to the time slip room, which is at guest services across from Impound, and let them know that you've got a TIG welder and can help, they will connect you and make that happen. If you're on the live feed right now, you're actually getting a look at our drag week pits. This is what it's like every single day. The unusual thing about it versus a normal drag race, you do not see any trucks, trailers, semi-trucks, big rigs, toter homes. All you see is race cars that are towing their own trailers. This is something that was controversial in the early days of the event. People were saying, nah, you should make them carry all of their parts. Well, that essentially eliminates like the Mazda Miata that we saw earlier today, or Corvettes or things like that. And that's why we went ahead and allowed the trailers, and it's become sort of a look. It's really cool seeing the photos of these things, especially like the Pro Mod cars, hauling trailers in the rain, through potholes and across grass ditches and all sorts of things. It's something you only see at these drag and drive events, which were of course invented right here at Hot Rod Drag Week. So there's a look at the pits. You can see a number of cars that are packing up and leaving after making their best pass, and a number that are still thrashing to get ready and have not made a pass yet today. There's many cars that do what we call a one and done, meaning that they show up, they make a pass, they're happy with it, they hit the road. It's a strategy that you only see at this type of event because they've got to drive another 200 something miles today, and if they break down on the road, they might need a lot of time to fix it. Just yesterday, I noticed that Clark Rosenstengel's car was having some kind of engine difficulty. I haven't caught up with him yet, but I saw on Instagram that they had the engine apart somewhere. It might have been in the pits of the track, could have been at the side of the road, but those things happen every single day. Transmissions out of cars. What are the number one failures that we see here at Drag Week? I'm going to say, first of all, electric fuel pumps. Guys get really big, hardcore race pumps and don't realize that they won't idle in traffic or sit on the highway for an hour. We also see roller lifters fail, which is why we've got Iski as one of our sponsors and supporters here. They're the official camshaft and roller lifter of Hot Rod Drag Week. They sell those bushed roller lifters that won't put needle bearings throughout your engine if you do have a failure. We also see transmission failures from people who run really high stall torque converters. There's some NA cars here running 7,000 RPM converters. You then put a trailer on the back of the car and try and climb a hill with it, and you are baking transmissions. And so people do not put enough cooler on them, and they end up burning transmissions up. That's something you can get help with from Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors, who's of course our longtime sponsor, but it's a very common failure point here at Drag Week. I'm going to say that is the top three: electric fuel pumps, roller lifters, and torque converters / transmissions. But then again, just about anything can bite you. There's so many little tiny parts on a car, like left-hand threaded bolts and things like that, that you just cannot find locally. Talking to John Puckett earlier today, he was doing exactly that with a left-hand bolt and ended up finding it at an O'Reilly's, which is just nuts. Emily Ballard here on the left-hand side, I believe, is number 3 in street race small block power adder right now with that beautiful Camaro. James England is in the right-hand side in street race small block naturally aspirated. Probably not quite going to get there. Sure enough, 866 at 159 miles an hour. James England on the right-hand side goes 1282 at 106. Emily Ballard's car there was painted by her boyfriend, who is a many-time Drag Week competitor, Cody Medicis. And he's also the winner of the SEMA Battle of the Builders Young Gut deal in 2020, which I believe was an online contest. All right, this is going to be a big deal right here. Very cool. Rick Steinke on the left-hand side, of course, chasing that 850 number. He ran one earlier today. What's going to be more fun to look at is Jason Tabscott on the right-hand side. He is our 4-time winner in street race small block naturally aspirated. He can run 880s with the car. He's run 890s with it for the first time at Drag Week yesterday. He's out for the second class to improve his number. He gets out with a 127 short time, 575 at the 8th, and that's only going to give him that 902 at 150 miles an hour. I think he went quicker earlier today, as did Rick Steinke, who ran an 850 earlier and just laid down 857 at 161. Now you are in for a treat. This is the absolute kill. Check out Michael Borgren in this 87 Volvo wagon with turbo LS power. This thing went 716 yesterday, and I walked over to the guy in the pits. I'm like, dude, and he's like, oh, I know, I'm sorry. What do you mean you're sorry? It's a slow run. This thing has been in the 680s. 680s, modified power adder, a small tire car. It's essentially back half stock concept front suspension. Of course, it's got that V8 swap in it. And man, 716 at 189. I asked the guy if it would go 200, and his answer was, of course. So let's see what he actually lays down. Right-hand side, Dan Foss has got that silver and gray 67 Chevy Camaro that's running in our unlimited category. No rules at all in unlimited other than safety. Foss yesterday went 804 with the Camaro, so clearly we're looking for a deeper 7 out of that car, and we've got our fingers crossed for a high 6 out of the Volvo. $4,200 people watching worldwide right now on YouTube. Spread the word. MotorTrend YouTube channel. Watch this live. The Volvo boost on the line cuts a 119.60 foot. The Volvo goes 468 to the 8th. and 709 out the back, 204.7 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the unlimited Camaro on the right-hand lane, 848 with a 2 at 161. So once again, that Volvo picking up its time from yesterday, 709 at 204 miles an hour. So there's definitely the answer to my 200 mile an hour question, but we will leave the 6-second question for later. We got another pair coming up that's going to include Jay Grabiak in the 55 Chevy Gasser. Racers in the pits, once again, I cannot announce this enough. Do not forget to hand in your time slip at guest services right across from Impound. You will also get your map where you can follow to get to the next destination on the required drag week route. If you're listening from home, check out hotrod.com. You can also find that route so that you can come join all of these racers as they head on the street to our next track, which is Indy. David Gallimore on the left-hand side. Jay Grabiak on the right-hand side. One of several cars here that has a mailbox for a hood scoop. He's running in the Gasser class. Grabiak's big block gets out for a 1:33 60-foot time. He's going to go to the 8th mile at 6.19 seconds and out the back at 9:80 at 135.08. David Gallimore goes 11:35, coasting to 98 miles an hour in the Chevelle. David Soper on the left in street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Stephen Mask is playing around with a 94 Buick Roadmaster with a power adder. I've not caught up with this guy yet to see what he's got going on under the hood. You notice the Roadmaster does in fact have the glass roof in the top, like the old Vista Cruisers, and Buick also had a line of those as well. Oldsmobile is a Vista Cruiser. I believe it's the Sport Wagon Buick that had the lights or the glass in the roof. 1342 on the left-hand side. 1269 for the Wagon at 110.19 miles an hour. And we're back with the super low mileage Boss, the legitimate Boss 302 2013 Mustang in school bus yellow. That's Stephen Grider. Marcus Clark is in the right-hand side. He's got the 68 Nova that's running in Pro Street Power Adder. Marcus yesterday only went 15 seconds, clearly having an issue at only 65 miles an hour. I suspect he's going faster here. This is one of the things we like to see, though. You run a slow time, you've got no chance of winning your class, but you just keep going because it's drag week, and that's what you do. The bone stock Mustang is banging gears down there. You can see the rear end squat every time he grabs a new one, and it goes 1357 at 98 miles an hour. Hey everyone, don't forget that Rocket Brand Racing Fuels is here ready to fill up your tank or your container. They have racing gasoline. They have E85, their own special racing E85. And they also have methanol. Meanwhile, Marcus Clark is figuring out how to stage here. He's completely rolled through the beams. The crew here at Summit Motorsports Park looking underneath the car, cleaning some stuff up, wondering what's going on. I'm thinking they're going to push it back.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Hey everybody, I've got a special guest here at the Mothers live feed from Drag Week, my friend Amanda Busick, who is a motorsports reporter who you probably know most from NHRA. She's a pit reporter, does top end a lot. I love hanging out with you. What are you doing here at Drag Week?
Oh my goodness, getting up to speed really quick on what this adventure is, and started yesterday, day one in Martin, Michigan, and just blown away. Not only just all the competitors on site, but just the raw passion that you see through all of these guys. I ended up making it to the hotel last night, and I like to call them, I'm going to name them parking lot warriors, but you see people with lights on their head working on the car till 2 o'clock in the morning, but to see this spirit of Drag Week for the first time, it's like nothing else.
It is incredible, and if you're in the parking lot working on your car, you've got it good, because a lot of people are working in the grass at the side of the road. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You know, we've actually had some NHRA stars here who have competed. Larry Dixon Jr. has been here, Richie Crampton, Johnny Lindbergh. So yeah, that's been really fun. I think we'll see some of those folks when we get to Indy. I've invited them out to the track.
And it's, you know, it's really cool being back here in Norwalk. Obviously, we make a stop here on the NHRA tour, but seeing Bill Bader down there doing his thing, pulling the cars through the water box, and I did hear attention in the pits at 11 a.m. Ice cream for $1 is the specialty here in Norwalk. But truly, I mean, yesterday to watch Alex Taylor make her career best, and to see Dave Schroeder take that new Corvette C7 down the drag strip and hit the sixes. I know he's aiming for the fives, but actually he told me after that run that he lifted at 1,000 foot just to make sure everything was working. It was the first time that he had pulled the parachutes at speed. So
I believe it. They just got that together. You know, the other thing that we should say is that you did some special videos for us that we're going to insert into the live feed later. What were you talking to people about?
Oh man, there were so many. I think one of the cool stories that and you see everything unfold in real time, but the Stein Yankees. I was able to catch up with Rick and Julie, or Rick and
Jackie.
and they had actually worked on her transmission the night before until 2 a.m. and just a simple mistake led to some frustrations early in the early run, and they were able to go back and right that, and now she's on a roll now. But when I went over to interview them, Rick was actually sleeping in the back of the car, and it was sweet. It was, it's an emotional journey. It's not just a part of it's the survival of driving that catches up with people.
That's it. So you'll see a lot of videos from Amanda as we plug them in later today. Hopefully we don't have a ton of downtime for that, but you can bet we'll have them playing sometime throughout the balance of the week. And meanwhile, we are back to action here at Drag Week. Daryl Yost in the right-hand side. Phil Greater excellent. Big block is on top of the line. Yost. Big block car is running number 2 in that class. He gets out with a 139 short time. He goes 572 to the 8th mile, 882 with a 9 out the big end at 158 miles an hour. Jesse Matafari on the left-hand side, our past Spirit of Drag Week winner with the truck door. It's a freak show.
I was able to catch up with Jesse this morning, and he was saying that on his drive yesterday, he's very Amish.
That's pretty cool. Big block Chevy, Amish approved. That big block Chevy engine was in his square body truck in past years, but now he's got it in the genuine John Deere. It runs 1286 at 102 miles an hour, and Holden Kramer on the right-hand side in modified naturally aspirated goes 1092 at 127.43 miles an hour. Tom Brett's here in the 56 Chevy. The black car went 842 in Unlimited yesterday, so you can bet he's looking to improve that number now. Dustin Trance, number 2 in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. This is the car that is chasing Rick Steinke and Honk When Parts Fall Off, the 4-door Chevelle. So he's looking to improve his number of 851 yesterday. He wants to run an 850, and he's not going to get there. 857 with a 9 at 159.42 miles an hour. Tom Bretz is taking a lunch break on the line. And that's not looking good with a 176.60 foot time. Or the 647 at the 8th. And sure enough, he goes 962 at 157 out the back. He's going to be coming back to try and run at least in the deep 8s with that car, is my suspicion. Doug Goebel, left-hand side, 68 Plymouth Roadrunner, and Jeremy Heiser, a longtime drag weeker, is back with his 91 Pontiac Trans Am, another street race small block power adder car. Of course, it's a naturally aspirated big block in the Roadrunner that's moseying off the line right now. And the Roadrunner goes 1348 at 105. Jeremy Heiser rolls through at 1141 at 124 miles an hour. Wayne Baker in the Nova Gasser. A thing of beauty and a joy to behold. This thing has got a blown big block in it, and he is chasing in our A gas class. A few years ago, we split the class for Gasser into A and B, and that is directly attributable to Dennis Taylor. I can tell that story later. Andrew Taylor goes red, which is not critical at Drag Week because, once again, this is time trials. Wayne Baker improves his number and goes 948 at 144.81.
I think even though it's time trials, as fast as these cars are moving, just collecting yourself at the ready to be ready to go. But the first timers, imagine the pressure that they feel, making sure that they don't mess up.
Yeah, that's right. We do have a number of people who have never done this before, and the great thing about Drag Week is that because it's just time trials and the reaction time doesn't matter, absolute amateurs can do it. People who do not bracket race the 850 classes and regular classes throughout the year can come here and actually be somebody. Lonnie Andazola, runs with his 67 Chevy Camaro, 1056 at 125.67 miles an hour. Mike Bogardus in the small block Chevy powered Hornet, 1345 at 103, not improving his number from earlier today.
And there we see Jackie right there in that right lane. One of the other parts that I loved about the story between her and her husband, they met at the drag strip, and actually their first encounter, her dad wasn't with it. He was not with Rick.
Well, have you met Rick? Jackie's looking for her first 8-second run here at Drag Week. She has done it at other events. Unfortunately, that was a 10-0, coasting to 123. Alan Roberts on the left-hand side goes 11:59 at 117.
Definitely a family affair for that family. Dad's on property, brothers on property driving that Mitsubishi, and recently they just picked up a junior dragster for their 10-year-old son. So definitely a family affair.
How cool. Here's a touching story in the left-hand lane, that altered wheelbase Nova that you're looking at. Actually, sorry, stock wheelbase Nova running in the gasser class. Mike Murray here, the father and son team here, the father actually has been diagnosed with Parkinson's, and he said to himself, you know what, I've wanted to do Hot Rod Drag Week, I am going to do Hot Rod Drag Week, and here they are, having a blast. Walk by and talk to those guys, have a look at the details on their car. They've got a lot of fun stuff on this thing. The firewall is all painted using like timing chain gears as a mask. Looks like a bunch of skulls, but it's timing gears. And then they have an actual timing gear for a dash panel. It's kind of rat roddy, kind of cool. They're running in the gasser class. In the right-hand side, Carl Stansel's got the 84 Chevy S10 Blazer. He's running in the unlimited category. I suspect because he's got a full tube chassis. The Nova Gasser runs 1372 at 100 miles an hour. Stancil in the Blazer, 983 at 137.09. And our Helvedere is back. Rick Callahan on the left-hand side. This is his second pass today with a 69 Belvedere that is stuffed with a stock Dodge Hellcat engine, like what you'd find in a new Challenger Hellcat. Chucky Skinner's on the left-hand side. Street race small block, naturally aspirated Pontiac Firebird. We saw 1060s out of the Belvedere earlier, but unfortunately he just rolled the beams, as we see so often at Hot Rod Drag Week. So he is not going to get a time. I believe he left before the tree was activated. Chucky Skinner is going to go down 11:09 at 123.7 miles an hour. Hey, here's good news. Results from yesterday. A complete PDF downloadable file is now available at hotrod.com. So whether you're watching on the live feed or you're a racer wanting to know exactly who you need to be cutthroat racing against, you're going to want to go look at the PDF of yesterday's results. It is big block, naturally aspirated, wicked 80s Chevy Malibu. He rolls through at 9:01 at 149 miles an hour, and John Powell's S10 runs 12:99 at 106.99. All right, yesterday I called this Honda S2000 a Miata. I'm sure he gets that a lot. I'll try not to do it again. There are some Miatas on property as well, but Richard Flint is driving the V8 Honda. He is in street race small block power adder, which is interesting because that means that it's got the stock concept rear suspension under it, or should. race car, not getting enough boost built off the starting line, but it starts to get after it about the 8th mile where he runs 6:37 with a 9. And out the back, 9:66 at 149.7 miles an hour. Mike Reichen is back, looking to improve his number in street race small block power adder. I believe he ran 880s earlier today in that blue Camaro. And he needs to run an 8.5 with a 0. David Williams is in the right-hand side with the Lexus. And Reichen gets closer, an 8.54 with a 6 at 162 miles an hour. And the Lexus goes 9.98 at 126. We need to get after what he's got for power in that Lexus.
David, you're in the 16th season of this, the 60th anniversary of Hot Rod Drag Week. When you see this kind of operation here today, the track's moving pretty fast, cars are being able to get back into the lanes, go for second or third tries. What's the strategy? Do you take the risk of kind of bettering that average, or do you hit the road?
It really depends on who you are and what you're doing. There's some classes that are very, very tight, and that means you're going to make laps till you get that number down to at least a hun, if not a thou. There's other cases where cars are so far ahead of their next competitor that even if they're off the mark, they're going to hit the road. So it is really different depending on who you are and what you're doing. In the close lane here, we're looking at Jason Willis in that Corvette. He is currently number 3 in street race small block naturally yesterday, so he's looking to improve. Frank Goldbright is on the left-hand side in that 70 Chevelle. And he does improve with the Corvette. His 1058 turns into a 1030 at 132.97 miles an hour. Gobright's Chevelle goes 11.11 at 124.32. Hey, Street Machine Eliminator, you can go to lanes now. We're heading up to our second session, which is going to be Street Machine Eliminator. Head to lanes. Ricky Edwards is on the left-hand side in that Chevy Camaro, the 2001 model. Denise Cunneth is on the right-hand side with the Pontiac-powered Pontiac running 1226 at 107.97 miles an hour. We got no time for Ricky Edwards on the left-hand side. You know, earlier this week I had said this is the drag week of Mopar, but I'm realizing there's a lot more Pontiacs here that we've seen. Left-hand side. He's running street race small block, naturally aspirated. And he goes 10-10 at 133, while big Ricky Russell in the right-hand side in the 96 Chevy Blazer is big enough for an 1178 at 115. We're starting to see cars making second laps, like Scott Franks here on the left-hand side with a vinyl top flapping 67 Chevelle. Tony Nemechek in the right-hand side has got the 95 Mitsubishi Eclipse, which is in fact still powered by the 4G63 small block. And I call it small block because the displacement is small enough to run in small block categories here at Drag Week. But it is 4 cylinders, and it is running 969 with a 5 at 142 miles an hour. He goes 146 to the 60-foot, trying to save the axles in his all-wheel drive car. Frank Chevelle goes 1109 at 128 miles an hour. This is also a second pass for Dalton Major there in the very beautiful 70 Chevelle, powered by, I believe, a 555 big block. And in the right-hand side, Brian Acton's got the 70 Nova that's in street race, small block, power adder, and he runs not quite with the 850 number that's needed. He goes 887, 154 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the big Chevelle, 999 at 134.59. Tearing the tires off of his 2010 Dodge Challenger and banging gears down track. It's not going to be the number he wants, but he's still having fun rolling through the stick in that thing. Nate Hines is in the right-hand side as Dega goes through at 10.98. Hines in the 84 Chevy Camaro goes 11.03 at 129. Boy, a lot of people just making laps now. We do have lanes open for Street Machine Eliminator, but we've got some of our class cars that are running 2 and even 3 times. Second pass here for Rick Russell in the 79 Dodge Little Red Express, powered by a Gen 3 Hemi on twin turbos. I believe he ran mid-9s last time. Improve that. It goes 134 to 60 feet. The truck goes 140 to 60. The Camaro runs a quarter mile at 9:07 at 150.6 miles an hour. And the Little Red Express, I think, slowed down just a hair. 9:52 with a 7 at 142.19. If you want to look at how all these guys are doing, and gals, compared with what they did yesterday, go to hotrod.com and you can download the PDF of every single result. We'll keep that going throughout the week. You'll see on the PDF that Tanya puts together for us every single pass that every car has made. You'll be able to see who has dropped out, and you can see who's being a hero. Awesome story of a father and son team. I believe they've got the teenager driving the car here on the right-hand side in the 1980 Chevy Monza Spider. This is the first of the Street Machine Eliminator cars that we've seen. Oh, I take that back. This car changed class, and our computer screen has not yet been updated. He changed into Super Street Small Block NA earlier in the day, trying to better his chances for getting a win in a smaller class. Tracy Grimm goes down with his Oldsmobile-powered Oldsmobile and goes 10.65 at 128.97 miles an hour. And hey, an improved number for the little Spider. I think they went 13.99 yesterday, and that's a 13.69 at 102 miles an hour. The Monza is, I believe, a Y body, same as a Vega. Bill Tuttle's going down in a 68 Chevelle. And on the left-hand side, Kevin Gibbs in the 69 Chevelle. Right-hand side, 10.72 at 126 miles an hour, and Kevin Gibbs on the left goes 11.67 at 118. On the line now, one of 2 diesel trucks that are here racing, 2 that I am aware of anyway. David Workman's got this 57 F100, and it does have a Cummins in it, as Craig Steinbacher leaves the line in his 70 Chevy Nova. He's running the big block, power adder, and the Nova goes through at 10.23. Meanwhile, the diesel is huffing down the track, making Gale Banks irritated as he goes 10.44 at 115 miles an hour. Oh, here's another treat for you coming up in the left-hand lane. This is yet another one of those little Mitsubishis. It's a 4G63 4-cylinder, but this one, instead of going east-west, is going north-south. And he's got the thing rear-wheel drive only. No longer an all-wheel drive 91 Eagle Talent. He's running in unlimited because of the chassis modifications required to do all of that. Les Grody is on the right-hand side in the 65 now. The Turbo 4-banger's built and boost. He's waiting for it. He's off with a 1.20 60-foot. He goes to the 8th mile at 5.23. And out the back, 8.23 at 162 miles an hour with 4-banger power. Meanwhile, the Chevelle, 12.12 at 114. We do have an award here at Drag Week for the quickest four-cylinder, and I think he is at the top of the heap right now. 8:23 at 162 miles an hour with his four-cylinder Eagle Talent. Rich Pedrazas here on the left-hand side. He's running the 572 big block Ford that used to be in Bill Fowler's Mustang convertible from the earliest days of Drag Week. Kyle Wimmer's in the right-hand side with the 64 Buick Electra that is 455 Buick swapped. And he's trying to get in the 13s. He just did it for his very first time. 1397 with a 2 at 98 miles an hour for the giant Electra. Pedraza goes through with his Pro Street Mustang at 1193. You know, Drag Week's about personal goals, and all that guy wanted to do was run 13s with that big old four-door super tanker, and he just did it. Here's a pairing that we've already seen twice today. Dean Bunting in his 1320 Challenger on the left-hand side, who keeps losing to Michael Sweeney on the right-hand side in the Sublime Challenger. Both of these things are in street race small block, naturally aspirated, and they keep running 1190s on the right-hand side and 12.0s on the left-hand side. That time, 12.05 on the left, 1191 on the right. Now we're taking just a little bit of a break, and then comes Street Machine Eliminator. Let me explain this class a little bit for those of you who have missed out. Actually, you've got a couple of class cars coming up. I see some wicked stuff that you're going to want to see run. But very quickly, we are going to see Street Machine Eliminator, which is the class that has no rules other than NHRA safety. They are not allowed to go quicker than 10.0 in the quarter mile, because if they do, we want to see them up in the classes. Although there's a lot of cars in our faster classes that are running slower than 10.0 this week. So that's something that's probably going to have to get looked at in our procedures. Nevertheless, Street Machine Eliminator is all running to try and get on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race on the last day. But more importantly for this moment is Jason Sack, running an Unlimited in that beautiful Hugger Orange 69 Chevy Nova. He is currently number 3 in Unlimited. He ran 7:34 with an 8 yesterday at 185 miles an hour, which is awesome, except for he's racing against Bryant Goldstone, who went 6:79, and Dave Schroeder, who went 6:52. So he's got to pick up about a full second on this car if he wants to be number 1 in class. But let's see if he can get into the top 6s. Jason Sack in the Hugger Orange Nova. Goes to the 8 mile, 471 at 151 miles an hour, and 731 at 188 out the back. That is very tight to the 734 at 185 that he ran yesterday. So once again, Jason Sack, currently 3rd in Unlimited. Here's our top 4 quickest cars as of yesterday. Dave Schroeder in Unlimited with the blue Corvette, 6:52. AMC Javelin, 6:79. Then you got Joe Barry with a 56 Chevy, ran 7:00. And our 4th quickest car overall, Michael Borgren in that Volvo, running 7:16. And now we bring up Brian Goldstone in the big block twin turbo Chevy powered AMC Javelin. We've seen this car at Drag Week a bunch. We've also seen him at Roadkill Nights. He's running an Unlimited now. Iron. The reason he made the change into the Unlimited class out of Ultimate Iron is because he is running pure methanol in the car now. He ran 6 6.79 with a 4 on Monday. In 2019, he was second in class, but had a best of 6.68 and an average of 7.38. Goldstone is our current record holder in Ultimate Iron. In 2016, he averaged 6.8574 over 5 days of racing, and his best pass then was 6.74. In 2016, he also ran that quickest ET that we've ever seen in the class, which is that 6.74 with a 9. Yesterday, he was just a little bit slower than that record that he set in Ultimate Iron, and he's now running in Unlimited. Let's see what happens. .466 at 159 miles an hour to the 8th, and 712 at 200.68 miles an hour out the back door. Not the 6-second run that he was looking for. It will be very curious to see if he hangs out through the Street Machine Eliminator cars and makes the second pass in the second, or rather third session later today. I got a text about half an hour ago from Doug Glad at Hot Rod Magazine, and he's helping out a racer in need. Dave Armentrout needs a 3-inch to 3.5-inch silicon coupler for his turbo. He's in the Unlimited class. He drove all night long with one turbo and an open passenger exhaust after scattering one of the 98mm turbos on the car. The turbo he found last night to replace it is only an 88, and it has a smaller compressor ring on it. So he needs that coupler. If you can help him out with a coupler, 3-inch to 3.5-inch silicon coupler. He's parked down by the finish line on the street side of the pits, or if you can get that over to where you hand in the time slips, we can usually get that in the hands of a racer. Also getting a word from Kyle Loftus from 1320 Video, who is covering Hot Rod Drag Week this week. Look at the 1320 Video YouTube page, and you'll see video every single day from the event. Kyle Loftus, having been here for many, many years. In the early days, it was a big conflict with the publishing company, and there was a drama, but I managed to let him get in here, and we're very happy to have him every year. He reports from Clark Rosenstengel that Clark, a longtime drag weeker with that black 2010 Camaro, is out. They were rebuilding the car up at the side of the road, and he said, now we have charging issues and we just can't get it here. His text to Kyle was, all that work for nothing. And that's what happens sometimes at Drag Week. You got to survive to win. Once again, the lanes are open for Street Machine Eliminator. If you are in Street Machine Eliminator, make it happen. Poppy Pullen, our photographer, who's now working, I believe, for Sick Magazine, or maybe he's working for the Australian Street Machine Magazine this year. He's a photographer. He's also giving me information. He said Clark Rosenstengel broke a rocker and a piston. That's what they were working on that engine in the middle of nowhere yesterday.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge. Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship. Perfect.
Oh, he loops it!
12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
Attention in the pits, Bryant Goldstone in the big Javelin is at the top end and he's needing help getting back. He's asking for some of his crew guys to come up there and see him. Here's the thing, you're going to want to look carefully at the drag week rules to see what it says about that. Consult with Keith Turk before you go up there with that car and move him, because I believe there's a line in the rules, something about being dragged or returning from the big end. So you'll probably be okay one way or another, but I would check with Keith Turk before you do that. But regardless, Bryant is at the big end and needs help getting back.
Well, David, we see an overlook view of the pits right here, and with those trailers you were talking about earlier, that's become such an iconic view of what Drag Week is. I rolled into the track this morning. I think I was just tickled like a little kid with a big smile, just grinning at the pits full here at Summit Motorsports Park with this scene. Does it still get you? The Monday of Drag Week, you walked into Martin, Michigan. What's your feeling?
You know, every single time I love it. There's no reason for me to be here at this point. I'm no longer on the editorial staff of Hot Rod. I'm busy making TV shows, you know, every week of my life, but I come here because it is just one of the greatest things ever. And I may have created the event, but I often say it is not about me. It's about the racers here and the spirit that they have created. There is an ethic here that you don't find at any other race, except perhaps the other drive and drag events that I haven't been to. But I think Drag Week is where it began, and the people want to come here because they know they're going to get that feel out of the place.
Well, I don't think you've missed any bit of the enthusiasm. I was sitting in the MotorTrend Toter Home yesterday when the milk truck made its way to the starting line, and I think I heard your enthusiasm all the way from inside of those walls. Things still surprise you year in, year out.
Even the slow stuff. I think milk truck went in the 1130s or something, but it's a Divco milk truck that does wheelies. And, you know, I love stuff like that. There's always somebody at Drag Week who brings some cartoon car like that just everybody focuses on to have fun with, and that's the one this year by a lot.
You look at where we are right now, it's day 2. I'm sure people are already on the road, as we know. How does it evolve through the week? Obviously, people are sleep deprived. It's a grueling 1,000-mile venture that we're on. I described it to someone as it's almost like a drag race meets an endurance race. What would you tell people right now, day 3? What do they need to be aware of? Headed into day 3.
Survive. That is the big thing that people don't realize when they come for the first time. They're all about building the horsepower, and it's not over till it's over, and nowhere is that more true than drag week. It's not about the ET as much as it is just getting there. And a lot of people come here to do that for their personal satisfaction. They'll say, I know I'm not going to win my class. I just want to run an 8 every single day and finish.
Well, they're dragging the track here ahead of the Street Machine Eliminator, and I actually got to catch up with the Minchuk brothers yesterday ahead of their departure here to Norwalk, and they had their map in hand. But I talked to John and Rich, and if I saw earlier in the staging lanes, I do think that John's going to be driving today. But I talked to them just about this whole process and doing this. It's their first drag week, and they talked about being able to share this together as brothers. And what goes through, actually you see them right there, it's the second car back. I think they're hugging. Oh, thank you guys, right on cue. We appreciate you. But they talked about, just being able to share this. You have to think later in their life, they'll get to tell their kids about this experience. But have you ever thought about the memories that you've created over the years for people?
It's one of the greatest things. You mentioned a pair of brothers that are doing this. There are so many father-son teams that have been out here, and they've grown up at Drag Week. You see them when they're 7 years old, and now all of a sudden they're like 20, and they're driving the car themselves. It's been amazing. The other thing that we see here is people doing tributes to loved ones, and Brian Loans as well as I do. One time we were announcing together, and actually there was a family who had a father who had passed away, and they dropped his ashes. And Brian and I both just burst into tears in the booth. The emotional moments are nonstop at Drag Week.
I did catch Brian. He was a stick figure on a side of a car that I saw earlier, so I guess he is here in spirit.
If not at home, criticizing me as I go. Judgy. Loans is very judgy.
Very, very doubtful.
Amanda, you love Summit Motorsports Park.
I love the ice cream.
You love the ice cream.
I saw when I saw Bill at the starting line earlier. That was my first question for him. So no, they know. I mean, listen, they do it right here, and I liken it to, you look at the business and track owners, Bill Bader is at the top, right? I mean, he's someone that gets it, and he protects his fan base, he protects his spot, he protects his place in drag racing, and that's why, people come in and out of this place and leave with such great memories, from the fireworks, from the show, it's top of the line.
Bill Bader Jr., who of course inherited that entrepreneurial spirit and that showmanship from his dad, Bill Sr. I've got a little bit of history of the place that goes back to what Bill Sr. was doing. Did you know this was really founded in 1962 or 63, but basically lay dormant until Bill Sr. took over the place in 1974. And that's when it really took off. And from 81 to 06, this was the home track of IHRA, which they bought in 99. And Summit has been a big part of this since 2007. Yeah. It's Summit Motorsports Park. And this is also cool to me because this was the ending spot of the very first Hot Rod Magazine Power Tour in 1995. We did our very first Power Tour. Power Tour is the world's largest road trip. It's like 3,000 or 4,000 cars hitting the road, traveling from city to city. There's not really racing involved like there is here, but it was the first big thing, and we ended it here. I remember pulling in right behind those grandstands and just going, that was an amazing trip. So that's always in my mind. And here's an entertaining fact. Molly Hatchet played here in 1981.
Okay. And it's still, listen, this is a big deal. This is a banner stop for, especially on our side in NHRA. I mean, pretty much every class competes here. You have all the 4 pro classes. You have the sportsmen. You have, speaking of, I do believe that as we get started on Street Machine Eliminator.
There's so many red Mustangs here. I get a little bit confused. I thought that might have been
I thought
Kevin
that might
McKenna
have
from
been our
NHRA.
NHRA Kevin McKenna. I know he's going to be in the lane somewhere. Looking forward to it.
But this is on the line, I believe, another pair of brothers, perhaps a father and son. It is Brian and Dwayne Kaiser. And they're here in the left lane with that 2016 Ford Mustang and in the right lane with the 2014 Street Machine Eliminator is here. Brian is going to humiliate his relative there as he gets way out in front of him with an 0.17 reaction time, by far the best we've seen, and he goes through the lights at 10.02 at 139. That is probably low ET that we've seen so far in Street Machine Eliminator, where you cannot go quicker than 10.0. Dwayne on the right-hand side goes 12.89 at 111.
I love this look right here with the luggage rack on top of the cars. If they're not pulling the trailers, they have these. But I just going down the streets, and what does the family in the car next to them think of this car with all that stuff on top of it? It's crazy.
Yeah, drag slicks, coolers, toolboxes, all on top of a 57 Chevy. In this case, Kyle Kirker's car. The left-hand side is Christopher Burnham in the brand new Mustang GT. The 57 Chevy goes 10.14 at 135 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, 12.65 at 113. The Street Machine bump spot, as we came into today, is 10.993. So if that stands, we will have an all 10-second bracket on Friday back in US 131. So that's what you got to do, 10.993. That number will change as the average moves around as we race multiple tracks throughout the week. But as of yesterday, that's what we got. Michael Turner on the left-hand side has got the 70 Dart Swinger, and it goes 12.36 at 109 miles an hour. The right-hand side 66 Nova Wagon, 12.86 at 107. Watch this 4Runner as Tim Gill goes down the track, and his Mustang, the 4Runner, is going to boogie. Yesterday he ran in the 1050s. He knows that he could go quicker. I saw him hinting on Instagram that he might run the thing out. He goes 10.086 at 139 miles an hour. I believe that is a 9-second capable Toyota 4Runner. How scary is that? David Hart in the 69 Satellite in the left-hand lane. And the right-hand side is Rodney Weaver. This is a LS7 powered Datsun 280ZX. He was actually at dinner last night at the same restaurant where we stopped at, and the restaurant owner's mind was absolutely blown at what this guy was doing with the trailer behind his Datsun, how loud the thing is. And he goes 11.65 at 104. The left-hand lane, David Hart, goes 12.71 at 109.29 miles an hour. Tom Grover now on the left-hand side in the 66 Mustang. And Chris Vanderwalker in the 2019 Dodge Charger. As a reminder here, these guys need a 5-day average. Oh, he was pushing the tires through the line there on the Charger. That's not going to help with his 2:02 60-foot time. And their reaction times are not going to help once they get into the bracket race I was discussing that happens on Friday if they make that 32-car field with a bump spot currently of 10.99. Neither of these cars are going to make it. The right-hand side goes 12.78. The left-hand side, 13.92. Michael Cavallero on the left-hand side in the 88 Mustang notchback. Marianne Young here on the right in the black 2019 Mustang GT. .1149 right-hand lane, 126 miles an hour. And the notchback Mustang goes 10.24 at 136. Jason Trotter in the left-hand side, I'm surprised he's not running the Wagon that's right behind him in the burnout box. These are the two guys representing the Mopar Turbo Mafia here at Drag Week this year. Usually we've got a whole gaggle of these cars out here. This one has got a SRT4 swap in the front, so it's not the 2.5 or 2.2 architecture that you would have seen in a stock car. It's still mighty impressive, going 1090 with the four-banger at 137 miles an hour in that 87 Dodge Daytona. Nick Hooten in the right-hand side went 1190 at 113. And here comes the Town and Country Wagon that I was just telling you about. This one is a lot more tame, very basic deal with a 2.5 swap and a turbo on the thing. It's probably going to be a low 13-second car. Charlie Ewald is in the Viper that's having a little bit of trouble. He's going to roll the thing down the track anyway. At a leisurely pace. On the left-hand side, the Town and Country Wagon goes 13:15 at 104.69 miles an hour, and the Viper is not going to be satisfied with his 14:04. Another critical announcement about time slips. Apparently, people are not following directions down there in the pits. We got guys wandering around with their time slip aimlessly or having no clue whatsoever that they need to turn it in. So what you need to do is grab the time slip that you want to hand in, meaning the one that is not too quick for your class or for your tech, and you're going to hand it in to guest services, which is immediately across from the impound area. Amanda advises me that it is almost immediately underneath the high part of the right side grandstand. The Turbo LS pickup truck goes down 1291, and Spangler on the left-hand side ran another 1002. We're going to have a race for the top 5 spots there in Street Machine Eliminator. The Corvair fell on its face. Meanwhile, that's our buddy Kevin McKenna on the right-hand side from NHRA.
You talk about the spirit of Drag Week. Kevin, when he found out that I was coming, he sent an immediate text message to me and he said, "What you need?" And Kevin's been like that since I started with the NHRA 6 years ago. He's always been a longtime member of the editorial staff for the National Dragster. But you think of the community that's here on site. Kevin has supported me ever since. He knew that I was coming here this week, and even yesterday morning was like, "How's your day going? What can I help with?" That is Kevin McKenna. Absolutely, very cool guy, as is his wife, Jill, a very cool girl. And she used to work for John Force Racing, actually. I'm sure she has stories. Yes, I'm sure
she has.
It's funny standing here in this tower looking across, and it says John Force Grandstand, and you think of the memories that were made here over the years at this facility. But it just goes back to, I think it's fantastic that these guys get to drive in these, you know, these halls of drag racing legendary stuff. I mean, they go to Indy tomorrow.
I know it, where the U.S. Nationals was, how long ago? Weekend before last?
It was, and it's the longest consecutive drag race in history now. So, I mean, it's just incredible that we get to make such iconic stops. And, I mean, they're staging in these legendary places. So I'm sure the emotion is high. I'm sure, you know, sometimes we see the guys roll through the beams. Imagine what they're feeling inside of their car. It's incredible.
It is a big part of the program at Drag Week, being able to run at these national event level tracks. A lot of people are really impressed and touched by that they get to run down the same track where NHRA runs the U.S. Nationals, for example, what we're doing tomorrow at Indy. Mike Ramars pulls a red light that's not going to help him if he makes it into the bracket race at the end of the week, which he will if he continues to run the number like that, 1071 at 130. Eugene on the right-hand side went 1042, 142. Here comes a pair of Fords, a very cool Cleveland-powered Gran Torino here in the right-hand lane. A Roadkill fan who was trying to trade me off for one of my cars. I don't even remember what it was. He emailed me. It's like, I needed to do some kind of crazy trade, which I'm always looking to do. And he had offered that thing up, but then had second thoughts, realizing that it was way too cool for me. Chad Garot is in the left-hand side in the 67 Mustang. And it's Jeff Kurzak in that 73 Gran Torino with 351 Cleveland power. Apparently, Garut is the way to pronounce this name. I actually have a message that I was issued here in the tower saying Chad Garut, who just went 1063 at 129. Meanwhile, my Gran Torino guy is coasting through 1718 at 86 miles an hour, or in fact, that may not have been a coast. 17 seconds at 86 miles an hour is probably WFO for that particular car. Jerry Barnes has been at Drag Week a mess of times in his 67 Camaro, and he's back here running David Wild, who's got this 2012 Chevy Caprice. And we're back after I missed a couple pairs while Amanda and I were here just sort of catching up on things in the tower. How much do you love the adorable VW Bug in the right-hand lane?
It is the car that I wanted when I was a little girl. And I think that's one of the neat things here about Drag Week. And I don't claim to know the ins and out of the cars, but 18 different classes and 330 plus cars on property. I mean, you really have something for everyone. And I love that someone's car is a reflection of their personality. I mean, they really exude themselves here on track. You can see someone's just their style and their energy just radiate out.
Well, that guy's style is a low 12-second turbo air-cooled VW Bug,
man.
and I approve of that. It's awesome. Doug Kistler's in the left-hand side in his Chevy Nova. Chris Doring on the right-hand side in the 68 Dodge Charger, which is not only his style, but also mine. He goes 1313 at 115. The Nova, 1037 at 143.
I caught this Yenko in the left lane leaving the track yesterday. It had a U-Haul trailer hooked up to it, and I actually snapped a photo of it because it's just, even though now I'm starting to see this and I'm see these things go down the road, I'm just like, this is unreal. It was just such, like Americana with a U-Haul trailer strapped on the back of the Yenko.
Fun fact to know and tell, in the early days of Drag Week, when we first started doing trailers, we had a limited trailer size, which we still do, but at the time, the trailer size was limited to the dimensions of a U-Haul trailer. Rob Borhorst with his actual Pontiac-powered 74 GTO X-Body goes 1106 at 123. Decker's X-Body, 1174 at 115. John Saley on the right-hand side. That Charger is Green Go. I recently had a Green Go 2017 Challenger. You often see the ones that are Limelight, which is a brighter color. This color was only used for half of 2017, so you don't see it often. I actually prefer this gaudy green versus the lighter gaudy green. I actually love that color. Andy Savinkinus is in the left-hand lane with the 2010 Grand Cherokee, and he's not going to get a time. Meanwhile, the Charger goes 11:38 at 123. Jacob Hauser's out there in the orange Nova, who's about to get passed by Carl Stansel in the 84 Ford Ranger. The Ranger gets there 12:02 at 112. The Nova 13:82 at 99.6 miles an hour. The Backyard Bandit is back, blasting off the line with a 1:47.60 foot time with that little yellow Chevy too. 6:42 to the 8th, 10:21 at 128 to the quarter mile. Rick Cruz in the left-hand lane in the 2013 Chevy Camaro goes 13:18 at 107.37 miles an hour. Daniel Weidenhammer in the right-hand lane in the 2014 Mustang goes down 12:30 at 113 miles an hour. Jeremy Ferguson in the 97 Firebird went 14:15 at 102. But what's really important to you right now is that the milk truck is coming.
By my estimate, and I don't claim to be good in math, I believe it is 6 or 7 pairs away. So milk truck alert is on.
Live feed, guys. Milk truck is coming. Meanwhile, Anthony Ferguson on the left-hand side went 12:32 to George Hill's 13:12 in the right lane. Street Machine Eliminator, your lanes are closed momentarily. So if you're in Street Machine Eliminator and you haven't gotten a pass or haven't been in lanes yet, you're going to want to do it. You can run in the all-run session that follows this, but if you want to run in the current session, lanes will close pretty much now. I appreciate all the notes that I've been getting from our friends in Australia, including Harry Haig, Mechanical Stig, all of those guys who wish that they were actually here, the Swedes who wish they were actually here. Unfortunately, during the COVID, we're unable to open borders, or they're unable to get out of their countries, and so we don't have the international contingent that we normally do. Ted Munsel's not having a happy time driving his Ranger down track, coasting to 78 miles an hour at 14:77. John Marecki, however, in the left-hand lane is wide open at 97 miles an hour in 14:40. Steve Eden is back in the right-hand lane. He's run Street Machine Eliminator for so long that I think the class used to be called Daily Driver when he started. He's had this car since time began. He is about 3 cars out of the bump spot for Street Machine Eliminator, so he's currently not making the field. We'll see what he does here. He's going to run a low 11 while he's looking for a high 10. Lynette Jankowski is in the left-hand side with the Monte Carlo, and the Monte Carlo goes 1086 at 131. Meanwhile, Steve Eden runs on his normal pace, 1116 at 120, not quite good enough to make that 1099 bump for the 32-car field later in the day. Matthew Aruda is in the right-hand side. You know what? The LS-swapped Volvo is just a thing. We've seen so many of them in past years, and here's another. John Mankia is there in his 71 Camaro. Mankia goes 1039, and the LS-swapped Volvo 1064 at 136 miles an hour. All Amanda cares about in the tower is where the milk truck is.
That's all I'm looking for. I'm ready for you to react again. I'm so excited.
Oh, here comes the milkshaker is in the burnout box. Awesome. But what's important right now is Christopher Hyatt going down in his 2016 Chevrolet SS at 1445, and Steve Willingham in the other lane, 978. Way too quick for Street Machine Eliminator. He's going to have to slow that thing down to a 10-0 to hand in a time slip.
Bum, bum, bum.
But who cares? No one wants to be in the time slip booth because here comes the milkshake. I'm dubbing it the milkshaker. Legit 1963 Divco dairy truck with a twin turbo big block in it. It is Nick Cryer. Hopefully it pulls another wheel stand. No, fail. Letting me down. Heartbroken. I need to see you back, Nick. I need wheels up. Look at my
pretty hooked up though, A to B.
Well, that's the thing. He hooked up, but he's got to slow down. It's actually too fast for its tech legal speed, so he goes 1179 because he can't go quicker than 1150 without a roll bar. Robert George on the left-hand side goes 1511 at 92 miles an hour. Philip Denise shredding the tire off the line, slowing at 60 foot to a 1.7, and he runs 10:58 at 131 miles an hour. Ben Brown is going to just sort of saunter down the track and not get a time. Amanda, imagine NHRA super gas car, super street car, and then they have to drive 1,000 miles towing a trailer.
I can't imagine. I don't even know if it's possible. Just the work that has to go into the theme a lot. I was talking to one of the guys in the lanes yesterday, and he kept reiterating the theme of prepare. You have to be prepared for this event. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times that's actually more in the planning than actually getting the car running. Jeff Dugapulski. He's been here a lot of years. He is currently qualified for Street Machine Eliminator, and he will stay there with his 1038 at 120 miles an hour. Christopher Dubas on the left-hand side has the 68 Plymouth Barracuda that went 1322 at 120. And here is the brother duo of the Minchucks in the right lane. That is actually Rich behind the car, so John is piloting this one down the strip. John's actually the one that had the crazy idea. He ended up saying that he sold some debt off and was able to pick up this Chevy Nova, but again, memories being made here for these brothers. He got his hand slapped by the starter there for reaching up under the car while the car was staged. Learning lesson though, first timers, you know, like those are the things that go through it, and sometimes those, you can't be scared of the lessons that you're going to learn along the way, and the community of drag racing is here to see these guys go from track to track.
Here's another father and son program. We've had Tom Hogshead here since the very beginning of Drag Week, and that is his 77 Nova in the left-hand lane, now driven by his son Ian, who is tuning cars at Tom's shop on the chassis dyno. Ian goes through 1065 at 126 miles an hour, and Vince Rash, another long time drag weeker. He hasn't been to every single one, but he absolutely knows the very beginning, and I believe you spoke to him on video yesterday, Amanda.
14 is the total that he's been to, but he was at the inaugural in 2005, and he's very proud of that. He drives that 69 GTO, and that was something that he said that he picked up after his boys were grown up, but definitely a truist here and appreciative of what Drag Week has given his life.
Trent Walsh is in the right-hand lane in the 85 Ford Mustang. Michael Gillette in the left-hand side in the 2013 Camaro. Gillette goes 12:35 to Walsh's 11:60. Bang, pop, accelerate. Charles Kraus on the right-hand side in the 80 Ford Fairmont goes 10:33 at 140. Stan Slatcha in the left-hand lane, 10:56 at 130. All right, everybody, we're now in our all-run session. Lanes are open for all run. We've got two air-cooled VW bugs here. The one that's on track now is naturally aspirated. The other one is turbo. Prescott Phillips is driving the air-cooled NA bug, the little black one. He goes 13:21. Charlie Kraus on the left-hand side in the Monte Carlo, 10:39 at 129. Once again, all lanes are open for all run. Mark Forsman in the 54 Willys pickup. And on the right-hand side, Stu Hill in that purple 57 Chevy Bel Air. The Willys, 11:27 at 108 miles an hour. The 57 Bel Air, 10:43, 129. I'm thinking of a whole lot of our heavy hitter cars that have not run yet today. Perhaps fixing stuff, perhaps having a late night, not getting here in time to run in the first session. So you're going to see some of our faster cars running in this third session that starts now. Lanes are open for all classes. That is a legit factory Dodge Demon in the right-hand side, the factory drag racing car advertised as being the first production car that will do a wheelie. It went 10:56 at 133 miles an hour. Josh Felix in the left-hand side's got that Pontiac Ventura that went 12:85 at 110. Brian Kaiser, left-hand side. Christopher Burnham, right-hand side. Kaiser gets out without tire spin. Burnham does not. The left-hand lane is 996 with a 6 at 140, just a hair too quick for the 10.0 limit in this class. The right-hand side, Christopher Burnham goes 1271. Now Dwayne Kaiser in the left-hand side, Fred Sermon in the right-hand side with the big block Ford-powered 64 F100. Always interesting to watch that stick shift Mustang go down track. It just bounces so violently off the line and at every gear change, but that doesn't stop him from running 1289 at 110, while the truck goes 1413 at 94.
Well, Dave, you talk about one of those cars that we're still waiting to make a run here. We haven't seen Dave Schroeder show up on property yet. You know, he had that 652 at 200 miles per hour. I wonder if he seems to have slowed down a little bit on getting into Norwalk, but I'm sure we'll effort to see if there are any struggles. But you know the commitment of Dave. What do you think he'll pull out here today?
Well, it's interesting because they've entered many times and they've DNF'd many times and they've won once. They obviously have the spirit to get it done. And I know last night the guys from Hot Rod Magazine were sticking with them at US 131, watching them fix some things. And eventually it went so late that the Hot Rod guys said, we got to go. But I do have word from Keith Turk in the pits that while Schroeder is not here yet, he is coming. So hopefully he will get here in time to back up his current leading time of 6:52.
I mean, you think of the pressure that must be on there. I mean, you got to also get the car ready for when it gets here. Got to change out tires. I'm sure there's other things that have to be done as well. But I talked to him about that. I believe it was 2017 he won. That was the week that he may have won. When he
that's
won.
correct, 2017. He's entered 8 times. Won once, DNF'd 5 times, and took second place and like 6th place 2 times.
But it's interesting when you say about the DNFs. The word that he used on how he was able to win in 2017 was the word survive. And that is the central theme of being able to make it from the beginning back to the end. So the cars that'll be in Martin, Michigan will have a shot at that. But if Dave's already having problems this early in the week, you kind of wonder what's ahead for him.
How do you not have problems with a car like that? It's stunning that any of them fix it. But you know what? Even a guy like Brendan Butello, who just went down track in that little truck, he's got a turbo V6 in the thing, homegrown program. He's out here running 12s, and I know that he is just as stoked as some of these people with 6-second cars. Terrence Hurley on the left and Jeff Kurzik on the right-hand side, once again with that 351 Gran Torino. Hurley in the left-hand lane goes 1140 at 122. The Gran Torino, will it be another 17? He breaks into the 16s. Ladies and gentlemen, 1691, 86 miles an hour with the 351 Cleveland in the Gran Torino. We talk so much about Dave Schroeder, our current leader, not being on the property yet, but the other thing to consider is that Tom Bailey, our past winner for so many years, also not here. Unfortunately, he had a COVID deal where guys on his crew just couldn't get the car done in time, and so they didn't make it out here rather than jamming the car together. He is, however, the guy with the very first and only 5-second run during Hot Rod Drag Week.
I talked to Dave yesterday about his intention with the new C7 Vet, and he said that is his intention, to get this thing in the 5-second marks. As we said, it ran the 652 yesterday, and he lifted at 1,000 foot. But this is actually also the motor that won in 2017, and I do believe you might have a special update for the live stream. What did you just hear, Dave?
So I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's just nice to see, we can't not talk about what's happened in the last, 18 months, but what's remained true is the power of this community. And you look at the fans sitting in these stands right now, that's a testament to that, out here to support something happening local in their community. And I'm sure some of the guys joining us here today may have traveled 100, 200 miles away, so we appreciate the support. But to be out here and watching what we love unfold in front of us is just a beautiful, wonderful thing to be back.
You mentioned driving a couple hundred miles to be here. That would be the spectators. There's actual competitors that are here from California, Arizona, Washington. It is a big commitment to be here.
It's funny because as I learn more and more about Drag Week and the different tours that you guys take, there were a couple guys that are from the Michigan area, or 131 is their home track, and they were talking about, I just drove the car to the track. I didn't have to bring a trailer, and I just got to start right here at my home track.
Yeah, we see that every year. There's always a big contingency of people who are around the track that we start and finish at. It just makes it so much easier for them to get there and get home.
I'm sure you have told this story before, but because I have not heard it, Keith Turk was telling me that the inception of Drag Week started at a bar in Bonneville. Do tell.
He has mentioned that to me too, and I have zero recollection of it.
Is that how every good idea starts, maybe, on a napkin in a bar?
Amanda, it was at a bar. So keep in mind what was probably going on at that particular moment. Keith and I raced Bonneville, and I'm sure we were discussing it there. That might not have been where the germ of the idea came from, but it was definitely where I suckered Keith and Tanya into helping us out with this. Tanya, who gathers the time slips and basically runs this whole thing, she's one of only 3 people who've been to every single Drag Week, and we couldn't do it without her. So we appreciate Keith's wife, Tanya Turk, very much. The other 2 people who have been here every single time are Jack Day from Rocket Brand Fuels, and right there, Michelle Turzin, who's paying no attention whatsoever,
and purposely
which is
hiding.
basically what her job is. Hey, fantastic. Tom Bailey, thanks for coming on up.
No problem.
So, Tom, I have some actual data here for you. Why don't you tell us your story about why you're not here while I dig up some facts that I'll throw at you, and we can play that game of is this true or is it not?
Got it. Not here because right after Roadkill, me, my main fab guy, my boy, all came down with COVID. We had 3 weeks left to get done with 2.0. Everything was on track. Problem is we lost 3 weeks and we only had 4 weeks. So it is 100% together. It's just wasn't time to wire it, get it wrapped and tested. And obviously, like, we can't show up like Dave this year because that car's already done enough that we really have to have it ready to go. So
getting it ready, tell me about the fire that you experienced running exhibition at an NHRA national event. Is that part of what you were recovering with on that car?
Yeah, exactly. Right after that, I mean, we'd ordered everything, but then I should have worked on it quicker, but we just basically assembled all the parts. And then obviously with everything going on with parts and everything right now, it took a long time to get stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we still have some fittings and stuff that I ordered in March that we don't have. And I mean, we could work around that and make all that happen. We're going to be able to get it done. But, I mean, it just really came down to getting everything together and then actually putting it together. I had to wait for a new front end. Mechanically, like, not a lot there. Like everything in front of the firewall, that's all melted. Everything underneath and in the back. Cockpit, wiring's all tested out 100%. Everything's perfect inside. So
yeah, the aftermarket shortages right now are what kept a lot of the fast cars away, I think, and you mentioned some of that. It's pretty wild. And in your free time, you've been putting together a pizza place and a magazine. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the pizza place is actually a buddy that wanted that, and I mean, he just came to me one day, and I'm like, I've never woke up, I've never dreamt, I've never thought about having a restaurant. Like, that's not on my radar. And he's like, whoa, and I'm like, well, I'll help you if I can name it. And then I'm like, we're gonna call it Sick Pizza, and he's like, oh, okay, when he was gung-ho that I'm helping him. And then a week later, he's like, oh, we really got to talk about this name because, like...
Sick Pizza.
And I said, it's pretty simple. If you don't make the town sick, it's awesome. I said, so don't make them sick, and I'm telling you, it'll work.
And of course, you have that awesome party there right before the Woodward event that we do, Roadkill Nights, which actually you should blame me here because that's where you got sick, isn't it?
So, yeah, somewhere... Yeah. Well, I actually think... I mean... We believe Aiden got it, and him being an 18-year-old kid in great shape.
Yeah.
Like, he had a cough for a week before Roadkill, but think nothing of it, no symptoms, nothing like that, other than a little cough. So I actually think he got it. I think he gave it to me and Bob, and then I think that it just took the 5-6 days it takes to kick in. All of a sudden, it was Sunday evening that I'm like, man, I need to take a nap, and that was it. I mean, it wasn't, I was fortunate. I never had breathing problems or anything like that. It was just, if I go walk for 5 minutes, I'd go nap for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So,
well, in happier news, tell us about Sick the Mag.
Oh yeah, Sick the Mag. That was basically on a road trip with Luke, the guy that helps me with my YouTube stuff, and we're just talking about where magazines are, and magazines keep getting canceled, and it's like, and just talking about what drag week coverage, like, all the coverage there used to be across multiple magazines, and now it's like it's gotten a little more stagnant with the magazines, and
it's down to Hot Rod for sure.
Yep, and that's the part that it's like, hey, if we could take, and obviously looking at all the other events, and it's like, you know, the thing that sets Drag Week apart is it has magazine coverage. The other events don't have that. What if we could create something that kind of dealt with all of them equally, so that we could look at all these drag and drive events? Because, I mean, as anybody knows, I mean, this is a rapidly growing thing. Every event out there, it doesn't matter whether it's Drag Week or Rocky Mountain or Midwest, they all sell out.
Yeah.
And it's almost like there's a different feel and vibe and community at each one of them, being I've done them all now.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's cool because you've got, like I said, just that different vibe. Each one has its kind of own thing, and like, and our part was just if we have a way that we can actually put them all together and kind of equalize them, give them coverage, and be able to show everybody, if possible, all their cars. Because I remember 2010, my first year, like, Hot Rod came out, and there was a picture about the size of a postage stamp of my car in the magazine. I still have 10 copies of that. Because it's like,
it was a big deal.
Mean, there is nothing the same as having it in a magazine. When your car's in a magazine, that's just like, that is the holy grail. Like, I can put my own car on the internet, but I can't put my own car in a magazine. Well, now I can, but like,
yeah, that's the real reason you started it, right?
Yep,
to cover yourself.
No, my part's to make sure my stuff isn't in there. So
you mentioned 2010. I actually want to take notes on you here. I've got some stuff that I have from the results of the various events that we've done. You've won 4 times. What I'm not clear on is you bought Denny Terzic's old car. Did you ever bring it when it was black, or did you paint it orange the very first year you showed up?
2 different cars.
2 different cars.
Yeah, the black car was 67, and then he started building 6 seconds.
Right.
Because the black car was an all-steel car, I believe. Like, I don't know a lot of the details on that, but pro-charged all-steel car, I believe. And I think they ran that for 2 years?
They tried to. They broke right out the front gate the first year, and I don't think they make it past 1 track the second year. But that's the fact that wasn't in my head. You're right. The black Denny Terzic car, which was awesome, was the first thing that they tried to run, and they just started building the car that you bought that they never ran, which was SICK 1.0.
Correct. Yeah,
okay.
They started building that, I think, in 2009, and delays as anything, building anything, and then they got it together with the ProCharge combination. And then somebody brought it the first year. I can't remember if it was Roth that brought it the first year, and then they had some issue with it like right away. And then Lutz brought it in 2011, I believe. He drove it.
Oh, Steve Roth might have won overall with it. Does that make sense?
Nope, he won overall with the black car.
Okay.
So, and I think that the first year, because it never did any, I don't think it ever made it to day 2. The 2 years that it was at Drag Week.
Got it.
And then I had the combination in the Indian Barrel Ground car was too much for the car, and we knew it building that engine, and the idea was to build a car after Drag Week in 2011, and then when Drag Week was over, then there was some rumor mills that Denny might be willing to sell the car.
Right.
So then follow up on all that stuff, and fast forward that I get the car in 2011, or early 2012, and it was ProCharge, and I already knew to go fast it wasn't going to be a ProCharge combination. I wanted turbos, so like right away I bought it as a roller, and then we took our drivetrain, and then my drivetrain was a ProCharge deal with an F2 on it, but automatically converted that car to turbos and switched all that stuff over. So
got it. You know, we're involved in this thing since the very beginning. These are like the historical facts that are going to matter to people in 40 years when they look back on these events. And we haven't documented them awesome other than the coverage in Hot Rod Magazine. This year I went through, you see a million papers on the desk here. I actually finally went through every single year and identified the records as far as single quickest pass in every class and the single quickest average ET in every class.
Wow, where'd you find the time to do that?
You know, 3 a.m. a couple times and on airplanes. It was a lot of work. I was able to print out all the PDFs that Tanya makes of the results, and I just went through it line by line and figured it out.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. Like I've tried to analyze data sometimes or whatever, and then I just get so overwhelmed with it because then this column, oh, I forgot about this or I forgot it, and so. Yeah,
it was a big job, and I hope I got it 100% right. I'm sharing some of that information in the live feed that we've been doing here.
Well, and the others, the Gebhardts have an awesome, I mean, if you've seen their part. So
yeah,
they've got
they
an
do.
Awesome.
I wanted to sort of put it in my own format so that I can get it in an Excel file and sort it, sort of come up with the data really quickly. This week I've got it all written down in a million notes, and I'm trying to get to it fast enough while cars are on track that I can share the information. But one way or the other, I finally have it. So we got more information, and that's what I had to bring as a weapon so that I had something to talk about since I did not have Brian Loans here. And honestly, it's been kind of a relief.
Yeah, no, and I'm surprised, like, hearing you talk for 7 hours yesterday. I'm like, man, I would have been out of things to say after an hour, tops.
Yeah, that's why you got to think it through and get some notes and have some things to talk about. And
or you bring Brian. Because
or you bring Brian.
He's a rambling encyclopedia. Like,
I like it when he's here because we can talk about hot rodding history and sort of banter it back and forth, and I don't have to know anything. I can just laugh at him.
Yep.
And he does the same to me, and we have a great time. Hopefully he can be back for 2022.
Yeah, without a doubt. So he's just huge, and like, I mean, the facts that he just rambles off, like, that is so obscure that nobody would know. Do you know that a 62 Belvedere with a...
You know how you know Brian Loans has never raced Drag Week? It's because his memory is still that good. Right. He has never been sleep deprived at the level of anybody who's competed at Drag Week.
Yep, yeah, because usually that is the Drag Week thing. As soon as you leave Drag Week, you will never do it again because it was the worst thing ever.
Until the next time.
Yeah, a week later, you're like, it really wasn't that horrible. And then like, come a couple months, you're like, Oh, it was all good. It was perfect, actually.
How about the people that are going to run Drag Week here and then Rocky 2.0 next week?
Man, that is a task. Like I did Midwest Drags here in June, and then there was roughly a week in between when Aiden was finishing the 57 with Richie, and then I rode with him. So I had 4 or 5 days off in between, and it still felt like I did back-to-back events. Like by the end of Rocky Mountain, I was like, I will never do that again, because like it took me 2 weeks to recover from, and you did that with 1.0, which is, I mean, pretty much fine, and then Richie's car, or Aiden's car now, but like that thing was perfect. Like it had
the
zero
57
issues.
Chevy Wagon.
So
yeah,
and so that was with zero issues. And it's like you add together like actually doing a car, an unlimited car, or a ultimate iron car or something, and
Yep.
I don't know how physically.
Well, you're probably in a better position than anyone else to answer the question that I get all the time. As a matter of fact, it's the question that made me start Drag Week, because I was so sick of the question, which is it really a street car?
Yeah, that's I don't know that I'm in any better position than anybody to answer that question.
You've done it more than anybody.
Yeah, we go. I mean, we always just fade back to your rule that, hey, if you put headlights in a funny car and you drive it to the next track, then it's a street car. So,
Actually, my opinion is if you survived 1,000 miles and raced it 5 times, then who are you to say that it's not a street car?
Yep.
I got a note from a fan here. Or from a racer. I need to find the spectator that loaned us his wrenches so that he can return them and thank them. So this is going to be Nicholas Wiegand in car number 36G. He borrowed tools. He wants to get them back. Interesting. He also has a note here that Greg Wiegand is not a Wiegand. There's 2 people here, Weigart and Wiegand, and of course I always fumble that type of information as we're here keeping track of 350 cars going down the track and a bunch of names we can't pronounce. We apologize to everybody for that and point out that the Weigans have Eric, Nicholas, and Christine. Got it. All right, so anyway, return tools. Get your tools from that guy. We've had spectators help a bunch during Drag Week. Have you ever had anybody make a run for you?
Oh, absolutely. Like, and that's the thing with any of this stuff that people don't understand, because when you start saying like we don't have any support vehicles and we're just out there, like I have never been stranded on the side of the road. Like, I mean, I've been on the side of the road many times, but whether it's a random stranger that comes up and says, hey, I got a shop like 5 minutes from here, and like it's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, they don't care.
And that's the thing. And like in my first Drag Week 2010, we were 50 miles from being back in Columbus, and we stuck a lifter, so we lost all the oil pressure on the side of the road, and a truck with a flatbed trailer pulls up behind us. And this is my first Drag Week, so I'm kind of like,
what's going on?
And they're like, yeah, we saw you, and we just delivered a car out to Maryland, and we were on our way back, and you know there's not another exit for like 15 miles that way. We went by you, and then we circled back, went 15 miles down to the next exit, went back another exit, and came
30
back.
miles out of their way.
And then they're like, we can take you wherever you want to go. And obviously you're sitting there looking like, yeah, you're going to just take my car and drive off.
Right.
And they're like, you can drive the truck, you can ride or whatever. And like, they took us back to the track so we can drop the car off where our trailer was. We're like 50 miles away, and wouldn't take a dime for it. They at least took some beer for it. And like,
and they weren't even fans or followers or anything.
They delivered a car in Maryland,
Wow.
knew nothing about Drag Week, knew nothing, but they're like, hey, there's a nice 69 Camaro on the side of the road, I'll help the guy. And like, and even in everyday life, when you see a classic car on the side of the road, I mean, I do it, everybody does it, like, is people stop and help. Because, hey, everybody remembers, everybody knows that those things weren't as reliable as the new stuff. And like, I mean, it is amazing on all levels. Now here too, like the competitor standpoint, like that's the thing, is like everybody has to wave you on, because if somebody's parked on the side of the road, next thing you know, you got 20 cars stop behind them to help. So everybody has to wave them on.
I always say you do not want to stop and take a pee at the side of the road on Drag Week, because you'll have 30 friends behind you.
Yep, exactly. Like, yeah, my number one rule is do not be the last to leave, because there's nobody behind you to stop and help. So
that's true.
Now, unfortunately, I've been in that position sometimes, but that's what you're trying not to do. Try and be the first one out, because now you got 350 people that'll help you if something happens. So.
What is the worst thing that you've destroyed on Drag Week and fixed and finished? Because I know sometimes you've like burned through some pistons and not had spares and haven't been able to finish. But what have you fixed?
Yeah, well, probably 2018, like it was kind of last minute. We had 2.0 and 1.0, and 2.0 I wanted to run. I wanted to run an event the following weekend, and we got there and decided to just unload 1.0 and run 1.0, and so we had no spares for it or anything like that. It kind of and actually like the thought in the head at the beginning was, hey, let's just do the first couple days. And then we'll come back, load up, and we'll go to the race. And then we get a couple days in after we drove through the hurricane, and we're like, well, now we just got to stick this thing out. Well, then in Charlotte, we lifted a ring landing and a piston. Well, we had no spares or anything. So we actually had one of Steve's guys from his shop in Muskegon start driving it down as we tore the engine apart. So he drove from Muskegon to Charlotte, so 10, 11-hour drive.
Yeah.
We get everything apart so that when he gets there, then we can put this thing back together. We put it back together and got it together like 5 in the morning, maybe 5:30, and took off to go straight to the track. And when we were, and that's because of the hurricane and all the rain, that was, you don't have to follow the route.
Right.
So just get to the track. And so local guys like, hey, go this way or whatever. So we go that way, and we're rolling, and it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're like 30 miles from the track, and it's like, man, this is freaking awesome. We stopped for gas, like everything went smooth. We stopped for gas, get a coffee, get in the car, and then we start driving, and next thing you know, this road is so freaking windy. Like, and it's like we're going up, and then we're going, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? And like, and it's early enough in the morning that people aren't running the road that we're on just yet, but we're cruising around or whatever, and then finally a car comes up, and we're stopped letting the brakes cool off because I've got rear end fluid shooting out the axle caps on the rear end because a spool going through a whole bunch of curves doesn't like it.
Right.
And so it's sitting there cool, and this guy's like, man, that's the coolest thing ever. Like, I have never seen anybody do Tail of the Dragon in a car like this.
Oh, no.
It's
Seriously?
It's like, are you telling me, like, he's like, oh, yeah, no, you're doing awesome. You're almost done. Another mile.
I've
Like,
never heard that story before.
So-
That is the wildest.
So, needless to say, then we barely run in and we barely get to the track in time to run because that last 30 miles took us 2 hours.
I bet.
So, and we get to the track and whatever, all good. But that was probably be like as far as not having the part and somebody driving from Muskegon to bring it to us. And I mean, everything was ready to go, and we're just sitting there for 2 hours waiting for a guy with a piston and some
hoping,
rings.
yeah.
So, and but got it together, and then I mean, obviously we won that year, and that was the
Yep.
hurricane year.
So one of my most memorable moments of all time in Drag Week was 2019 Virginia Motorsports Park. Tom Bailey runs the very first 5-second time for a car that had completed Drag Week. I was able to make that call from the tower, and it was 5:99 at 250 miles
250,
out.
like 0.46.
Yeah,
and it's
just
like,
right on both
yeah,
numbers.
barely. It was like 599 with an 8 even, I
Yeah,
think.
exactly. That is what it was.
Yeah.
I remember making that call. I was losing my mind in the tower. And actually, even Brian Lones, he texted me. He was like, that was an awesome call. You did a really good job on that.
I think you said
Yeah.
tear down the grandstands. And
Exactly.
something
Oh, so fun. But tell everybody what you've done with the car since then, how much quicker it's run.
Yeah, since then, like, still in Drag Week trim, nothing tore apart, and we had it down in Florida. And we worked on it at Bradenton quite a bit and stuff, and like came around with the tune, and it's the same as like 1.0. It took us forever to get a 6, and now we can coast out the second 8th mile and get a 6 with it.
Right.
And like, so once we got that 5, that's kind of like
Broke the dam.
Yeah, and I mean, we'd been with that with the mule motor engine, so basically a duplicate of 1.0's engine. We went 602 with it at Norwalk, or actually right here, like, and blew it up doing it. But
Meanwhile, we're watching Winningham go off the line. He was really crossed up at the 60-foot. Super Street, big block car. And he goes down 941. So your best ET ever after all this thrashing.
So yeah, 577, 260. So that's where we've been with it, and like we've been pretty consistent to it, or always run a 5 before the fire. So now we just got to get back to that, and then I mean our goal is to come here this year and then just run a 5 every day, and like that's kind of
That's the last barrier, is 5s every single day on Drag Week. Are you going to try it in 2022?
So, oh yeah, and yeah, so, and I mean, it kind of works out good too, because here I knew Dave was bringing a new car, and I'm like, it takes a year to get stuff like that sorted out. So like he can get all that sorted out, and then we can really do battle next year. So and
Perfect.
And I'm like, that'd be awesome. So
Let's hope he finishes. He's here today, so we'll see how he wraps up. But we are back to racing, so let's talk about some of these cars on track. Tom Bailey, I really appreciate you spending some time with us here in the tower.
No problem. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. Pick up Sick the Mag, guys, and also check him out on Instagram. Yep, turn it off, and we're good to go. Cool. Thanks very much. All right, Ronnie Santucci in that purple Plymouth Duster. Street Race Small Block Power Adder. He's going to go through at 10:04, 139. I believe he's got a turbo little Mopar Small Block in that car. Bree Brewer's on the other side, going 15:36. So the reason why you're seeing some potentially 8-second cars running next to some 15-second cars is that this is our all-run session. All classes are running right now. You'll see a bunch of cars now that did not make it earlier in the day. They've been thrashing in the pits, or they're out on the road trip still, and they're just getting in, and they're going to have their opportunity to make perhaps their first run at Drag Week. And they're going to have to make it good in order to stay in competition because they have to make a pass before we shut down the lanes. Lowell Rust is going down on the right-hand side in the Pontiac Gto, and Merrick Howard on the left-hand side in the Nova. Howard gets there at 10:06 at 135.97, while the GTO runs 11:903 at 115. Next up, Ted Munsell in that 84 Ford Ranger, and Jason Hager in the Mustang. The little pickup truck ran 11:38 with a 5 at 117, and we got no time on the right-hand side. Once again, as we move on through our third session, don't forget to check out both Hot Rod Magazine in print and as well hotrod.com for all of the coverage of Hot Rod Drag Week. You also want to follow Hot Rod Magazine on social media, both on Instagram and on Facebook. Another reminder that Rocket Brand Racing Fuel is the official race fuel of Drag Week since 2005. They are selling gas at every track, and not only racing gasoline, but also Rocket's own blend of E85, as well as methanol. They will pour it into your car or into a container at every single track. So see Jack Day, who is one of the 3 people who has been to every single Drag Week, and he will dial you in with Rocket Brand Fuel. NOS is also here topping off nitrous bottles. We understand that they are asking you not to show up with a completely empty bottle and get it completely filled, but they will do top-offs for you. Robert Levins in the left-hand side is in the Gasser Class B-Gas 65 Chevy 2. B-Gas being the less radical of our 2 gas categories, A-Gas being the more radical. And the Chevy 2 runs 1242 at 109. Rick Cruz in the right-hand side, 1336. Jody Knapp is here in a modified Power Adder 55 Chevy that I don't recall seeing on track today. And unfortunately, the 95 Eagle Talon of Martin Borton is not having a good day. Hopefully he can pull over if he's leaking something. Jody goes 1226 at 102 in the 55 Chevy. Here comes Tracy Grimm on the left-hand side in the Oldsmobile. And Paul Banal on the right-hand side in the 67 Camaro. These are both modified, naturally aspirated class cars. Unfortunately, they're not treating that as a real drag race, as reaction times once again don't matter, and Tracy pulled a 1 second 284 reaction time. Paul goes down at 11:64 at 118 miles an hour, the quicker car being Tracy Grimm's Oldsmobile at 10:57 at 124. Someone on the live feed chat is suggesting, why don't you have a no trailer class for people who can actually carry all their stuff all week? We actually do have an award for that. There are a number of special awards at Drag Week, one of which is no trailer. We also have quickest Olds, quickest Pontiac, quickest Buick, quickest 4-cylinder, all sorts of things like that. We even have sealed hood and sealed engine. David Gallimore's yellow Chevelle runs 1198 at only 88 miles an hour. So that's a lift. Meanwhile, David Soper runs 1320 at 106.09. We got Jason Tabscott on the line again. This is our 4-time winner of this class, and he has run 8s for the very first time ever at Drag Week. We know it is an 880 capable car, but we have not seen that yet today. Let's see what he does with his 15-degree head conventional small block Chevy there. He's not quite getting it. 902 with a 7 at 150 miles an hour. I apologize for the quick downtime right there. I was catching up with Al Noe from Summit Racing Parts. This is Summit Motorsports Park ever since 2007. So he came out here to talk about some opportunities for the future, and we were just catching up here in the tower. And now I am back to talking about the racers on track. Ross Galt in the left-hand lane, 1389. The right-hand lane goes 1208 at 117. Now we're back with Bruce Fleming in the Oldsmobile I keep talking about, because I really dig how this looks under the hood. It looks like a resto car, but they've got it hopped up with genuine Oldsmobile power. And of course, I love Darren Nepper, the right-hand side, with the 92 Toyota 4Runner. I remember when this first showed up at Drag Week doing huge wheel stands. I lost my mind. I put it on my Instagram. I think it's still one of the greatest reach posts I've ever had. He's calmed down the wheel stands, but still, this thing is boogieing. I think it went 10:02 on the very first round. He might have uncorked this thing to go even quicker at this point. The Oldsmobile gets there at 12:17, and there you go, 970 at 144 miles an hour from the Toyota 4Runner. That's not going to be legal for his class, but let's be honest, he doesn't care. Mike Bogardus is in the right-hand lane with a small block Chevy and his 72 AMC Hornet. Daryl Yost is making laps today, trying to improve his position in street race big block Power Adder. Yost is off with a 60-foot time of 1.37 seconds. He goes to the 8th mile at 5:73, and the quarter mile 8:89 at 1:55. Street race, big block, Power Adder. Looking up some data here on Yost. Yeah, see, the deal is he is currently second in class behind Randy Bellahar in the Pontiac powered Firebird. And so he is trying to pick up his number. He hasn't done it yet. He's slowing down from his 860s from yesterday. Now this puts on a good show here on the starting line, the left-hand side. Ray Boadell has got a NASCAR small block, straight out of a Dodge NASCAR car, running 9,000 RPM in that thing with a stick. Lisa Fisher is in the right-hand side with her Buick Turbo car. And the naturally aspirated NASCAR Dart goes 10:33 at 139.06. The Buick Turbo 912 at 148.69. Another Dart here, Ken Riddle in that dark green 69 versus another Mopar guy, Phil Greatorex, who's got the 440 in the 70 Barracuda. Ken Riddle running Pro Street Power Adder. I believe he's got a turbo big block in that thing. Riddle is currently 4th in class. Yesterday he went 981 with that dark green Dart, and that's not going to happen on this pass. Fortunately, he rolled the beams before the tree was activated. Neither one of these guys is going to get a time. They both did the same thing. Yesterday was take a shot as soon as we have an oil down. Today is take a shot as soon as somebody rolls through both staging beams before the tree is activated. That's the new drinking game. Unfortunately, Harry Haig down in Australia has taken that seriously, and you really don't want to see the texts from him at this point. I'll just say it's rude. Wow, tearing the tire off that car. Fred Simmons Tom Brett's on the left-hand side in the 56 Chevy 210, not hooking that thing up, and nevertheless running 969 at 159.48 miles an hour. Ricky Edwards in the right-hand lane. And now we got Emily Ballard coming up. Alan Roberts on the right-hand side. Emily is just still in the burnout box in street race small block Power Adder, and she has held the number 3 position. She ran earlier today. She went 8:62 yesterday, and clearly not a quick enough number earlier today here at Norwalk in order to stay in that number 3 position, so she's going at it again. Alan Roberts is running in street race small block naturally aspirated with his Camaro in the right-hand lane. 60-foot time is not exactly what they needed out of that Camaro. Nevertheless, it goes 8.66 with an 8 at 155 miles an hour out the top end. Not quite what they did yesterday, but still on pace to hold the number 3 spot in the street race small block power adder class. Alan Roberts on the right-hand side went 11.69 at 117. John Powell's in the S10. He's about to run 12.78. Oh, and the Honda S2000 goes 9.003 at 149 miles an hour. 149.9. So he didn't go 8.99 and he didn't go 150, but he is right there. Chasing goals at Drag Week. Travis here on the left-hand side's got the 83 Malibu Wagon that just is backfiring and dying. He's got a supercharged big block in that thing. Meanwhile, the turbo LS powered 57 Chevy of Jason Billings just went down 11.15, 122. The 57 Chevy had broken a pinion gear in the test and tune at the very first race, but he got it fixed, got it back here. The great story about Jason Billings in that 57 Chevy is he said to me, "I do not remember life without this car." Apparently it was like upside down in a ravine, or just right side up in a ravine near his house when he was growing up. He played in it when he was 4 years old. It got passed through the family, his uncle, his dad, so on and so forth. They've been working on it for a few years, and most recently getting the twin turbo LS in the thing. And the interesting part of that is that it's got a sheet metal intake manifold that was just like one of those cheapies that you can get, and he has welded to it so that it is a cross ram with twin throttle bodies. So go have a look at the homegrownness of that particular car when you get a chance.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he loops it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
Feels good.
Faye,
More power.
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go for bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
And we're back to action here at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Ohio. We'll be driving from here to the Indy track tomorrow, home of the U.S. Nationals. Then we go on to Byron, Illinois, and finally on Friday we are back at US 131 in Martin, Michigan. So if you're local and you want to come watch in person, that is the schedule. You can be there. I think spectating is $20, and you can always watch the Mothers live feed online on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. And we're going to have that going on every single morning, starting at about 8 a.m. and ending at about 2 p.m. Those numbers always wiggle around a little bit as we face track conditions like we did yesterday with just an absolutely punishing amount of oil downs. I mean, it was stupid. Guys were laying connecting rods on the track right and left. We've never had a worse day of oil downs than yesterday, and while I hesitate to say it, it is going far, far better today. And man, this crew here at Norwalk is cranking through cars. We really appreciate their work. Do you ever wonder why we run a quarter mile for drag racing? Well, there's a lot of stories about that. I remember reading an article in Hot Rod magazine so long ago about the origins of this, and there's some different theories. One of them is which that was the average length of sort of a main drag in small town America. I'm not particularly buying that one. There's another one that says a quarter mile was determined because there were so many airport runways left behind in the United States after World War II, little auxiliary airfields, that a quarter mile was the longest distance they could run and still have a safe amount of shutdown. I'm not sure I completely believe that one either, because even those little auxiliary airfields probably had enough distance for the speeds that those cars were running at the time. So I think here's the actual story, which is pretty wild. In 1944 in La Habra, California, there was a guy who had a quarter horse, like an actual animal. A quarter horse that he claimed could outrun cars, and that was the big challenge around there at the time. So there was this kid, Pete Henderson, who had a 32 Ford Roadster that had run 120 miles an hour on the dry lakes of Southern California. And remember, those were top speed events at the time. It wasn't necessarily drag racing. It wasn't an acceleration contest from a standing start, but that's what they did versus this quarter horse in 1944. And Pete Henderson's 32 Roadster won, the first car to beat a horse. So that is the legend of how quarter miles started for drag racing. Do you buy it? I don't know. You don't really have to, but it's a good story. Now, the other thing that went on back in the day is half-mile drags and kilo drags. Frequently at Riverside Raceway out in California, they used to run half-mile drag racing, and interestingly, it was sanctioned by the Southern California Timing Association, which is the operation that was running the dry lakes racing both in Southern California on the dirt dry lakes as well as the Bonneville Salt Flats. So the SCTA, in the off-season, they would do half-mile drags so that the land speed racers could practice on a longer distance. The thing is, back then, there was a lot of cars that did dual duty. They ran both land speed racing and drag racing. So therefore, it turned into side-by-side half-mile drags that happened at Riverside International Raceway in the late 50s into the very early 60s. They probably did it for 3 or 4 years. There was also an event in California, which I remember reading about in Hot Rod. I remember looking at photos in the archives forever, and it was kilo drags, kilometer drag racing. The thing I can't remember is where it ran. So I don't recall where they actually did those kilo drags, but it did happen in Central California back in the 50s. And of course, there's the half-mile events that are happening these days, but those are typically roll racing. And do you consider roll racing drag racing? I guess there's a big topic of argument that you can hash out on the chat here on YouTube on the live feed that is presented by Mother's Polishes. They're still prepping the track a little bit. If you've got any questions for me, go ahead and post them up on the chat on the live feed. I'd be happy to address them. I can explain what's going on here at Drag Week. I might talk a little bit about our Roadkill show if you want answers about that. History of Hot Rod Magazine, drag racing stuff. Let them roll. General consensus here on the feed, roll racing is not drag racing. I'm gonna have to go with that as well. Let's talk about why drag racing is called drag racing. During my time as editor of Hot Rod Magazine, which was about 12 years, and actually almost 35 years of being involved with Hot Rod Magazine and the publishing company that does it. I am fortunate enough to have talked to a lot of old guys who started back in the day, and I talked to several of them about where did the term drag racing come from. And I guess the best authority who I discussed this with was Wally Parks, who was the first editor of Hot Rod Magazine, and of course the founder of the NHRA. And he gave me a couple theories and wasn't exactly sure himself. One of which was, it's racing on the main drag of your little town. So that's kind of a cool thought. The other one he had was, he said if two guys would get together and be bench racing about their cars, one of them would finally say, oh yeah? Well, drag it out. Meaning, drag your car out of the garage and get it over here and let's race. So that's another theory. But the one that Wally believed in the most was this one, which was an old-fangled term I hadn't heard before, which was, oh yeah, when you were racing, you'd drag out the gears. Like you'd leave it in first gear as long as you could before you shifted, so you were dragging out the gears. And he thought that is where the term came from. So there's 3 theories for you. You got a better one? I'm happy to hear it. Here's a good question from the live feed, obviously from somebody who was watching yesterday. At the very, very end of the day, there was an El Camino that made a pass at about 5 miles an hour, right up against the center line of the drag strip. And everybody was sitting around going, what is going on? And eventually we were actually concerned for the guy's welfare, but he was going so slow that a track guy was able to chase him down on a scooter to talk to him through the window and make sure the guy was okay. So what is the story about that? Well, apparently he was running tires that were not legal on the track. In Street Machine Eliminator, well, actually, I take that back. In every single class of Drag Week racing, you are required to run a drag-style tire, either a drag radial or a slick car. And this guy had regular street tires on it. It was the very end of the day. It was about the last pass. And Keith said to him, it's fine. Go ahead and make your pass. Just keep it slow. Well, he took keep it slow to an extreme, and that's why we saw that yesterday. But people were legitimately worried about the guy, and the answer is he's just fine. Other questions on the live feed? I am ready for you. Somebody asked, what is Alex Taylor's best ET so far? 769 yesterday. People are commenting about how happy they are to see air-cooled VWs here. I agree with that. People, of course, see me as a domestic muscle car guy, and I can't deny that's a fact, but I love seeing the variety out here. We've got 3 Mitsubishi 4-bangers racing. We've got a couple of air-cooled Volkswagens. We've got that Toyota 4Runner. I need to catch up and see what engine that guy has in the truck at this point. It wasn't a 2JZ. I think it was some sort of imported model that was slightly the same but different. We'll see if we can see him on the road and get more information about it, but nevertheless, it's a freak show and I love it. And by the way, have you seen the milk truck? The milk truck is genius. Milk truck did not do wheelies today, but yesterday was fantastic. People are asking, are we done for the day? No, we are not. We are doing track prep before we continue with the all-run session. We do have a lot of fast cars coming up, including Dave Schroeder. I got news from Amanda Busick, who also just texted me that the milk truck has hit the road. How disappointing is that? However, she also told me that the slicks are going on Dave Schroeder's Corvette right now. They had no real issues overnight. They were just taking their time, sleeping in, chatting with some people. So all of our panic about him not being here this morning was unfounded. And our quickest car of Drag Week 2021 will be racing in this last session. Now that is actually a risky play because at some point we do close the staging lanes and stop racing. So if he shows up here and does not get a good pass the very first time, he's going to have to turn the car around pretty quickly and get it ready before we close lanes. So we'll see that drama coming up. People are asking if the rules will change. So the way Drag Week works is we lock down rules for 3-year intervals. The last year for the lockdown rules would have been last year, but we didn't run last year, and so it was extended into 2021. There is a potential for rules to change in 2022. I need to get together with Doug Glad and John McGann at Hot Rod Magazine and sort out with them if they want to make any tune-ups. In my opinion, there's some things that could be simplified and updated for some of the problems we've seen over the past 3 years, but essentially keeping the class structure the same as what it is. One person's asking, can an LS-based engine be used in the gasser class if it is dressed up to look like an old engine? No. The gasser class has a specific rule about a year cutoff, and I'm going to recall that I think it's 1969. We bumped it up just a little bit to allow for big block Fords, but no, you must have vintage engine families to run in the gasser category, and I believe the same is true in the hot rod class. A racer in need, Rick Pedraza, which is that yellow Pro Street Mustang, needs some fuel O-rings, he says. I assume that means for his injectors. That is the yellow Mustang Pro Street car that you've seen here so many times. It's got some flames on the side of it. He is looking for fuel injector O-rings. If you have them, go to Guest Services to contact him, and they will connect you with that. I'll also remind you that you must hand in your time slip, racers, before you leave. Go see Guest Services, which is under the right side grandstands here, directly across from the impound area, and make sure to hand in your time slip and get the map to the next location, which is Indy. Let's talk about some of the really close races that we've got here on the second day of Drag Week 2021. After we left US 131 yesterday, it's only one day of competition, which really is nothing for Drag Week. We got to go all 5 before we've got winners, but nonetheless, we've got classes where we are carefully watching what's going on. Now, in Unlimited, you got 2 cars that are real players here. Dave Schroeder with a best number of 652 with an 8. Then there's Bryant Goldstone with the Javelin, who ran 6,794. Now that's more than 2/10 separation, but in the Unlimited class, we see that there can be passes that are a much bigger variation than that. The cars don't run as consistently as they do in other classes. So that race could go either way, especially if somebody ends up having a breakdown and having a bad run one day. The really tight race that we're seeing right now is in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, which is the class that normally is a radically close competition to run 8.500, and we've had guys at the end of the week who are running averages that are like within a hun of each other at an 8:50 kind of time, but this time it's slightly slower. Rick Steinke has leading the class, and he ran 8.515. Dustin Trance is only 2 thou behind him, 8.517. So again, that class, Street Race, Small Block, Power Adder, the times separated from yesterday are 8.515 to 8.517. That is like Pro Stock kind of close. Then we've got Street Race, Small Block, Naturally Aspirated. That was a very tight race. Kurt Johnson went 8.911, and Paul Kornman, who's got that green demon, went 8.916. So they're separated by 5 thou. Unfortunately, Kurt Johnson broke the news to me just earlier today that Kornman with the Mopar had a lifter go bad, and apparently he is out. Now that did not come straight from the horse's mouth, so we might get more details on that, but Johnson is going to be in the know on that for sure, and he claims that Kornman is out. Street Machine Eliminator, the top 6 spots are very tight. Top 6 spots are 10.03 to 10.058. The bump spot in that class currently is 10.993. Leading the class is Bill Spangler in the 80 Fairmont. He went 10.03, so that's the quickest time in Street Machine Eliminator where you cannot run quicker than 10.0. And I'm getting word from Doug Glad at Hot Rod Magazine that yes, in fact, that Mopar is on a trailer and heading out. Once again, if you want to get all the information about Drag Week, make sure that you check hotrod.com and also Hot Rod Magazine's social media, both on Instagram and on Facebook. They'll have videos and information about what's going on here at Drag Week. And then, in several months, you'll see the issue of Hot Rod Magazine with all of the coverage. This week I've been thinking a lot about the naturally aspirated classes here at Drag Week, and that's because I dig NA engines, and I also think running naturally aspirated is much more difficult here. When you have a power adder, you can make power with boost and keep it at low RPM, and then when you hit the road, obviously you don't have as much boost and it's pretty easy to cruise the car. You're dealing with less valve train difficulty with really high spring pressures and radical camshafts and things like that, and what that means is that the naturally aspirated classes are much harder to run, especially small block, where you've got to use RPM to make up for displacement. So you've got massive camshafts, big old cylinder heads, you got to have shaft rockers and such, titanium valves, and a lot of valve spring pressure, and you see a lot of valve train failures. That's what makes NA cool and why it is so impressive. So let's talk about some of the records about naturally aspirated cars at Drag Week. And when you do that, there is absolutely no way but to start that conversation with Doc McIntyre. He's not here this year, but you will remember this guy's Pro Street 68 Camaro that he's had since high school. And he has run in Pro Street naturally aspirated for so many years. He has won the class 7 times. 2007, 2011, 12, 15, 17, 18, and 19. Doc McIntyre is also the holder of the records for the quickest naturally aspirated car in the history of the event. He broke through, he ran the very first 8-second times we had ever seen from a naturally aspirated car, and the first 7s. He holds the record for quickest average in 2017 at an 8:033, and the single quickest run that he had ever made, just as a single run, in 2019 was 7:89. So that is the biggest NA car that we have ever seen here, but there's a whole bunch of other ones that have broken into the 8s, and that conversation has got to go with Kurt Johnson, who is the most class-winning drag racer in the history of Drag Week. He has won 9 times, and he has done things in all sorts of classes as far as running the very first 8-second times. He did that in street race big block naturally aspirated. He is pushing other guys to go into the 8s as well. He has records in Super Street big block NA of an average of 8.88 and a best single pass of 8.56. Some of these could fall down this week. In street race big block naturally aspirated, he has run 8.976 as an average and 8.912 as a best single pass. You've also got Jason Tabscott, who has sort of been in competition with Kurt Johnson in the small block classes. Sometimes one of them will run in the super street category and another one is in the street race category. And for the first time ever in street race, we saw Jason Tabscott break into the 8s here this week. That is the first 8-second time he has run at Drag Week. He's done it plenty outside of Drag Week, but there's a different challenge in doing it after you've driven the car a bunch of miles. And congratulations to him for breaking into that 8s here, and he is going to try and see if he can get the average in the 8s coming up. That Jason Tabscott car is the silver 2nd gen Camaro with the black sort of stripe on the hood and the clear scoop poking through it. We've been talking about it all day long. So yeah, the NA guys at Drag Week are big time and don't get enough credit, in my opinion, because they aren't running like the 7-second, low 7-second, 6-second times. The power adder guys are all over that. I was talking about how Kurt Johnson has won his classes 9 times. And Doc McIntyre comes in second at 7 times. Let's talk about Drag Week win counts overall, because the thing that we used to crow about all the time was Larry Larson won 5 times overall. And that was such a big deal, but then he hasn't been here for enough years that Doc McIntyre has gone to 7 times and Kurt Johnson's gone to 9. People who have won 4 times include James Carger, who is not here this year. Street Race Small Block Power Adder. He won the thing 2016 all the way through 2019. Jay Brown is a guy who competed in very early years at Drag Week, and he's always done it with Ford FE Power. He won 4 times. Jason Tabscott has won 4 times. Bryant Goldstone won 3 times in Ultimate Iron and 1 time in his old Chevelle in Modified Power Adder. Eddie Miller won 4 times. Once in Pro Street in 2006, which was the short week because of rain. Again in 2008, and then he ran naturally aspirated instead of nitrous on that car 2013 through 2014. Tom Bailey, of course, who was speaking to us in the tower earlier today. Our most recent big shot, having run 599 after driving 1,000 miles, he won in 2013, 15, 18, and 19. Mike Roy's car. Remember that giant 71 Monte Carlo, the maroon pro street car, big block twin turbo deal? Actually, when he started running it, it was a small tire car, and it progressed along the way. I was talking to him at Tech. It's really cool that he was coming and hanging out with us, even though he doesn't race anymore. And sometimes he used a different driver, but his car won 4 times. Rick Prospero's another name from Drag Week that a lot of people remember. He used to run that tan 65 Nova Wagon, and eventually he took the big block out of that and put it into a little RX-7. He's won 4 times. People who have won 3 times. Eric Yost, Mike Crow, Jim Neuenfeld, Todd Mashmeyer, Dan Seitz, Gary Satterley, the Chisholm and Stasiak Gasser. Not here this year, I don't believe. They won 3 times, and Chisholm won another class as well, so that's kind of 4. Tim Hall won 3 times in the hot rod class, and Scott Miller has won 3 times with his FE-powered Cougar that is here again this week. There's many questions in the chat from the live feed on the Mother's chat with different questions about why isn't there a diesel class? Why isn't there an air-cooled class? Why isn't there an import class? Why isn't there an electric class? Obviously, we could slice and dice this thing down to absolute powder and add a bunch more classes. But it seems that the 12 that we've got now are working out pretty well. It does mean that things like 4-bangers and V6s end up running in the small block V8 type of classes, but so far, they've been able to actually compete there. That's the power of boost. It's not as beneficial, obviously, for the naturally aspirated 4-cylinders, but let's be honest, how many of those are running out here at any kind of serious number that we're going to get enough of them out that it's worth creating a class for? So diesel, we actually did have a separate class for 2 years, and we just had no turnout, and so we ended up killing it. It was won twice by a Mustang with a Duramax in it. We didn't have any trucks showing up. Now, that might be a different story today now that that whole marketplace has boomed and taken off. Perhaps we could have diesels. People have also asked about motorcycle classes. We're just not going to do that. Hot Rod is not a motorcycle covering media brand, and we don't need to add more complexity and more cars on track or more vehicles on track, so we will not have a motorcycle class. However, I don't understand why somebody has not started a motorcycle drag week. As far as electric cars, all I can say there is time will tell. A common question in the feed is, has the big blue Corvette run yet? They're, of course, talking about Dave Schroeder and John Enns, who yesterday set the low ET thus far in Drag Week 2021. They went 652 with their nitrous combination yesterday, and the answer is yes, they are on property getting the car ready, and they will run here in our 3rd session. I've got fingers crossed that they get it right the first time, because they may not have time to get the car gathered back up and run again before we close lanes. More comments about specialized classes at Drag Week, and this one is about stick cars. Same answer I gave yesterday. The racers themselves put together a stick shift drag race on Fridays. Any car that runs in Drag Week that finishes that has a stick in it goes in a heads-up shootout where they just hot lap them, run them side by side, and there's one car left standing. So, yep, there is sort of a special stick shift event, and you'll see that if you come spectate at US 131 in Martin, Michigan on Friday as Drag Week returns for the final day there in Michigan. One fan pointing out that Duramax-powered Mustang that won the 2 diesel classes that we ran was Mike Wood from Nitrous Express. That is correct. They came out here and just dominated twice. Of course, there was nobody else in the class. We have 2 diesel trucks here this time. Once again, that's something to consider since that market has gotten so big. Or perhaps somebody needs to start Diesel Week. Here's a freaky thing that happened yesterday. We've seen all sorts of failures on Drag Week, and as I bring that up, I think it was right here at Norwalk years ago, there was a guy running a convertible Fox Mustang, and he was going down track, and the entire top of the car with the frame and everything flew off. And we see that sort of thing happen yesterday. Ed Enzer, who's got that big block Chevy powered, very beautiful red Fox body Mustang, he had the mandrel brake for his vacuum pump on that big block Chevy, and it came out of the car and went through the windshield of the car in the other lane. So we're super thankful that didn't hit anybody and cause a big problem. That's the type of safety consideration that it's just really hard to write a safety rule around. But man, what a freaky accident. Fortunately, they've got a windshield back in that car, and they are continuing on with no one hurt. Known by enthusiasts worldwide for their premium car polishes, waxes, and cleaners, Mother's Polish offers a broad array of quality products under its lines such as Ultimate Hybrid, CMX, California Gold, Powerball, Back to Black, Speed, and Professional. Stop by your favorite automotive retailer today and stock up on the latest Mother's Car Care products, including their cutting-edge, super hydrophobic Ultimate Hybrid and CMX ceramic product lines. Whether it's your daily driver, hot rod, roadster, classic muscle car, or drag week race car, remember, there's no shine like Mother's. Oh, here's a great question from the live feed. What do you get for winning your class? It's the admiration of your peers. That's about it. You get a cheesy little plaque. You get a jacket that we ship to you like 8 months later. But basically, you're just doing it for the glory. And people keep showing up. And we're back to racing. The Silver Grand Cherokee here again. So now you're seeing the first pairing with a real Street Machine Eliminator car on the left-hand side and a class car, a modified power adder car on the right. That's because we are now in the all-run session. We've seen the Grand Cherokee before. I think this is the first time today for Chris Thompson in the 68 Dart. He brought this car all the way out of California. Bent the wheelie bars with some big wheel stands yesterday, had some overheating issues. Ended up putting the hood on the roof of his trailer to keep it cool. He's got a turbo small block Mopar in it, and it looks like he's on his best pass yet. A 1:34.60 foot time. He goes 5:85 to the eighth. The quarter mile for the Dart, 9:18 at 148.3 miles an hour. The Grand Cherokee this time went 13:54 at 101. Dominic Zavacek in the left-hand side, 55 Chevy Gasser. Lynette Jankowski in the right-hand side in the Monte Carlo. The Gasser goes 10:69, the Monte Carlo 10:78. Zavacek, who you just saw run, is leading currently in the Gasser B category. The B gas is for sort of a tamer, lower-end Gasser car, and then A is for high-end stuff, like Mike Finnegan's Blasphemy with a Hemi in it that set the class record in the 8s last year, and who is not here this year. The Hemi is still broken. Nicholas Turner on the left-hand side's got that 83 Chevy Malibu, another street race small block power adder car. He is going to freight train right past Hunter Corcoran in the 69 Nova with the LS power. And the Malibu goes 9:31 at 153, while the little LS Nova goes 11:32, 119.85. Here's another treat for you. The FE powered Cougar, a multiple-time winner in the naturally aspirated big block class. Scott Miller is at the wheel of this car, having run this thing with his dad many times. Unfortunately, he did not get a hold of the track. He only went 154 to 60 feet, 638 to the eighth. And his quarter mile ET in the Cougar, 980 at 143. Carl Stansel in the S10 Blazer went 914, 147.31 miles an hour. If you were paying attention to the video or social media yesterday, you saw Lonnie Tibbs in this 01 Ford Mustang, the green car in the unlimited class. They chucked the hood off the thing right on the starting line. The thing hiked the nose, the hood flew in the air, photographers ran, and we all got good photos and something to talk about. They're going to make this car boogie right here in a minute. Joe Barstow's in the right-hand side in the 70 Chevelle. He's running street race small block power adder. Because who isn't? It's such a big class. Tibbs yesterday had a best of 8:07.1, so you know they're looking for a 7 right now. He's laying the steam to it, 5:41 in the 8th, and he goes 8:16, slowing down just a hair at 179.4 miles an hour. Joe Barstow goes 9.086 at 153.20. The thunder you just heard was Joe Barry. Joe Barry showing up with that 56 Chevy that he's run so many times here at Drag Week. His best number so far, 7.00 seconds. You know he's looking to dip into the sixes. Joe Barry won this Ultimate Iron class in 2017. He ran 7.0s at that time, but no 6. Earlier on, he did run in the 690s at Drag Week with this car. It hasn't happened in quite a few years. The 7.0s just keep coming up. Let's see if he can do 6s this time. His best average in the past, 7.11 seconds for 5 days of drag racing at Drag Week. Ultimate Iron here is for a full tube chassis, steel-bodied car. You'll see this thing is completely legit as far as dimensional accuracy to a 1956 Chevy. It's a twin turbo big block in this thing. He has had this car forever. I think, in fact, since he was a teenager. Steven Salvati in the other lane in that 94 Ford Mustang. Oh, Barry just tears the tire. He's still going to have to drive the car on down because he hasn't run yet today, so he's going to have to get that thing back. He's on the brakes. He's on the brakes going 925, 129. That is not going to get him where he needs to be in Ultimate Iron. Salvati in the left-hand lane goes 883 at 158. In Ultimate Iron, Barry ran 7-0 yesterday. He's being chased by Robert Bartram in the 69 Cougar. It's sort of an aqua color, and he has gone 880. So it's now time to do some math and figure out what the averages are and see who's actually going to be leading that class by the time we leave Summit Motorsports Park tonight to drive to Indy. Marianne Young on the left-hand side in that black Mustang, and Bill Tuttle is in the 68 Chevelle. Another pairing of a Street Machine Eliminator car on the left-hand side and a Street Race Big Block naturally aspirated class car in the right. 8th mile for the Chevelle, 685. Quarter mile, 1074 at 126. Meanwhile, Marianne goes 1067 at 132 miles an hour. Here's a fun pair. I like the four-door of Jeff Mall on the left-hand side, that 67 Nova. I like the fake Mopar mod top on Cody Walker's car in the right-hand side. The green dart goes 1030 at 133. The four-door Nova 939 at 146. Don Foss here in the right-hand side is in that wild 67 Camaro running in the unlimited class. His best number yesterday, an 8:041. He did not improve that when he ran earlier today. So this will be his second pass, hoping to improve, and I assume hoping for that 7-second number. John Mankia on the left-hand side in the 71 Camaro. Standard drag week boost building routine, followed by a 1-2-1 60-foot and a lot of backfiring. As you surmised, he did not improve on that pass. He went 895 at 149, and I think he's got some parts falling off the thing as well. We're going to have a look at that on track. John Mankia goes 1012 at 136. As we roll this pair back to go have a look at what that last car may have left on the track. As long as it's not a connecting rod, we're going to be thrilled. Dwayne Rule on the left. Eric Weigand on the right. Well, yesterday, Dwayne's car only went at 1269. This time, 1017 at 141. You can never judge a car by a single pass here at Drag Week. You never know what can go wrong. Eric Weigand to the right-hand side goes 1126 at 123, which is an improvement from his number yesterday, which was an 1134. Fred Sermon's been making laps with his big block 64 F100. This time, 1449 at 92 miles an hour. They're pushing Andrew Taylor back off the line in that Firebird. Steve Eden back on track in the left lane of that Nova. Not quite making the cut so far for the bracket race on Real Street Eliminator. And we're tearing tires on the right-hand side with the Pontiac Trans Am. 11-12 again for Eden. You got to give him credit. That thing is a bracket racer. It runs the same number over and over and over. Unfortunately, the bump spot right now is 10.993. That's probably wiggled a little bit today. That's what it was when we left US 131 yesterday. But I don't think he's going to get into our race at the final day, making that 32-car field. The Trans Am goes 10.22 at 157. But what you're paying attention to is Bryant Goldstone. Bryant Goldstone running in our unlimited class. He is right behind Dave Schroeder. This is the second quickest car that we've got on property. Yesterday, it went 6.794. It's a twin-turbo big block Chevy on methanol. Goldstone won the Ultimate Iron category in 2015, 2016, and 2018. Subsequently, he has moved into Unlimited because of running methanol. We don't allow methanol in any class other than Unlimited, and people have criticized us for that, but the thought is you can't buy methanol at the pump, so we're going to keep it out of the lower class cars. But Unlimited is truly unlimited. A lot of these guys have figured out how to run gasoline on the street and then run the methanol here on the track. So Goldstone's quickest pass ever at Drag Week is 6.749 in Unlimited Iron. And he did not improve that yesterday here in Unlimited. And he's going to have to lift out of it. He did a 112 60 foot, but then things went upside down. See, there's a car who's going to have a tough time making it back in this round should he choose to. Once again, the adorable Volkswagen Bug. We got two air-cooled VWs here. One is turbo, this one is not. It's a black oval window, the fat rear tires on the back. You can look for this car to buzz its way to a low 12-second time. Look at the stinger pipe hanging out of the back of the thing. And Jackie Steinke in the opposite lane. Mrs. Honk. Small block Chevy with a Pro Charger in that teal-colored 94 Ford Mustang, although the engine is painted up to look like it's got a Ford in it. It's Ford blue and it's got Windsor valve covers on it. Kind of a good gag. This car has been in the 8s already, but not here at Drag Week. They've been struggling. They had the transmission out of the thing, rebuilding it on the very first day. The V-Dub, on the other hand, has been reliable as an anvil. Prescott Phillips in the V-Dub. Jackie's off with a very promising 128 60 foot, and she's staying in at 576 to the 8th, and not quite there, 903 at 150 at the quarter mile. But look at the VW. Unfortunately, he slowed down a bit and went 1292 at 105. Can you begrudge the guy 105 miles an hour with an air-cooled 4-cylinder? Don Hoover has a genuine Dodge Demon here. The 2018 model. They advertised him from the factory to run very high 9s. Leah Pruitt actually did a lot of driving for them at Milan doing that testing, and then they finally got, I think, one of their engineers to get it into the 9s. It bumps the tires just a little bit, and I don't have a time for it here on the CompuLink. In the left-hand lane, David Wild in the Chevy Caprice goes 1317 at 109. David Williams in the Lexus rolling off the line, and then all of a sudden just laying all the steam to it. And that Lexus is going to go 1081 at 110. The left-hand lane, 1307, coasting to 67 miles an hour. Another car everybody's been asking about, Alex Taylor in their brand new 55 Chevy that her dad Dennis cranked out in no time. The craftsmanship on this thing is amazing. Their ultimate goal is to go 6s in the car. They're currently in the 7s. Best so far, 769 at 185 miles an hour. Of course, it's a twin turbo big block Chevy, full tube chassis deal. It looks like it came right out of the field, but it does have patina matched fiberglass doors and front end on the thing. A lot of sponsorship behind this car. Let's see what she can do. 129 60 foot is not exactly what they need. A 513 8th mile, and then she goes through 779 at 185. So that's matching her speed, but it is down about a 10th from the best. Brian Hansen on the left-hand side in the Chevy 2 and Colt Wrist in the right-hand side. There was questions about this car yesterday. It is a 2004 Chevy Impala, which, yes, is a factory front-wheel drive car. This one, no. It has been converted to V8 rear-wheel drive. It is running in Street Machine Eliminator. Hansen's Nova goes 969 at 141 miles an hour. And the rear-wheel drive swapped Impala goes 1038 at 140. Amanda Busick has returned to the tower after having texted me to let me know that Dave Schroeder is in lanes.
Alert, alert, he has made it.
Kevin Gibbs Pro Street car on the left-hand side. Les Grody in the right-hand side running street race small block, naturally aspirated. The Pro Street car in the left-hand lane, 1126. In the right-hand side, 1258. What news do you have for me, Amanda?
Well, I just ran up the stairs to tell you, so.
You know there's an elevator here, right?
No, I did not know that. I was too excited. So I do believe that Dave's going to be maybe in the pair after this one. But when I went over by the pits earlier to see, we were standing here when we saw Dave come into the facility, but there was a group around him. Everyone was wondering like what happened, what he was up to, getting the slicks on, so he's ready to hit the strip.
I understand one of their problems yesterday is they put their street tires on and found out that they didn't fit and they had to hack the body a little bit.
He did say that the clearance of that was an issue, but a new car, right? You're going to find out different things as you take to a regular street. So I'm assuming they'll be able to avoid that issue tonight at least. So hopefully they'll make their way to Indy a little easier. I do think I have earned myself some ice cream after that jaunt up the stairs to let you know about Dave Schroeder. Ice cream, what's your favorite flavor?
I'm a straight vanilla guy.
Okay.
Either that or I can go with the somewhat offensive mint chocolate chip.
It is offensive. I don't understand people that like that. I can't. And it's
the
a
mint
top
and the
flavor. I don't
chocolateiness.
understand.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So
it's the green.
Are you the person that likes those Andes chocolates that are
No,
happy?
I cannot do mint and chocolate together in any other circumstance other than ice cream.
Well, the hate on the internet can be strong, but I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. Mint chocolate chip is the worst ice cream flavor.
Well, don't tell me that you like Rocky Road or we can't be friends anymore. I'm
a traditionalist. If I'm getting a pound of ice cream here, it's going to be butter pecan.
Okay, fair.
However, I do like Oreo. I am a product of the 80s, so I do think that ice cream flavors kind of correlate to maybe the decade you were born.
That could be.
So if my secondary backup here at Summit Motorsports Park is Rocky Road, because they don't have Oreo, but...
Can't do it. That's a hard no.
Why?
Marshmallows.
Okay. I was about to say there's everything else is good in there.
Except the marshmallows?
Okay. I feel that way about coconut. Anything with coconut in it,
it's a
not
texture
having
problem.
it. Yeah,
can't
same.
do it.
Like an almond joy, no, there's no joy there.
Yeah. Moving on from our dietary needs.
I can breathe again. This is great.
You should have seen her. She was hustling up the grandstands. It was good. I wish I hadn't broken the news about the elevator. It would have been more entertaining later.
To see it.
That was actual tire spin from the V6 Mustang, just for the record. About 1 foot of it. A 2.2 60-foot time for the V6 Mustang. Willingham on the right-hand side goes down 10.05, 119, and the V6, that might be its biggest mile an hour at 90, and it goes 15.26 for a lapse time. Next on track is going to be the 67 Dart finding its way into the beams, the 360 powered car, who has been hunting for their very first 12 this week. like he launched a little bit out of the groove. And that 196 60 foot, not awesome. He goes 8:49 to the 8th mile. And once again fails to get that 12-second time, 13:19 at 104 miles an hour. Steve Winningham's about to go down. He's in Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. He is currently second in that class, behind that red Mustang that's got the big block Chevy in it. 9:05 ET yesterday out of this car. He's working on improving that today, but experiencing some difficulty doing so.
So I've heard the update that Dave Schroeder is getting strapped into the car now, but if you're Dave, this might well be your only run today.
That's my concern for sure. I believe that we're going to shut lanes around too, so he does have at least an hour to turn the car around if he needs to. But if I was running a car at that level, a 6-second car, I would want more time to get together and more time to wrap the car up and get back in lanes. Left side, Tommy Dupree, the 2000 model Pontiac Trans Am. Another Super Street small block power adder car, and Bob Hess on the right-hand side, modified power adder. Modified means that it has a non-stock concept rear suspension. There's some other things that will bump a car into that class, fiberglass fenders, things like that. The rules are available at hotrod.com. And he's going to boogie to about half track and then give up on it. Left-hand lane goes 11:59, 123. Hess coasts to 10:42 at 86 miles an hour. Here comes Mark Forsman in the 54 Willys pickup truck. He's running in Street Machine Eliminator. I thought for a moment it might be in the hot rod class. Now, Billy Gebhardt here on the right-hand side, I mistakenly said that they were running nitrous on this car. I thought that they said they were working on that. I am incorrect. It is a naturally aspirated big block. He's been running in the mid-10s with it. There he goes again, 10:51 is as mid as it gets. 131 miles an hour for the Duster, and on the left-hand side, that Willys pickup went 13:53 at 97.
I'm sure you guys have seen many iterations of kind of tribute cars throughout the history of Drag Week. Is there one that sticks out to you? I mean, we see the General Lee here. Is there one that you like?
Boy, that's a toughie. It's a question I've never been asked. Thank you very much. I don't recall any other cars. Oh, yes, I do. We had a Starsky and Hutch Torino.
Fantastic.
Yep.
There was a couple of years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, Barrett Jackson, remember it was the old station wagon from the National Lampoon.
Oh, Family Truckster. Yes, exactly, and here we go.
The man of the hour.
The moment everybody's been waiting for. This is Dave Schroeder in the brand new 2019 Chevrolet Corvette, if you could call it that. This thing is extremely radical. It is the guy who has had the fastest nitrous pass in the history of Drag Week, and this is once again a nitrous car. I believe the engine is out of his 66 Corvette.
It is out of that 2017 Win in Hot Rod Drag Week car that we know Dave from, but even I'm taking a look from up here, you see how low that car sits. I imagine it must have been a challenge for them getting that car ready to take that drive from Mart, Michigan here last night, but you know, they showed up here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Dave said he simply just needed sleep. So hopefully, you know, he's got the clarity, has the mindset, he knows the task at hand. This very well could be his only run of the day.
And yesterday it went 6:52 with an 8 at 202 miles an hour, which would indicate a lift at the top end, or maybe something going on that says they've got more left in it.
I would imagine that. He said that he purposely lifted at 1,000 foot to check out those chutes.
There you go. A 1:01 60-foot time. He has 4:23 to the 8th and 6:54 at 2:10 out the back door. So the 2:10 is an 8-mile-an-hour gain for the car, but the 6:54 is a couple of Huns slower. Nevertheless, that is going to keep him at the very top of Drag Week 2021.
Definitely a place you want to make sure those chutes get out quickly. Norwalk has that shortened runway here, but it's nice seeing him get that car off to the right. What a great run for Dave.
We were so concerned about him not being able to get a good run and coming back, and there you go. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Lay down the pass, and now they will pack up and eventually leave after hanging out for a while and talking to people. And
I know, unless he
taking a
gets here
nap.
talking. Yeah, that was. I mean, how cool is that? He takes the car out, makes its debut. People wanted to stop by and talk to him, and he spent time with them.
And I will say, you go hang with those guys, it is the lowest key 650 car you'll probably ever deal with. Those guys are chill, straight out of Canada. Dave Armentrout's going to give up on it. He's going down in his 67 Nova, while Michael Grandinetti is in the 91 Skyline, which is right-hand drive, basically a completely stock car, and we're not getting an ET for that. I'm not sure I've yet seen John Baker today on the right-hand side with his 63 Galaxy 500. Mike Bogardus keeps flogging the Chevy motor in his Hornet, and it keeps running just about 1326 at 104 miles an hour, give or take. And the big Galaxy runs about the same, 1329, but coasting to only 83 miles an hour. We are back with one of my favorite engines of the event, Ray Bohadell on the right-hand side, the Bang shifting NASCAR engine small block naturally aspirated deal. Chris Roscoe's on the left-hand side with the 85 Chevy Camaro. Clean runs a pair, 9:06 at 151 for Roscoe. And the NASCAR engine dart improves his number, 10:17 at 139 miles an hour. Here's another couple of cars that keep running side by side. Ken Riddle in the big block Turbo Pro Street Power Adder 69 dart. And Phil Greatorex in the big block CUDA.
David, you say that cars making multiple runs here, and maybe they've already, got the run that they're looking for today. Is there anything of, finding consistency with your ride, or maybe just even more practice down a drag strip?
I would like to think these guys are practicing, but look at the reaction times that we're seeing throughout Drag Week.
Right.
Virtually 2 seconds. And even in the class where they eventually have to run a bracket race, they are not cutting any kind of reaction time. So they're not practicing. The strange thing is you'll see them sandbagging their reaction time. On the last day, all of these people who have been cutting like 500 lights are going to be cutting O lights. It's wild. They sort of sandbag it. Other than that, to answer your question, I think people are just flogging it either for the fun or to get a slightly lower ET for their class. Speaking of flogging it to improve your position in the class, Dustin Trance in the right-hand side was second behind Steinke in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. And look at that, he lays down an 8.501 at 160 miles an hour. That means he is the closest to 8.500, which is as quick as you can run in the class. We'll have to look at the averages to see if that improves him above Steinke. I can't make that call right now. It's just too tight. So Dustin Trance versus Rick Steinke are the cars to watch in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Brian Kevart goes off in his 62 Plymouth Valiant. That car is an acquired taste. Many people not liking that design. I'm kind of digging it, especially when it goes 1040 at 127 miles an hour. Rodney Rodriguez on the right-hand side went 979 at 141.
And I'm sure Rick was listening on to that run. I know that he has already loaded up for the day. He was happy with what he did here in Norwalk, but you have to imagine when he reflects and looks back on the runs here today, he might have a different strategy as we go into Indianapolis, but maybe he'll keep running it the way he's been doing so far.
The tough thing about that class is because they're limited to 850, you can't run an 840 something in order to bring your average up. You got to be right on it every day.
I think that's his first run yesterday. He had that 847 or his 848. It was below, so he had to correct that.
Yep, and then ran a 51. It's amazing that when you're racing for 5 days in a row and averaging your ET, that in that particular class, it comes down to the Hun or the Thou on who wins in 5 different events. Kevin Adams on the left-hand side. Whoops, that is incorrect. Sorry, Neil Torbett on the left-hand side in the 65 F100. Stephen Calloway in the 2006 Mustang. Here's another car that's been making a ton of laps to try and improve his time. Daryl Yost, number 2 in Street Race Big Block Power Adder. He is chasing Randy Bellahar with the Pontiac-powered Silver Firebird. This car went 862 yesterday. I don't think he's improved yet today. He really needs to run a low 850.
Then Emily Ballard right there pulling up in the right lane. You said earlier that her boyfriend helped paint this car, so I'm sure it's a special team effort for them here at Norwalk.
If I recall, he also got the SEMA Battle of the Builders Young Guns Award in 2020, so that's very cool. Good to see him out here placing 3rd in class thus far. That's actually a drag race.
I was going to say that looks like a drag race. I didn't know if I was able to say that or not.
No, you are. We don't get much side-by-side stuff. Yost does not improve. He's got an 882 at 156. Emily running pretty much on par with what we've seen out of her, an 865 at 158. Here comes one of my favorite cars yesterday. It looked like this thing let the smoke out. Apparently it wasn't too bad. Terry Kiefer in the 63 Dodge 440 with a twin-turbo carbureted big block Chrysler under the hood. Mike Mayone in the right-hand side in the 89 Mustang. The Pro Street Power Adder early B-body Mopar goes down with a 1:4.66 60-foot time. 8th mile 6:37, quarter mile 10:18 at 1:13. The Mustang on the right side 11:30.
Why has that been one of your favorites on property?
Because it just has the stance. It looks right. I'm kind of a Mopar guy, and I've got a kink for the ugly ones. And a 63 Dodge is just barely sufficiently ugly enough. It's no 62 Valiant, but it's pretty cool. Lynette Jankuski, a many-time drag weeker in the 78 Chevy Monte Carlo. Dominic Zvacek in the right-hand side is currently leading B-Gas. He's going to tear the tire right off the thing this time, but continue to drive it down the track. That 1:8.60 foot time is probably not going to improve his position. Will he run a 9 again? No, 10:81 at 132. Lynette on the left-hand side goes 10:17, 135. And here comes yet another LS-powered Volvo.
I think what I love about it, though, and I don't know the history of this car, but there was definitely that style Volvo picking up their kids from school, you know, sitting in the pickup line, waiting for their kids to get in, and here we are.
Yeah, it is the safety box. There's a surprising number of LS-powered ones out here that we've seen over the past few years. It's an unusually common engine swap, and I can't explain why. Matthew Aruda has got that one. It's a 91 Volvo 780 Bertone. Holden Kramer's on the right-hand side. He went 1086. The Bertone went 1107 at 136. I'm super happy with the volume of Plymouth Dusters here this week. I've had 8 Plymouth Dusters myself, none of them as good as any of the cars here. Well, actually I have one pretty nice one, but not as good as Richard Trunkett, who's in Super Street. Big block power adder with that green car. John Mankia making laps in his Camaro as he's gonna watch Trunkett drive right on by. He goes 815 at 173, 815. Okay, that 815 just put that class on notice. Trunkett was already leading the class with an 865, and he just blew half a second off of that. 815 at 173 miles an hour. We're going to see if that bumps down to a 7 by the time we keep on rolling to Indy tomorrow. It is amazing to see some of these cars get quicker and quicker throughout the week, despite the fact that they've driven them all week long. I don't know how that works. Racers, lanes will close at 2 o'clock. It is currently 1 o'clock, so you've got one more hour. And we have noticed that the lanes are trickling down. Not too many cars. Amanda said about 20 at this point.
Looks like around 20 in the lanes currently. You imagine if, is it from the journeys yesterday? Are people ready to get on their way? Are they, you have still 3 more days of this on the back end of it. You're satisfied with where you're at and you just move on? Or there's got to be the strategy play to the endurance side of this as well.
I don't think you've yet seen the one critical element of Drag Week, which is the party. There's a reason this is called Drink Week.
Oh, okay.
So there's going to be a lot of people who are rushing home to get to the hotel to hang out in the parking lot and maybe have a few.
All right, I'll need the directions to said Drink Week hotel party, parking lot party.
This is among the worst racer in need things I've ever seen. Lost on the track, an LS harmonic balancer for a Camaro. John Powell, he's like, I need it back. Do you really need your harmonic balancer back? Dude, it's somewhere in the grandstands. We're lucky that nobody got hurt on that. Anyway, John Powell is looking for his balancer for an LS engine, or perhaps he could use one from a different application. Wow, that's kind of scary. Oh, and we heard that he just picked it up. Is he down there with it? Is he actually on the track? We're hearing stories about the harmonic balancer off that LS engine. Apparently it cut a better 60-foot time than Dave Schroeder's car. It was about 60 feet when they found it up against the wall. Everybody's safe, and we got it returned to its rightful owner.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay, covered by the eBay Money Back Guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece. All on eBay Motors.
We're back here at Summit Motorsports Park for day number 2 of the eBay Motor Powers Hot Rod Drag Week 2021. And David, as you look back on the day that you've seen unfold of you in front of you here in the tower, what's impressed you the most?
The fact that I get to stand here with you. I feel like Ron Capps, where you ask me a question and I never stop talking.
This is why I like holding the mic instead of like being extended the question.
It's the worst when somebody takes the mic from you and you never get it back. Who talks the most at the top end getting out of the car? Is it not Capps?
He's good. He's good. So I was telling someone earlier, I was in the media center and some of the 1320 video guys were in there, and they were having all sorts of questions of drag racers at the top end, and truly they all have their own style. You know who's going to get out of the funny car on what side, left or right. You know who's going to go straight over to their tow vehicle to put on a hat, put their shades on, collect themselves. And the funny part about Ron, though, is he kind of stands with his hands on his hips, puts his hat on, looks around, and he comes to his moment of that's when he speaks. He really does reflect on the run in his mind, and I always find that fascinating. You think in a funny car you're going 1,000 feet at 3.8 seconds on a great run, yet they can talk about that run for 30 minutes.
Right.
And when I hear drivers, answer questions of, hey, around the 8th mile looked a little loose, or the way that they can answer it in detail is absurd.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that time condenses like that. So I've talked to you about this personally before. I'll bring it up again in hopes that somebody is watching who might do something about it. I hate when you're interviewing someone at the top end and they say whatever they want to say and turn around and walk away from you.
Okay, so there is an answer to this, but I also it's probably because I encourage it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the way that when we're putting television together, a lot of times my interviews at the top end, they're not only used for the NHRA on Fox show, they're used for our in-venue, our NHRA.tv. We want fans to be able to see the content where available. So a lot of times, if I say anything else to that, it could step over Alan Reinhart or it could step over Brian Loans. So I have to, let the driver finish. And I also like to show the chaos. After I interviewed Tim Wilkerson, he's running to get in his tow vehicle because he is the owner, tuner, driver. And so the rush of it, the chaos, I think it kind of showcases that at the top. And I'm not offended. I thank you for caring about me. I'm not offended.
I think we're not talking about precisely the same thing, because I know the vibe that you're talking about. It's when the driver is almost dismissive to you. That I don't know. I want to see you controlling the conversation or them respecting you as the reporter.
I truly don't feel. I think it's just at this point there's kind of that I kind of back away so that the camera can get the shot of them tight shot, and then I let them just do what they need to do. But thank you. I love that you care. You're concerned.
I do. My favorite top end interview is actually Stephen Densham.
Oh, God. Well, you can hear Steven before he gets off the track because he's yelling through his funny car. So
I know,
yes.
It's so great. The guy's super stoked. Okay, TJ Linebog here on the right-hand side. I believe this is one of the guys who oiled the entire track yesterday.
Ooh, naughty.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the internet will grab me or this driver will grab me. I believe this is a Turbo LS deal, and they actually went home last night and changed the engine and installed another Turbo LS engine and got back here today. I think that's what's going on there. And they only go 1359, coasting to 88 miles an hour. Matt Lang in the other lane, 1003, a really solid run in that class, 136. So I think that's the story. We'll find out. Hey, Bryant Goldstone is getting ready to go again. Obviously not satisfied with that pass that he made earlier. He's going to try and knock it down.
You really do got to appreciate, though, the redemption of someone that oiled down the track. You know what they caused. They know the frustrations that the drivers and other racers must have, showing right back up. I mean, there's some humility to it.
Yeah, no, what that is no shame.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a difference.
Oh, okay. Well, bravo, gentlemen.
Bravo. Colts there in the left-hand lane is back with his rear-wheel drive converted 2004 Impala. And Kurt Bayer is just deciding to leave the line and laying the boost to it. 5:42 at the 8th, 8:65, 1:32 at the quarter. Left-hand lane, 10:15 at 141. Here's a good story. The Mustang Coupe that's here in the right-hand lane. This is spooky. I saw this on Instagram. He has a trailer on the back of this thing carrying his drag slicks and stuff. His straps came loose and he lost his wheels and tires on the road someplace. Almost worse than leaving your harmonic balancer at 60 feet.
Imagine he'll be checking that before he hits the road.
Pedraza was looking for some fuel injector O-rings earlier. Perhaps he's got that solved. Hopefully he's not taking the risk of pouring gas all over the top of his 572 cubic inch big block Ford that just went 1242 at 108 miles an hour. The silver Mustang that I said had lost its tires off the trailer went 1323 at 105. Lonnie Tibbs back in the right-hand side, looking for that elusive 7-second number. Steven Chichak in the left-hand side in the 80 Pontiac Firebird. Did you witness this car throw its hood off?
I did, and I was going to ask you, because like you said, that this is a live stream that calls people out. Does that ever leave him, or is that image always burnt in your mind?
Oh no, we'll bring it up,
In
time
eternity.
immemorial.
Great,
Yes.
awesome.
You're not used to this level of critique.
No, Lonnie, I feel for Lonnie.
He goes 5-1 at the 8th mile, and there you go. Finally, he gets a 784 with a 9 at 179 miles an hour. Retribution.
I think it was the encouragement. He must have heard that. He must have heard that someone is on his side in this booth.
I'm very supportive.
But I will remember that every time I see that car. And I think it was like one of the first, 5 pairs to go down the track, so it's hard to, you're right, that's an image that doesn't really leave early.
Speaking of leave early, that's probably what he wanted to do, is make one pass and hit the road, but that's not how his drag week is going. Looks like we've got Winningham back, another car just running over and over and over, trying to improve. So many laps as Winningham here is actually, he's second in class. That's the deal. He went 9:05 yesterday. His competitor has gone 8:39. So Winningham in the black and red Mustang is going to have to step up huge. But then again, attrition could find him in first place later in the week, and he needs to protect himself against the person behind him. And the Mustang is 9:16 at 152 miles an hour. I'm hearing from race director Keith Turk 2 things. Bryant Goldstone is getting ready to come back again, and he says in general there is a lot of thrashing going on in the pits. Either people having to fix their cars to hit the road or fix their cars fast to make it into this final session. Racers, once again, lanes will close at 2 o'clock. That is roughly 50 minutes, 5-0 from right now. And the Skyline is back running against the General Lee. How often do you see that pairing? It's the JDM Skyline, right-hand drive, 6-cylinder stick car. Banging gears. Look at that. He's actually given a run to the General Lee. Once again, almost a drag race. And there you go, the Skyline 1357. And the Charger's quicker at 13.1, but if he didn't have a 1.5 second reaction time, he might have gotten there first. I hear 9,000 RPM coming to the line yet again. The 69 Dart, another one making laps. When he heard that a NASCAR engine was an endurance engine, he decided that he would just run off the end of the drag strip through the pits and right back to the starting line, because that's what he's been doing, running an oval track here at the drags.
I don't blame him, though. I was just looking over conditions for the day, and we were talking about the density altitude earlier. It has stabilized, going down a little bit in the last couple of hours, but I mean, what they're running right now is probably maybe getting a little bit of edge, but maybe it's getting more familiar with the groove. Maybe it's more familiar getting with just this strip and its uniqueness. So listen, I would be these people. I would be taking as much advantage of trips down the drag strip as possible.
And if you did, you could be like Ray with that Dart, who just ran his first 9 today, a 9.825 at 140 miles an hour. Pretty wicked for a naturally aspirated small block and a fairly thrown together kind of deal. He said it's just used parts. He bought the whole engine in one piece and stabbed it in the car. You know, one of the things that you've been asking me about several times is people making a lot of laps, and the thing that I forgot is there's many cars here that didn't run last week and have never been down the track. So your intuition about that is correct. They're here just dialing them in.
When I was talking to Vince Rash yesterday, he was saying that how important it is to be prepared for the week and the thrash of getting cars ready for drag week, and a lot of times even saying that sometimes, you know, cars haven't even made a trip down any part of a strip at their current preparedness. So I'm with you. I mean, this is day 2 of this endurance feat of drag week. So if there's an opportunity, yesterday obviously not as much opportunity to make these laps as they do in NASCAR, but why not? Why not get the extra time of getting the car settled in and dialed in for the rest of the week?
You use the term current preparedness. I think that's really what Drag Week's all about, because the level of preparedness changes radically every single day, and you just work with what you got.
So you drove the route yesterday. I know we're going to jump in and follow the guys this afternoon and into the early hours of the evening. What are some of the things you saw on the journey?
We left so late because we didn't end until 4 o'clock and we got out of there at 4:30 that I didn't see as many cars on the track or on the route as I normally do. And I didn't see any catastrophic breakdown, so that's unusual. I'm hoping for more tonight. Honestly, I love other people suffering. That's actually why this event was invented.
Well, it gives you more to talk about, so...
Yes, exactly. I don't know if you've yet realized this whole thing is here for my entertainment.
I'm starting to
operation.
learn quickly.
Yes.
16 years. You ever look out and think, wow?
Yes. I can't believe that we're still going. Although, I will say, out of all the things I've been involved with, people sometimes ask me, can you believe that it went that big? Like the Roadkill show. Did you know at the start it was going to be what it is? And no. But after the very first drag week, we did sit around and go, we touched on something here.
We have something
This is going to be a thing. Loans was there for that very first race, actually, and his opinion is that we all sat around and go, these people are a bunch of idiots, and I don't think they'll ever do it again. But he actually wrote that in a column that I saw recently. But I recall going, wow, this is huge, and we have to do it again.
Well, I think if we go back to earlier in the day, and obviously probably the Minchuk brothers didn't make the run that they wanted to here in that right lane, but as we were talking about them and talking about the brotherhood of memories that this is going to create for them, and I promise we did not pay these guys ahead of time, but on cue they were hugging each other in the staging lane. So I think the idea that this is a lifetime memory shared not only with us but amongst themselves is a beautiful thing to witness.
No one will admit to the tears that flow in the award ceremony on Friday. It happens. There are lifetime achievements that people are doing here, and they've got personal goals, they overcome them, and it's very emotional for a lot of people.
There's and I'm going to make sure to catch up with him, but there's a gentleman on the property here this weekend. You probably saw the VW Bug that was wrapped in Pepsi Cola.
Yeah,
I know
Pepsi Joe.
Pepsi Joe. So Pepsi Joe actually entered into the race this weekend on the encouragement of his wife. He has Parkinson's. Oh. And even as Betsy Bennett was telling me, she works here with MotorTrend, she was telling me as he was registering, she offered to help him kind of fill out his information. He was like, no, I got to do it. So the idea that he's racing here against time, his own time. You think of the stories that exist here and what people are able to kind of, I imagine when a lot of times I was at Road America this past weekend, and we had a guy that was running 102 temperature, but it's like when you sit inside a race car, you forget you're sick. And so the idea that he's holding that wheel down this drag strip today, forgetting his problems.
And by the way, therefore one of two guys here battling against Parkinson's and living their dream at Drag Week. There's another car that's a Nova in the gasser category who told me the same story. Kind of hard to believe. That's a humbling thing. It really is.
And you're providing that. Did we get him? Did we get him?
Humbling.
Truly, though.
Yeah.
I've been like a little kid walking around the last 2 days. A lot of times those first moments when you step onto a drag strip, whether it's race day, there's almost like a calmness in the air, and to watch people settle in and to know what is ahead of them for the week. But to walk through those lanes yesterday, I remember watching the first pair go down and turning around and just seeing a whole lane full of people, and like, this is what's going to happen for these guys today. And to see the triumph, to see the defeat, and like we saw today, the redemption that these guys get to go through. I mean, it's human nature at its finest.
Tom Bailey, our past winner, was up here in the tower with me earlier, as a matter of fact, just when you walked out to go do actual work. And he said a thing that my guy Keith Turk, the race director, has often said, which is, at the end of the week, people say, I'm never going to do this again until the next time. And on the first day, you're all fired up, like what you were talking about, the anticipation of it. And by the end, you were just beaten down into the ground. And then the next day, you realize you got to do it again.
It's almost like they say, it's kind of like childbirth, right? Like you forget the pain so you can have multiple children. So, you forget how bad that, it hurts so good kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
it's almost 2 o'clock for us too, right?
You're entertaining Michelle, so that's fantastic. Hey, anybody on the live feed, if you've got questions for either one of us, remembering that Amanda does a lot of motorsports reporting, just throw them down, and we will give it to you if we can while they're working on track prep here at Summit Motorsports Park. At eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives.
And we're live. Oh, well, it's funny because I would offer you my cell phone to go through the questions that are typically sent to me, but that is also a question of humanity. So, you throw that out there, but no, I would love to. It's awesome. We have such a supportive and group of fans, and I started this whole thing in the fall of 2015. My first season was 2016, and the second I stepped on foot, I felt like our fans and
the people that love this sport helped me, welcomed me, the drivers, obviously the league. But it's been a beautiful journey and one that I am thoroughly thrilled to be a part of.
What is it like on day one, your very first day at an NHRA national event, and you are the top end reporter, and the driver gets out of the car and he has no rapport with you or she?
Yeah.
How does that moment go?
Oh, I remember it. I actually got thrown into the fire. It was in Epping in 2016. We had a rain out, so it was a Monday, and the reporter that was working the top end had to get to a different event. So I remember being looked at Amanda, you're in. And I remember going to bed that night thinking I was going to throw up, and I probably did. But you know, it's you want to, the way that I approach my work. While, you know, the drivers and the respect there, truly the person I answer to are the viewers. Mm-hmm. And I want to authentically represent them. So I've always tried to approach it as, you know, if a fan was to be able to ask this question right now, what would they ask? And sometimes that's very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
In 2018, John Force had a very rough year.
Oh, yeah.
I was the person that had to hold him at task for it. It's not comfortable.
Yeah, especially with him.
But it was my duty. Mm-hmm. And to be able to, you know, I want our fans to be able to look at their friends and say, hey, watch this show. This is honest. This is authentic. And I think that I love the team that we have at NHRA on Fox, and I stand by our work. It can be controversial and honest, but at least it's true to what's happening. Mm-hmm. At the top end, we had War of the Words between J.R. Todd and Chris Pedregon last weekend. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, it's drag racing. People want to win. They should.
I want more of those arguments at the top end, honestly. It gives you something to talk about, and it makes you realize these guys are really passionate about it. And I think if you're not sort of behind the scenes in professional drag racing, you don't realize how much those crew chiefs and crews and racers actually care. It's not monster truck racing. These guys are, I keep saying guys, there's probably more women in some classes that are winning than not, like in, you know, A Fuel. But they are really hardcore wanting to win. They're not just putting on a show for the fans.
And I think you can see that in the reactions of people that don't win, right? It's almost, you kind of can see the people that, like, what do you like more? Do you like winning more, or do you like losing less? And it's that gut feeling, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you see the people that take losses really hard, and then they, you know, those are the ones that are, you know, probably working. It's what's done in the dark that comes to light, right? Things that we don't see that show up in reaction times or show up that come into wins. It's real. I mean, these are professionals. You know, that's seat time matters, and to be able to, Tim Wilkerson won the U.S. Nationals.
I was just about to bring that up, because did you see Ron Capps' post about losing the U.S. Nationals?
Yeah.
It was great, because it was all of his emotions about losing combined with his thrill to see Wilkerson win after 5 years dry.
And that is the one race that Ron Capps does not have his resume. Now, he won at Indy during the COVID year of last year, but not the U.S. Nationals.
Right.
So to have that win escape him through his career, I'm sure was gutting, especially when Wilkerson monstered down that right lane that had been so troubling for everyone. But back, you know, from that with Wilkerson, 2 races prior, he crossed the center line and went into Cruz Pedregon. Mm-hmm. And so for him to figure out the issues that he was going through, come back, win the U.S. Nationals, the most prestigious race of the year, that's drag racing.
Yeah, it's wild. Hopefully we can get back to drag racing here in just a moment. I say that I really appreciate everything that the track crews do to keep the track going. Yesterday in particular, absolutely punishing. I think we had 5 oil downs, most of them 1,320 feet long. People didn't figure out to pull over. Either that or they lubricated the whole shutdown area, which is also a problem and sometimes harder to clean up. So we haven't had that here today. Let's cross fingers that we won't for the last few cars that are coming out in our last session. It is 1:25 right now. We do close lanes at 2. What you're experiencing now is something that we see often at Drag Week, which is the very first day is really long. We've got the most number of cars. People are flogging as hard as they can, and there's fewer and fewer cars every single day, and therefore also the staging lanes get thinner and thinner at the end of each day as we progress.
Well, the next stop obviously being the U.S. Nationals. I'm tickled thinking at the idea that drag racers get to pull underneath that iconic arch.
Yeah.
And there's drivers, I'm sure, that have maybe already made it to property, but are at least on the way. I know we talked a little bit earlier of being able to visit some of these iconic venues, but the perspective of drag racers pulling in tomorrow, can you imagine what's going through their mind?
Exactly. The legendary track since 1961. That's as long as the U.S. Nationals, or actually it was originally the NHRA Nationals, has been held there. Yeah, there's many drivers when we first went there. Actually, here's a good story about Indy. The first time we tried to go there, we drove there from Cordova, Illinois, and it was raining so badly, and Drag Week was so small at the time that we got everybody together in front of the tower and go, do you want to just drive back to Cordova and race? And they were like, yeah. And we actually drove back and raced again the same day. But then again, we ultimately have been able to race at Indy, and sure enough, there was a whole bunch of people who were like, I'm in this because I can't believe I get to drive down this racetrack. It's like playing football at the Super Bowl with your high school team or something like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. Ha! Clay Milliken, y'all sound good.
Oh, hey, Mr. Milliken, stomp on that loud pedal, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. Appreciate it. Let me see if I got any questions off of the live feed. Oh, more questions about Australians. Why aren't they here? Easy answer. It's not me. It's Australia. The whole thing is shut down. But they are at home watching cars like Joe Barry, who has returned to the drag strip here at Drag Week 2021. Another car, very fast. Currently, I think, third quickest speed overall. His number on the very first day, 7:00. He has not improved that yet. He has won 6 seconds one time many years ago at the end of Drag Week. It was his first 6-second pass. We're going to see if he can pull it off again here at Norwalk.
At this point, is Joe frustrated?
Yeah, he probably wants to be on the road and not suffering in the car anymore, is my guess. I think he wants to put on a good show for the fans, but he's also a pretty chill guy. It's actually surprising how many people you'll run into here. There are some race-face guys who don't want to interact, but most of the racers at this whole event are super laid back. You can approach them, you can look at their car, you can talk to them, and I'd say Joe Barry is definitely one of those people. For those of you at home, if you've missed this so far, this is an all-steel 56 Chevy on a tube chassis, Joe Barry out of Colorado, and he's in the Ultimate Iron category. Yesterday, he ran 7.00. He slowed down on, I can't remember, 1 or 2 passes earlier today, so he's going again to see if he can get that 6. Because a 7.00, if you run enough 6s a couple days in a row, you can bring your average into the 6s. Not happening this time. But he's going to lay the coals to it anyway. That 1.722 60 foot is not good, and he goes 8.84 at 178.8 out the back door. There is some element of these higher end drag week cars that are looking for data. There's a chance that that's why he stayed in it.
I was curious about that because, I imagine he's ran a better elapsed time today than that.
For sure. Here comes Bryant Goldstone again, the second quickest car on property.
Well, if nothing else, they're giving us a good show here as we round out this last hour.
Yesterday's number for this car, 6.794 at 210 miles an hour. Bryant has owned this car for a long, long time. It used to be a National Muscle Car Association racer. It was white at the time. It has been revamped several times over the years. The current configuration we've been seeing for 5-6 years. It's run at our Roadkill Nights event. Continues to run, I think, several years ago at NMCA events, and of course at Hot Rod Drag Week, where it is a multiple-time winner. Ooh. See if he broke something. I don't think so. I think they're going to back him up and give that another shot. Sure enough, he's going back in. That's 2 in a row. Not looking good. It's also huffing a little bit. That might be leftovers from being up on the brake, and yes, it is. But he's going to back it on out. I have a feeling they're going to have a look at the car.
As we get reset here, I stepped outside to see if maybe Dave Schroeder was going to make another run, and it doesn't look like they're packing up. The street tires are still off to the side, and the slicks are still on the 2019 Corvette, so it's possible that we'll see Dave try to make another lap here. He'd invest his time that he put down a little earlier.
Then again, urgency was lacking yesterday. Well, I gotta say that. There's a lot of hanging out going on as the General Lee returns to the line. Bob Hess on the left-hand side in modified Power Adder. .884, yesterday's best time for Hess. And he's, of course, fighting against that Volvo that runs in the bottom sevens. So he's not going to quite get there, but he does run bottom eights, 810 at 171 miles an hour. A significant improvement from his 884 yesterday. So there's a happy guy. Going home, once again, personal bests are a big thing, whether you're going to win class or not. You talk about endurance drag racing. We had a thought one time about doing an event where we got a bunch of cars and you just hot lap every single one of them. I came to my senses when I realized that that would have slightly fewer oil downs than what we saw yesterday at Drag Week. But you do have endurance drag racing in the sense that many cars make many laps, and perhaps we need a plaque or a trophy for the car that runs the most laps, and this year it might be that orange Hornet that just went down.
I have seen it several times since I've been back up here with you. You talk about career best and personal best. I was happened to be in the staging lanes when Alex Taylor got back after her run that saw her run her personal best, and still holding the time slip about an hour later. She was not going to let go of that. So definitely meaningful experiences when drivers see those numbers.
She is super enthusiastic. And we're seeing Daryl Yost come to the line again. This has got to be the 4th time today. He's second in his class behind Randy Bellahar, and he just keeps running. He's got to improve his 862. He's got to go on the 850s to average up his 60-foot time. A little bit slow, 137. He goes to the 8th at 565. Yep, 871 at 160 miles an hour. Just not quite getting there. Dave Armentrout on the right-hand side, 763 at 171 in the unlimited class. And Winningham is back again as well. We're seeing some fast cars just doing full flog, trying to knock down hundredths or tenths. Just not getting the car hooked up. Steven Chichak in the left-hand side is going to go 898 at 125, and we've got like a hot dog wrapper pass going on the right-hand side. It says 559, but we know that's not true. Racers, you better get to lanes if you want to run. We are closing the lanes at 2 o'clock. Lanes are currently somewhere between empty and virtually empty. It is 1:36 right now. You got roughly 20 minutes to get in lanes at the eBay Motors Powers Hot Rod Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And of course, we also want to thank Rocket Brand, Iski Cams, NOS, and of course, Mothers for bringing us this live feed that currently 5,100 people are watching worldwide. I've got another special guest here in the tower while we've got a little bit of a break. Al Noe from SummitRacing.com. This is, of course, Summit Motorsports Park and has been since 2007. Al, what are you doing out here today?
David, I'm out here enjoying the racing today, seeing all the incredibly fast cars, and thanking our customers for being here more than anything.
Have you been to a day of Drag Week before at all? I don't recall seeing you here.
I have been to Drag Week before, but it's been several years ago. So it's probably been 5-6 years ago, I want to say. And it is incredible how much faster the cars are now.
Oh, absolutely.
It's amazing.
You look at the progression. I was pointing out earlier today, we've got more 8-second cars on property here than we have ever had. 8s is like the new 10s. Yeah. Everybody's doing it, and let me assure you, they are going through parts that they are buying from Summit. I've seen a whole lot of people going, I'm stopping at Summit, I'm ordering from Summit, because this is the parts breakage nationals.
Yeah, we are incredibly appreciative of that, David, and we never forget that either. So all of our customers that are here greatly appreciate your business, and hopefully we're getting the parts to you very quickly. This year's been a little bit challenging. We've had some supply chain challenges.
Oh, everybody knows that.
Yeah, and that's been tough. You know, a little bit of a tire shortage, but our manufacturers are doing their best. They're trying to stay caught up, and the only advice I could give you right now is plan your build. So if you know you're going to be doing a new engine, don't wait till the last minute to order pistons, rods, things like that. Get them on order so that we can serve you as well as we can.
Yeah, you're speaking to both the right crowd and the wrong crowd at the same time. Everybody here is on a last-minute thrash. You know what? I probably order more stuff from you overnight than anybody as we're doing our TV shows and break stuff in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I need to send you a jacket,
boom.
I think, for the awesome
probably.
Sales that we've always had with you. Yeah, David, we definitely can do that, and we try to stock all the right products at all the right times. And hopefully we're serving everyone well. Did have a number of customers say, hey, I stopped at your store on the way here in Georgia, picked up some parts. Hopefully if they're anywhere near the Ohio location, they can stop. And then we have our mega store in Texas, which is just enormous, our newest location. And then also Nevada. So you being in California probably get most of the things from Nevada that come right to you.
I will often shop and make sure that the part is coming from Sparks so that I can, or Reno, whatever you call that location, to make sure that I get it quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's another great feature on our website. Our IT group did an awesome job. You can now search and look for the locations where the parts are at. So if you go to our retail store, there's never a surprise. You can look online, see what's in inventory, stop at the retail store.
Cars are going down track again, although we are getting to the very end. Did you have an opportunity to see some of our 6-second passes today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The one that absolutely blows me away, the Volvo Wagon.
Isn't that the greatest?
That's insane.
It is insane. That car has been in the 680s, and it looks like a Volvo Wagon. It is a Turbo LS program, and I think one of the most impressive cars here because it just looks like nothing.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have, I didn't look at the rear tire, but I'm guessing maybe a 10W at most, maybe if even that. And I'm looking at the car, and I walked by, and I went, it's probably an 8-second car. And then I saw it make a hit, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
He went 7.0 today and was disappointed with that. It has run in the 6s, as I said. He was the 4th quickest car overall in drag week coming into this event at Norwalk. So we'll look at the results tonight and see if he might have actually bumped into 3rd. We'll find out, taking Joe Barry's spot.
Yeah, crazy fast. Another car I got to spend some time with the owner. I know you know her and her family well, Alex Taylor.
Absolutely.
We worked with her on her build, and I love the patina on that car. And the fabrication and craftsmanship, it's really funny. It looks like a patina mid-year Chev, Tri-5, they drug out of a field somewhere, and then you begin to look at it, and you're like, oh, this car is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely awesome.
The quarters and roof, I believe, are legit paint, and the rest of it is fiberglass that Dennis made himself.
Yeah.
I've been talking that thing up the whole time. Not the fastest car here, but that's the most attention on it. Alex has been doing a great job getting herself out on social media. We just had her on a show on MotorTrend called the Hoopty World Championship, and she absolutely dug in. She was rebuilding a 700 R4 herself, getting just filthy to try and get this junky car back on the road. So she is legit, and I think has earned her chops.
Yeah, without a doubt. I told her parents, whatever book you use to raise her, keep that, because you raised her the right way, and she is incredibly nice, very humble, and very, very, very sharp, very smart.
And a lot of the girls get more attention than the guys, but I have to say there are a lot of 20-somethings, guys and girls, doing amazing things, and we always worry. I think you and I have probably had the conversation. People in the aftermarket are like, what's going to happen with the next generation? I'm not really concerned with that anymore. You look at what's happening with drag racing and how many people are out here or have been inspired by this who are younger people. It's going to stick with us. It's big.
I agree, David. That's a huge reason. I've been very passionate about some of the things Summit does. NHRA Junior Dragster Series. I'm really proud of our support of that and our company, the way we're able to support a number of different forms of motorsports. But yeah, when I go to some of those events, a couple years ago at our event, I was standing by the starting line at the Sunday finals, and Greg and Jason were there, and a bunch of the Junior Dragster kids were there, getting ready to be introduced. And they were talking, and the one looked at me and said, you work for Summit? I said, I do. Do you know Greg and Jason? I said, sure, you want to meet them? And they went, really, can we meet them? And I had them walk over and introduce, and these kids' heads were going to explode. It was absolutely awesome. Yeah. And it was the neatest thing to just see how engaged and enthused they were. They're quizzing Greg about his last win and stuff, and I could tell he was like, these kids really know what they're talking about. It was absolutely awesome. But it was such a neat experience.
He's speaking of Greg Anderson, who, of course, just last weekend matched Warren Johnson for the most number of Pro Stock wins ever at 97. Yeah. So his next win will make him the winningest Pro Stock racer of all time.
Yeah, an incredible accomplishment. Very proud of the relationship Summit has had with Greg, Jason, KB Racing, the whole entire team. And we're looking forward to him breaking the record. He's going to do it. It's absolutely going to happen. And I'll tell you, out of the people I've met in motorsports, I can genuinely say I don't know anybody who works harder than they do. They are constantly in the shop, working, trying different things. And that class, it amazes me how competitive and tight Pro Stock has been for the last couple of years. I mean, really this year especially. But, the field is separated by hundreds. And race day, anybody can win. You got to be on point every single pass, and the driver's got to be on too.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to watch that they are down to the thou sometimes in the first 5 spots on the ladder. Yeah, absolutely wild. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Are you ready for this?
Maybe.
Okay, Al Noe here from Summit Racing. I was standing talking to him in the tower earlier today, and who walks in but Woody from Jenks. Okay.
Yep.
Who, surprisingly to me, you had never met.
No, I had not met him.
Yeah.
We have talked via phone and email, but I had never met him in person, so it was nice to meet him.
And yeah, yet you walked out and stood outside and talked to each other. I mean, these are arch rivals in the mail order speed parts business.
We are.
And two guys with roughly the same position in the company, if not the same.
Yep, a little bit different roles. But yeah, everybody needs competition. I think it makes things good for the sport and the industry. Just like in pro stock, our guys compete with the yellow cars, we call it. But, Coughlin's
He can't say it out loud.
Yeah, Coughlin's have always been competitive. They're great racers. It's been fun over the years to watch our team compete. And same thing with the businesses. And, we're competitors, but we sat outside and talked about racing the whole time. It was fun.
Very cool.
We definitely both share that common interest. Talked about a lot of different racing series too, but obviously talked an awful lot about Drag Week.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had their support in the past at this as well, but it was interesting for me to see him here at, of course, Summit Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I was joking with him, and he didn't have a Summit shirt on, and I guess there's only so much you can do, right?
There's only so much you can do. Well, hopefully we get back to racing here in a few minutes. It always ends up like this at the end of the day at Drag Week. After the first day, we've winnowed the cars down, and more cars have broken today. You get people thrashing for those last-minute runs, but most of the cars have hit the road at this point because they've got the number that they like. And so we close the lanes at 2 o'clock. We run out whatever cars are left, and then we're going to hit the road. Tomorrow we're going to Indy, home of the U.S. Nationals, to run these cars.
That's awesome. That'll be such a cool experience. Has Indy always been a stop for Drag Week, or is it?
Drag Week moves around. We've run 33 different tracks in 16 years of racing, and we've been to Indy a few times. We've been here at Norwalk. I think this is the 4th time. And, of course, Hot Rod Power Tour has been here a bunch of times as well. But, no, it's not always the same tracks. We mix it up. So Indy has been on the roster, but not consistently.
Okay, very good. So I got to ask you, I'll put you on the spot.
Oh, great.
Back when this first started, you ever have any idea it would become this?
It's interesting. I was talking to Amanda about that just earlier, and I was saying, in my career, there's so many people who have asked me things like, did you know that Roadkill was going to become as huge as it is? And I was like, no, that was sheer luck. I have no idea how that happened. But for me, the very first Drag Week in 2005, 41 people entering, 32 finishing. They became a family. We sat around and we were like, we've touched a nerve here. This is a thing. Yeah. I didn't know if people would have the stones to actually do it. But yeah, we got 400 people here this week, and in 2019 and 2018 go on down the list, and it's just become a thing. And there's so many spin-offs of it now as well. Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0 is happening next week.
Yes.
Alex Taylor, who you brought up, is attempting to run this and that, and there's a few other racers doing the same thing. It's just wild how this has taken off.
Yeah, we'll have to give her the Iron Racer Award to make it through both of those events, because and it's funny, one of my colleagues, Tommy Dupree, is here running the late model Trans Am that he has. And he's here with a couple other Summit guys, enjoying the week, doing the experience. Got to do it, right? So they had a little bit of struggles this morning, broke a rocker arm, thrashing in the pits to get it done. And to Tommy's credit, he got it done, got the car back together. I think they're right now. But the fact is, he said, anyone who says this is easy, and with the car I've got, it's a reasonable combination, but think about doing this in one of those 6 or 7 second cars.
Yep.
Anybody who thinks this is easy, come on out and try it, because it is not that easy.
This is very realistically one of the most difficult challenges in all of motorsports. I mean, I would put the Baja 1000 at the top of that list, but this is a close second. The survival aspect of it just makes it wild.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I'm also amazed, back when you started, how many cars were turbos back then?
Oh, that has completely come on. 0 cars were turbos the first year.
0. Wow.
Yeah, and you watch how those just came in. I remember seeing turbos actually come to pass as being involved in Hot Rod Magazine back in the 90s when there were those shootouts with the Grand National Buicks versus the Fox bodies.
Yes.
And guys like Gene Deputy were out with turbos. Yeah. And just aftermarket EFI wasn't a thing. Mm-hmm. And so it wasn't working out. But that is the key. Aftermarket EFI has made turbos practical. And I will say that this year I've seen more Holley sniper throttle bodies than we've ever seen at the event, and a lot of people are blowing through them, usually with a centrifugal, but sometimes with turbos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed a lot of centrifugals out there this year too, which was different than just a few years ago. Last time I visited Drag Week, like I said, 5-6 years ago, bunch of turbos, not that much supercharged stuff. Quite a bit of supercharged stuff this year, which I found kind of interesting.
Yeah, you find them, I think, ProCharger seems to be the brand.
Yeah.
I think Vortec has fallen down just a little bit as far as the actual drag race market goes. They still sell a lot for late model cars on the street. But I think that the lower end guy who doesn't want to deal with all of the plumbing and wastegates and all of that stuff, and who usually wants to run a carburetor, they'll go to the centrifugal because it bolts on the front of the engine.
Yeah.
You can buy an off-the-shelf QFT carburetor or Demon that works pretty good, and you're down the road, and all of a sudden your 10-second car is a 9-second car.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting how all this evolves, and one of the things I think is interesting is, remember when 500 horsepower in a street car was like a thing?
Yes, absolutely.
And now it's 2000s.
We're dating ourselves.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. 1,000 is the new 500. Everybody wants it, and it's pretty easy to get. Unfortunately, what we see is what we saw yesterday at US 131 is that if you're not paying attention to your 1,000 horsepower, you spray the guts of the engine out onto the track.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday was a tough day. A bunch of oil downs, I understand.
It was the worst. It was literally the worst day in the history of Drag Week as far as oil downs go.
Well, hopefully got it all out of the system, and then the rest of the week will be good to go.
Every glass connecting rod has been removed from the program at this point, or let's hope.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic, David, because they just had LS Fest over the weekend, and the stock bottom end shootout's a big deal, like a really big deal.
Yep.
And, you can make a ton of horsepower once, but with Drag Week, it's not once. It's over the entire course of the week. So
and it's also that stock bottom end stuff counts on a tuner knowing what they're doing. It's 100% about keep it out of detonation and don't butt the ring end gaps. Take it apart, open up the ring end gaps, put it back together with the same rings, same rods, whatever. But those are a couple critical things that I think bite a lot of the people trying to do that who aren't as experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we got a couple more cars that are filtering in for a few last passes.
Here's another one I don't remember running earlier today. It's hard for me to recall 350 cars. Actually, it's hard for me to recall 5 minutes ago. But I don't think this guy has made a pass yet. Todd Kleeman, 2000 Chevy S10. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated. And the truck goes 1191 at 113 miles an hour. We're down to sort of the dregs, the last moments. Have we closed the lanes yet? 2 o'clock is closing lanes. It is 1:52. If you have not made a pass yet, racers in the pits, it is 1:52. You've got 8 minutes to get in lanes. We will run out whoever is in lanes as soon as we close them, given that that's a reasonable time. One time we had a guy said, you said you would run us out if we got in lanes. And he's like got the transmission out of the car and he pushed it over in the lanes and he's trying to get it back together. And it's like, no, Ixnay on, no, that's not happening.
You got to go on to the next at some point, right?
Yes, you do. And the race director will make a call on that.
Dave, while we have a minute, I see Bill Bader down on the starting line. Working the water box, and I just want to thank him and Bobby. Our partnership that Summit Racing has with the Bader family and the track itself is exceptional. They run a phenomenal racetrack. They take care of customers. They view business and racing the same way that we do, and they really treat people well. And if you're ever in Northeast Ohio, or Northern Ohio, I should say, you got to stop by the track, because this is the way they run their program all the time. Great track prep, phenomenal facility, $1 for a pound of ice cream. How do you go wrong with that?
Yeah.
But they are such great partners with us, and I'm very appreciative of the relationship we have with them.
I've never heard a bad word about how they run the place.
Yeah.
It's just a stellar facility and stellar people. Earlier in the day, I was given sort of the history of how this all came to be. Did you know that it started in 1962 or 3 and then basically sat dormant until 77 when Bader Sr. bought the place?
Oh, I was not aware of that. That's interesting. I knew their family had history going back to the mid-'70s with it, but I did not know that. So what was it at that period? Was it started as a
It was a drag strip, yeah.
Okay.
And it opened up and apparently just sort of fizzled and sort of sat here. The history on it is not 100% clear. But Bill Sr. bought it in 74, and he was a circle track operator. He wasn't really a drag race guy, but he was a promoter, and he just made the best of it. And next thing you know, it's like the home track for IHRA. He buys the IHRA, and it's been a summit track since 2007, which is, I think, before your time there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let me think about that for a minute. Yeah, that was the year before I joined Summit, and we did the naming rights deal with Bill. And again, the biggest reason we partnered with this track is because we knew it was going to be run in a way that was a great reflection on our brand. And that for us is very important. We want people to be treated well, come back, enjoy racing, want to come back week after week after week, and they just do a great job of the track.
Absolutely. We're getting down to the awkward silent moments here at Drag Week. Maybe I should hand the mic to Amanda and make her vamp for another 10 or 15 minutes.
That's a good call.
That's
you
a
want some
really
ice
good
cream,
call.
Dave? You
Oh,
haven't,
that's
Amanda?
true.
What's your pick? What's your flavor?
Well, apparently I'm in trouble for saying Rocky Road. I'm showing my age. Apparently,
Oh,
it's
I
a,
heard when I was
it's
outside.
a new
He was-
generational thing. But I like it. I like butter pecan.
Butter pecan.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were on priority butter pecan earlier, and secondarily is Rocky Road.
I do think the worst ice cream flavor known to man is mint chocolate chip.
Oh,
She's
really?
hitting me. Yeah. See?
Yeah.
See?
I'm saying the quiet part out loud.
You're just saying what everyone else is thinking, right? Mint chocolate chip. Now, I will challenge you on that. There's a little ice cream company. I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, a little ice cream company called Grater's, which they just starting to sell around Ohio and maybe a few other locations. They have mint chocolate chip that has like literally half a chocolate bar in different pieces inside of it. It is the best. But if you don't like mint, that might be a stopper for you. But
It's like drinking coffee after you brush your teeth. Like, I don't understand why I would want to do that. There's just nothing that excites me about it. But back to Cincinnati, Skyline Chili.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
My first interaction with Skyline Chili, I had a college roommate. You know how you share like the kitchen area, but so across the way was from Cincinnati, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, definitely not drinking.
Of course not.
Skyline Chili would make its appearance.
Yes.
And there is nothing I want more than Skyline Chili at 2 o'clock in the morning, even today.
It is the greatest.
It's unreal. I mean, it's spaghetti and chili that has a little sweetness to it with cheddar cheese, which I love, sharp cheddar.
Yes.
And onions.
Yes.
And making it at 2 a.m. is rather eventful.
Yeah. It's always an adventure.
Have you had Skyline Chili?
Is this the Food Network?
Apparently at 155 it is.
Racers love food, so you got to figure it
157.
Yeah. And as David said, the lanes are closing, so you better get in if you want to
Have
make
you
some more
eaten
hits.
today? Are you delirious yet?
I'm delirious and have not eaten. Here's a little bit of actual drag racing information for you instead of, talking about your hot dog or whatever it is. We had 320 cars roughly here today, and we've made 507 runs so far. And once again, we got to praise, Summit Park here because they were cranking through the first round. 500 runs.
I loved what you were talking about, the Baiters earlier. And the first thing that you see when you see on their sign is America's Racetrack.
Yeah.
And I think that's the energy that they really do put into this place. I know that I feel like that they look at this as almost the fans' home as opposed to their own home. So they really do it top notch. And just a reminder to the racers, make sure you bring your checkpoint picks from yesterday when you submit today's time slips. The time slips are located in guest services, and as a reminder, that is across from impound, or if you go down the right-hand side of the track of the grandstands right below that. If checkpoint pictures are not turned in, I don't think that makes them official, David, right?
That's correct. You must have the checkpoint photos to prove that you drove the route. And even more critically than that is you have to hand in your time slip before you leave. That's what we call tire spin. Haven't seen that much smoke out of a 60-foot thus far here at Drag Week as we're nearing the end.
And as the time has ticked 2 o'clock, I do believe that the lanes are closed, so I think we have one final car that may make a pass. That is going to be to the determination of Keith Turk, the race director, and Bill Bader. And I do believe we will have one more pass down to Summit Motorsports Park. And again, as we've been saying, thank you to everyone here. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the facility. This circus and road show is going to head on to Indianapolis and Lucas Oil Raceway. It's been an absolute treat sharing the day with you guys. To all of the spectators and fans still sitting in the seats with us, thank you so much. I see those waves. That's awesome. We appreciate the support. You guys are what make all this happen, so hats off to you guys. The real winners of today, as we've seen the show put on by these guys. Thank you to all the competitors and to David Freiberger and the gang here. It's been an absolute treat.
Got it. And that's it, our final car for here on the second day of Drag Week 2021 here at Summit Motorsports Park. This has been eBay Motors Powers Hot Rod Drag Week 2021 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. All of these cars are going to make a drive now over to Indy. We will be back here on the Mother's live feed tomorrow, and you got to stay tuned to Hot Rod Magazine's social media and hotrod.com, where you can see a bunch of photos. You can see the results, and you'll be able to see the replay on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube tomorrow, not only of the first day of competition, but also this second day. We'll go live tomorrow and just keep on going. Drag Week isn't over till it's over, which happens Friday at US 131. We'll see you tomorrow.